Brother Tyvon Swain, aka the Orthodox Moor, and this is Debate Talk for you live. And I have the distinct pleasure and honor of being joined by Sister Dana Marniche. If you're not familiar with her work, I personally consider her today's like a modern day version of Drusilla Dungy Houston. A lot of Moors are familiar with her work, and if you're Israelite or you do with the Bible or whatnot, you're really going to find her current work really interesting. And so, just to give you a quick background of the sister, she has a website you can go check out called Afro-Asiatic And Sister Dana Reynolds-Marniche describes herself as an academic researcher / author dedicated to documenting the forgotten heritage of Afro-Asiatic peoples. Her education is she received her BA degree in history from Rutgers University, Douglas College. She received her master's degree in social sciences / anthropology from University of Chicago. She received her master's of education from Eastern University. She also has some works where she's worked with as a translator for Zahi Khawass, the director of Giza Antiquities. She also worked as a research manager for a PBS affiliate. She's also been known as a former magazine publisher at Global Black Woman magazine. And her publicated works include most people are familiar with her works from Ivor Van Sertima in Golden Age of the Moors, where she wrote a piece in there called "The African Heritage and Ethnohistory of the Moors: Background to the Emergence of Early Berber and Arab Peoples from Prehistory to Islamic Dynasties." Again, that was in Golden Age of the Moors by Ivor Van Sertima and the Journal of African Civilizations. She's also has a publicated work called "The Myth of the Mediterranean Race" inside the book "Egypt, Child of Africa" by the Journal of African Civilization, Volume 12. And something that a lot of Moors know her for is "Fear of Blackness: Recovering the Hidden Ethnogenesis of Early African and Afro-Asiatic Peoples, Comprising the Moors of North Africa and Spain," and that was in the West African Journal. She has many more articles on her blogs on her website Afroasiaticblogspot.com. So I recommend that everybody go there and familiarize yourself real quick with her work, because she has a lot of it. And currently we'll be talking about a book she has coming out called "The African and Arabian Origin of the Hebrew Bible: Exegesis in Light of Inscriptions, Folkloric History, and Early Ethnography of the Arabian Peninsula." And so with that, I'm going to let the sister give herself an intro and obviously fill in any holes that I missed, because she has a very lengthy and illustrious career. So good afternoon to you, sister, and thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Tyvon. Well, I think the main thing that you did not touch upon was my work with, like I say, not work with, but my background with the Rosicrucians and a lot of esoteric Christianity and different organizations that were involved in Masonic, early European Masonic tradition. So I would say, my upbringing was kind of mystically bent. There was a mystical bent to it. And a lot of the reason I got started with this stuff is that, as I say, I had certain visions and dreams and that kind of thing when I was young that let me know that we weren't being told, a lot about African and Afro-Asiatic history. So just want to tell you that that's where I'm coming from a mystical, that's where how my work started, from a mystical standpoint. And then, I have on tape where a psychic that I often go to said that I was going to be working with the Masons, which I consider to be the Moors and people like you that, deal with the mystical hermeneutical, hermetic or whatever tradition or background of, this research. So to me, that's the only important point in the research, is the fact that, we're at least I know that I'm here to get people focused back on God again. So,
right. I know you also have a background in energy work. Do you want to explain that as well?
Well, that could take a whole nother lifetime of Yeah, I mean, I started off with when I was young. My mom used to have meditation. Used to work with a theosophist and have meditation work, and then she introduced me to some Jore light healers, and I got into Jore, and then my aunt got me into Buddhism, which was the Nam-myoho Renge-kyo thing. She was a founder of different uh, not temples, but yeah, I guess you can say temples in the area. Um, this is my aunt now I'm talking about, who's not my mom. Um, and then the chanting brings you whatever you want, so I chanted to get more into healing, and I got into a Shinto sect that was into a very powerful form of light energy healing, which could literally, the reason I got into that is because they said that they could actually light matches on fire with their hands. And, actually I got involved in that as an initiate and found out, a lot more about the spiritual world, and experienced a lot more with the spiritual world than I'm willing to talk about here. But in order to get out of that, because that was like a little, once you get into that kind of thing, you're dealing with spirits and that kind of thing, different levels on different dimensions. I had to get into something more less intense, and so a lot of people moved over into a Korean sect that I came to be involved with, and was more involved with healing, but using as much earth and water energy as light energy. So heaven and earth energy, more balanced, and that I think really did a lot to straighten out a lot of things in my life and start making changes in other people around me, their lives as well. So, but I mean, I've used all these practices to heal people, heal cancer, tumors, viruses, people with, arthritis, family problems in terms of relationships, manifesting problems at work, employees and that kind of thing. That was just a very powerful practice involving Qigong, and the Qi energy, work with the Qi, which is the dragon of life, we call it. And this has to do with all my research, because for me, the Bible or the Torah, especially Genesis and all that, as well as the Upanishads in India and a lot of the other sacred texts, are about the movement of this sacred divine energy called the dragon of life, okay, the Qi, or Qi, it's even called Qi in Africa, really. It's a feminine energy that comes up from the base of the spine and spreads, purifies all of our chakras and meridians. And each of these chakras have names in the Bible and Kabbalah, in the Upanishads. That story of the Upanishads is all about the movement of these energies through the different meridians and chakras, through the pituitary and spreading out through the crown chakra. So that's how deep, this belief system of our ancestors was. That's been changed by other people getting involved, who were forcefully converted in most cases, to these belief systems.
Mm-hmm. What I find really interesting about your work on a spiritual level in terms of its healing is the fact that when you talk about Genesis, for instance, right, like in the Table of Nations in Genesis 10, you get like 70 people or nations basically mentioned, mm-hmm. whatnot. And so a lot of people don't really follow those groups throughout the Bible or throughout history and see who they are and how they really intermingle, et cetera, whatnot. And what I find interesting about your work is there's like a unification healing going on, to where like it unifies the division amongst our people in a sense, to where they can begin to find themselves, even people who can like Moorish or Israelite, or people who don't even, people who are just African American who are trying to figure out the history, that they can learn, they can connect themselves on the larger African tree, and what branch they go to, and what root they're connected to and whatnot. Right. That's a really healing aspect for me. For instance, I've been following your work for at least 19 years or whatnot, and the more I read your work, that's what I find. Like I said, mm-hmm. when we started this interview, I sent you a debate that I had where I cited your work heavily in that debate or whatnot, and just a little bit of work in that I cited in that debate. It was life changing for me because it gave me not just a starting point but an ending point. Like a lot of people know, like, okay, we go back to Africa and whatnot. And for those of us who check out DNA and other type of stuff and whatnot, we can actually find out certain places we go back to and whatnot. And so I can find your work and not just connect myself to West Africa. I can have it go back to East Africa and the origin of things and all that kind of stuff. And that, to me, that was extremely powerful. So real quick, I want to ask you, like, so you were talking about like visions, etc. Whatnot. Like, what was it, like a vision that sent you down that road to wanting to unify things, or is that something you naturally get into, or do you recognize you do it, or is it going to happen through you? What's going on with that?
Well, I mean, again, this is a long story. I mean, it's something. My family in general is, very clairvoyant and very mystically inclined because, like I said, my parents were involved in different organizations. Practice meditation, study the Vedas and all those kinds of things. And, even their ancestors were Masons too, both on the European side and the African side. So, so when we were born, like me and my brother, we also have like Indian ancestry and as well as American Indian ancestry, or Native ancestry. So when me and my brother, when we were young, we used to watch kind of visions in a circle in our rooms when we were, when we were in bed at night. I used to watch movies. I didn't know other people couldn't do that. I didn't know other people couldn't see chakras and that kind of thing. I've seen things that are supposed to be just only in fairy tales. So, and then, people would ask me our mother would ask us to look at her and see what was around her and stuff. And we both saw a tall Chinese man wearing a kufi and white long gown. So that's how I know, it wasn't just me imagining things, because me and my brother also, even now, he dreams in Vedic, he has these Vedic, I guess, motifs coming to him in dreams, that tell him things like somebody's in danger and that kind of thing. So it's probably an ancestor thing. I think we have some gypsy in us or something, because I had this one experience, but this is after playing tarot cards. I would suggest people don't play with tarot and Ouija and all that kind of stuff, because you can bring up a lot of things that, that another thing, they're just supposed to be in fairy tale, but most of those things are real. And they actually can start manifesting in the physical world, if you don't know what you're doing. So anyway, and then my son too, he used to tell me, for example, that, he saw a man with a hood go into my car and what's it called? The Grim Reaper, I guess, when he was almost, 7, he told me that. And I'm like, okay, but I had so many head-on crashes in that car too. So, my son was even more, I would say, stronger in terms of connection with the other worlds than he is. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you just fine.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. But, there's a lot of stuff I could talk about, but the thing is, I just started having certain experiences when I was young, including one Akashic record, because Akashic is not necessarily everybody, not all visions come on the Akashic. Akashic is when you go back to your past, and it actually tunes in like a white noise. You'll see white noise first, and you'll be back in your past life. So whatever the Akashic record means to people, they should understand that it's kind of based on electricity. It's not necessarily just a regular vision. But so this one lifetime, and this one lifetime, I saw that my mother was the head of priestesses, and I was on a boat with these other women that look like East African, more like the Djibouti type of women on a boat, and we were using word la, or the syllable la, to contact, or not contact, but tune ourselves in with the sun. And there was a music playing in the background, and the instrument they were using, I never heard of it before. This was, I think I was 17 when I had this experience. And the song that they were singing using just la, or the melody, sounded kind of Indian. So I said, well, what are these people? You know, I never really seen these people before, except in like something in National Geographic. That's why I knew it was like Djibouti. Could have been like Djibouti or something. But so later on, as I was listening to, I was watching this movie called Harvest 3,000 Years, and I heard the instrument again, but it wasn't as clear as in my vision. And this instrument was in the movie was made by an Amharic man. And he was talking about the agriculture and the change in Ethiopia and that kind of thing. So a lot of these people, I had seen through the Akasha and through visions. There's a lot of visions I've had that, showed me that these people are so far advanced that it's not even worth comparing what we are now. I mean, people think that this is advanced. That's nothing compared to what these people were doing. So I don't know how to explain it other than that. And I believe that, because of the people involved were different, being African rather than other different kind of people, they were just more, I guess, more metaphysically oriented. That's all I can say. But so later on, I also learned that these people are called people that went out on ships, or women that went out on ships were called harem or harem Magada. And I learned that from a book called Bornu, Sahara, and Sudan, and that these people were called Phoenicians, or women of the Phoenicians used to do that. Right? But at the time, I didn't know Phoenicians were actually in that area. So, it's only in the last 10 years when I've come to believe and know that the Phoenicians actually did come from the area of the Eritrean Sea, and that these people were actually related to them. So that was, and then I in high school, I had a woman, kind of like a mentor, who was white and Russian, but like she was, I don't know how to say it, but she was a real life witch. And she was old. Her hair was pure white. And all she used to talk about was Rasputin. I think she might have been related to him or something. I don't know. But she was telling me what I was going to be, and she said, you're going to be like Angela Davis, and you're going to work with someone coming from the Midwest. But anyway, she knew whatever I was doing at home. She would, when I come into school, she'd say, why are you treating your mom like that? She'd yell at me and stuff. So, but yeah, I had I've been guided, throughout my life to different people and stuff. So just had a very metaphysical upbringing, everything that I see on TV, I see in Harry Potter and things. A lot of that stuff either me or somebody else in my family has experienced. On not even just on a metaphysical level, but on this level. So, for me, that world is almost, it's realer than this level of experience. Like my mother passed away 4 days ago, or I forget when she did. I think it was Wednesday, but I don't know why I don't feel a sense of loss, because the connection is still, I feel the connection is still there, and it's like she's in a much realer place than we are. We're in the lowland. We're in the low level. It's actually land of Canaan, this whole dimension that we're in, we're experiencing. So, and I've also experienced, I think also what helps is I've always also experienced myself in, before I came here, with my family, we were kind of like tall light beings watching the earth. A prism light, the color of light you would see in a prism. And they asked me if, I wanted to go back. And I said, because I knew that I was the one that chose to come here from that experience. I didn't have to be here, but I keep choosing to come back. I must have anyway, I jumped back to this like TV screen to come back to my consciousness, state of consciousness. So there's just a lot of difference, I think, between my viewpoint of life than a lot of other people that I know. So I know some people have experienced certain experiences like that, but there's very few.
Yeah, I think we might have to bring it back for a part 2 and talk about that, because I have very similar experiences on a lot of those things.
Wow.
Mine is maybe the theosophical background, but in terms of like the visions, in terms of even things with like you're talking about with your mother and whatnot. Like my father's been passed for a few years and whatnot, and I don't feel the same loss that most people do, because even from the North American Moslem concept to where death is not an enemy to man, it's a friend.
Yeah, it's a joyful experience, really. I mean, I think most of the people sometimes, that don't understand death, and they feel really horrible when their loved ones pass on, because they don't believe in past lives. First of all, they don't see the other side at all. So I know it must be hard, but for me, like my mom, like we've been together in some of these past lives that I just can't feel that sense of loss. I know I'll be with her again. Fortunately, we worked out a lot in this life that we had in other lives, but and she was, very old and ready to go. So that's it. And so we have different ceremonies, and there's different things that people should do when their loved ones pass on, because you do go into even though it's usually a higher place, there's still lessons to be learned and stuff, and they can also help us in this life through their own enlightenment on the other side.
Right. That's why you got in the Bible stuff like "Let the dead bury the dead." You know what I'm saying? God is the living and whatnot, etc.
Exactly.
And even with what you were talking about in terms of like so just to clarify things and draw a bridge, a lot of our listeners here are going to be from like a biblical Christian base and whatnot, so they might not understand some of the esoteric things you were saying. So just to try to draw a link real quick, like, so even in the Bible it talks about like where God was talking about like the blood of somebody was crying unto him from the ground or whatnot, that he could hear that there was a sound essence, or there was an information coming from the essence of somebody's blood or something like that, or genetic information and whatnot. Even in the Quran or whatnot, it speaks about the concept of like the Quran is a remembrance for you, because we all heard the words of God in the pre-existence and whatnot. It's a part of our essence and whatnot. So it's a remembrance for it once we hear it and whatnot. So there's an aspect of the essence of God's the essence of the information of the truth of God being intrinsic to us, intrinsic to the soul, the spirit, etc. whatnot, and it being like an unlearned thing. It's not something you have to learn. However, and that's why when you hear the words of a prophet or a teacher or a leader or whatever that resonates with the truth, it literally resonates with you. Anyway, that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother time. Leaving the world of the esoteric in basically the instinctual and all that type of stuff, and moving more into the scholastic world. One thing I really dig about your work is that, like I said, you have a mile a minute of resource of citations and etc. whatnot, where you get your work and whatnot. So I want to jump into that kind of thing right quick and start talking about the scholastic stuff right quick. So just to touch base on that, like I said, a lot of people are going to be familiar with your work from the Golden Age of the Moor with Ivan Van Sertima. So real quick, how did you come to work with Ivan Van Sertima and the Journal of African Civilizations?
Well, to be truthful, it's another metaphysical start. I mean, I had heard this music called SOS, la-di-da-da. And all of a sudden, it was impressed on me that for some reason that this was something in the beat was what was used to build the pyramids in Central America, and that they were African people related to Africans. And I had heard of Dr. Van Sertima's book, and actually I went to the bookstore one day, and I was looking through the book section, and the book just literally fell out. So that's how I first, encountered his research and theories, and I decided to go to Rutgers because of him. So that's how I met him, through Rutgers, and I convinced him to work on the Moor, the Moor thing, because I had been actually researching, researching the Tibu, and I had seen these Tubu people, these Zagawa people, in a dream before, I ever started even studying them. Got to know them or see them in Africa. All I saw was Tarzan movies and people in loincloths. I never saw these people wearing the turban and they were riding horses in figure eights, like training their horses in figure eights, and it was in North Africa. I knew that in the dream, and I had never seen that. I'm like, where are these? Where? How come I'm not seeing these people in books and stuff? And then that's what got me started, looking into it.
So you said that you influenced him to start the book or to write the book?
Well, I guess so, because he wasn't, I mean,
that's awesome.
He actually did talk about the Tibu, but I told him, I had a lot of information and that we should write, or he
that makes a lot of sense to me, because I'm not to catch you, I'm sorry, but when I read the book, when I get to your section, it seems like a lot of foundational stuff. Like it's almost like the rest of the book is explaining what your foundation is, because like you said, the Zagawa just then, right? So just so everyone's familiar with the sister's work, she goes through and she lists a lot of different Berber tribes and a lot of different tribes that would have been linked up to the Moorish culture, etc. in that particular section of the book and whatnot. And this is what I was saying, was it's transformational for me in terms of understanding things, because before I ran into this sister's work, I wasn't seeing things being lined up like that. And so I can see to where a lot of that book is actually like cooperating on a later scale, what you were talking about on a foundational scale. That's interesting. Mm-hmm. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, well, you're actually one of several people that said to me this, basically, that it's been foundational for them, transform their lives, which I'm extremely happy about. But that is the purpose of this information coming out, so that people can understand. I mean, it's not me, just me. Believe me, I'm just channeling. That's what I'm saying. The metaphysical aspect is important. I'm being shown the research and things, and people don't really believe me when I say that. I'm being guided, to this research and sources, and even certain people. A lot of people that I've met. I met Dr. Bernard Lehman. I don't know if you're familiar with him. I met him first in a dream, and later I talked to him and I asked him if he had this motorcycle with a card on the side, like they used to use in World War II, and he sent me a picture of them. He said many of them. He sent me a picture of them on them. And in the dream, it was like I was being told I was going to be, meeting this person who's also along the same path in terms of research. So that's another person to keep in mind in the future. He's actually not, he's not African. He was an Ulster Irish or Scottish, whatever. He used to work with the ANC in South Africa, though, white man, and then he moved to Ethiopia and Arabia, studied there, and I think he married an Ethiopian woman and stuff. So, but so a lot of people that are involved in this work are not necessarily of African descent. It's just that a lot of this knowledge is meant to come back to the fore. A lot of people who know this information or are agreeing with it, like my book that's coming out, like I said, I mean, one of the first supporters was David Goldenberg, who was a white European Canadian American who lived in South Africa for a while and wrote about the curse of Ham. Mm-hmm. So he, wrote me, said he got in touch with me through Wesley Muhammad, and I think he's just more open-minded and understanding, because a lot of the stuff he's written in his books are actually Afrocentric. Now, if people like me had written that, like about the Colchians being from Kushites, that kind of thing, or Cochin China being related to, I mean, he backs up his stuff, though. That's a difference between early Afrocentrics and him, because he, like I said, he said certain things about the Amazons being kind of like linked to North Africa and that kind of thing. Anyway, him, and then the the foreword for my book was written by someone. I still don't want to mention his name because the book's not out yet. But people are gonna be surprised that who wrote the foreword, because he's a very well respected scholar, white Western scholar in this country, who is an expert on Islamic exegesis and and also Judaic and Christian comparative religions. Comparing those religions and the exegesis related to the Bible or the Old Testament. So, and he's the one that wrote the foreword. He said he thinks it's amazing what I did. So, yeah,
I wouldn't disagree. The little bit I got to read was fantastic.
Yeah, a lot of people are going to like it, but a lot of people I know are going to be upset. So, which is fine with me.
But they're going to be upset because of how well you back up your work. Like you were talking about the early Afrocentrics not really backing up your work. Like again, like whenever I read your work, I gotta have two sets of notepads. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's always good to have two sources for your statements, two or three for statements, especially if you're supposed Afrocentric. Because I see sites people call me radical Afrocentric and all this other kind of stuff, which they want to, fine. Yeah.
That brings me to my last question before we jump into the book. Like, so I know that you've worked with Zahi Hawass before, and we were talking about this Afrocentric view and whatnot, and people coming from different backgrounds, changing perceptions and whatnot. I can see where your work would directly be counter to what he kind of portrays in the world and whatnot.
Zahi was a joker, and he would make some, comments that I found very offensive as an African descended person. But I liked him. I still like him, but he doesn't think that the Egyptians, like many Egyptians, they don't think that they're African in the black sense of the word black African. They think that they're special, just like other people in the world. They think that they're special and separate from, as groups. He didn't even think he's Arab. He says, he would say things like, "You don't even look Arab."
I find it to be extremely interesting. So again, like I told you, my mother's of a North African lineage and whatnot. And whenever people who test their DNA of North African lineage, with anyone that I've seen, and even on the internet, whatnot, almost the last one, there's a very small, like a single to like a high, like or a low double-digit percentage of Senegalese or Mali DNA in there, no matter where they are, from Egypt to Morocco. So it's, genetically, it breaks down the fact that there was a migration from there that spread out and covered North Africa. So when they try to say that they're the original to the area, whatnot, they're not even Arabian. Whatnot. I don't understand where that comes from, because all the history stipulates like no, you're definitely not native to that spot.
Well, yeah, there are a lot of people that agree too, especially the ones that are not educated in Western scholars. There's still, there's people. I have Egyptian friends that have said, the real Egyptians were dark. I said, yeah, I do know. So it depends, though. Yeah, where you're coming from depends on, Morocco, Algeria, and depends. The Kabyles are, for example, people might think that the Kabyle, very fair-skinned Berbers are more racist than maybe a Moroccan would be, being darker, but it's not always the case, So, then the Arabs too. Some of them are very racist, and some of them are very not. It depends on where you are, how you've been educated, and that kind of thing. What your class is, economic class, and what your traditions are, that kind of thing. But now, like Gaddafi, somebody like Gaddafi, he knew this stuff before we did. He was talking about the original people of Arabia were African, and not not like in the sense of he, but in the sense of that the people that are now around Lake Chad and even West Africa. He was talking about those people have some background in Arabia, which if you look at the skeletons of Arabia, the few that are there, it's not all East African. It's people that are very unusually so-called Negroid, or with Negroid traits, the very broad platter nose and, projecting jaws, whatever we're supposed to be, the so-called Negroes. they were a larger version, a more powerful version of the so-called Negro. Like I always say, maybe Mr. T or Tebow, what's his name in Friday?
Oh, okay. Like a
that's
robust Bantu frame, like a more robust Bantu type frame or something like that. Or
well, yeah, but Bantu are just smaller than some of us American. But yeah, I mean,
wow. Okay, so bigger than the Bantu.
When I went to when I was in New York about what was it, in the 1980s, and I stayed in the Y there, and I met people from Saudi Arabia. They were giant Negroid people walking like trees. They look like tree trunks, living trees walking. The size of their bone structure is just completely different than African. I mean, much bigger, much more powerful. I'm like, and the guy told me he came. I said, "Are you descended from slaves?" And he looked like I was crazy. And he said, all the people in my town look like me. He was from near Al-Kharj in Central Arabia. And I found out the name of the, he did say he said Uda. And later on, just in fact, last year, I saw people started posting pictures, or actually, I found the pictures of somewhere of these people from Uda, which is Al-Uda, or Lud, Al-Ud.
Okay.
Now, all of our names, all these people's names come from our totemic. So that name is related to the lion and the sound that the lion makes at a certain time of the day.
Okay.
Yes, and those and at the same time, the totemic, they're also related to the planets and stars and constellations and that kind of thing. So that's what I'm saying. It's a very complicated, very beautiful combination of things that make up this truth, about our heritage that I'm trying to keep on the right plane. It's not about just being black and, the blacks were created everything in civilization, which, they basically the Nabateans did a lot of that. But, it's their connection with the cosmos and recognizing it as an outward extension of their inner selves, and that's where spirituality comes in. That's where shamanism, that's where religion, how religion was formed. Through these priests or through these people, shamans who could interact with the world in this way, That's enough. I forgot to talk about that, basically the last practice that I got into was more shamanic than anything else in terms of us being able to relate to nature. So we merge in with nature over time. And I noticed more and more as I did that and got more into this Korean practice that, you can control, you kind of, not control, I should say, but, well, yeah, you can kind of manifest what you want in terms of nature, the weather, your life path. That's what abundance is about, being able to merge in with the mother. Hail Mary, full of grace. The Mother Mary is nature itself.
So, like telling a storm to be still and it being still. Like telling a storm to be still and it being still.
Exactly. And that's what Jesus or Isa could do. Because he was a master, well, he was an adept, probably near Christ, the Christ consciousness. I don't believe that, Jesus himself was a God. I believe that, there are people that reach a state, or having people that reach a state where they can, where they can manifest godhood fully. I mean, they're not living in this country, but there are people like I think there's one in Africa and a couple in, probably more than a couple in Asia that can do that kind of thing. Have power over life and death, that kind of thing, which I think Isa probably, or Jesus probably could. Whoever the one, because there are people like I've heard in India that can just pull out your life force just by looking at you, but they wouldn't do that if they were of a higher caliber. I mean, there's witch doctors probably can do that too. So, but basically, people need to understand that this is where these religions came out of, the full knowledge of the connection between the cosmos and our inner being, etheric, on the etheric level. And if you were to look into our different chakras, you would see different multicolored, several chakras. Actually, I think over a dozen, going down way up here to way down there. Plus thousands and thousands of nodes and meridians. And all of these had names, among our people. And they were connected to the stars and planets.
So what's interesting about that is so for a lot of people listening to this, and real quick, let me make a brand disclaimer. The views and opinions of the host and the guest are not the views and opinions of WTalkU or South Showtime, just to be clear. Brand disclaimer, the views and opinions of the host and the guest are not the opinions of South Showtime or WTalkU. But with that, so again, like I said, your work was foundational for me in actually understanding like the link of going from West Africa to East Africa, and then also through other parts of the world and whatnot. And so part of that was, for instance, like my father is of a Yoruba lineage at one point. And so part of the Yoruba, for instance, say that they come from the Sabians, and that the Queen of Sheba came from them and whatnot. And so when you look at the Sabians or whatnot, for instance, like the Islamic tradition would stipulate they're the oldest monotheists in the world or whatnot, that they had the first tradition or whatnot, that they went back to know that type of stuff.
Yeah, Afro-Asiatics in general, their different clans had their own gods. That's where that comes from. In fact, Christopher Ehret talks about that, about the monastic tradition or monotheism in, among Afro-Asiatics, including, that's in Saba, but, at least the Sabians, their priests knew about all the different connections between the divine one. So
right.
There's Allah, which is the divine one, but within Allah's, there are, the guardians of Allah for one thing, and then there's the 360 degrees or 360 deities. So the whole astrology thing that the Sabians were masters of, and all the other Afro-Asiatics and Africans were masters of, because they knew, even without going there, they knew going there physically, they knew what the deal was with these planets and the constellations, where they were all situated and stuff. Now, people say that, how did the Dogon know? There's some the Dogon of Marcel Griol's book about the jackal star, the Sirius mystery. Yeah. Some aliens brought this knowledge to the Dogon, and they're the only people to know. But all Africans know this or knew it.
Right.
There's this whole thing, Africans and Afro-Asiatics extending to Dravidia and probably past that to the Indonesian area. They knew about, they all had the same mystery traditions, similar mystery traditions. The gods of India, the gods of Africa, the so-called prophets or, people, leaders of Genesis, ancestors, the Abraham and all this. This is all, Abraham, Saraswati, and Sakya Muni. Not Sakya Muni, but Isaac and Sakya, I think his name was in India. All these traditions have the same background. Now, some of these individuals mentioned in Genesis may have been real, but the further you go back, when you're talking about the Jubal and Jabal and Tubal, Cain, all that, they're talking about allegorical things related to the foundations of civilization and how, in connection with the stars and planets, because different ages emerged, back in the time of Abraham and back in the time of Mahalil and all those, But anyway, you will find the names of all these tribes still today in Arabia and certain parts of Africa, though. That's the whole point of my book.
Right. And the one point I want to make real quick is so I was touching on the Sabians because a lot of people will hear what you're saying and they're like, oh, well, that's esoteric. That doesn't match up with monotheism, whatever. But I was touching on the Sabians because historically they were seen as like like they were saying like star worshippers or this, that, and the third. But at the end of the day, they're the link to where you can see where henotheism and monotheism really overlap,
Right.
intertwine, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, whatnot. And so with that, I really want to jump into your book and whatnot. So let me get in this title one more time because it's a very intriguing title. The African and Arabian Origin of the Hebrew Bible, Exegesis in Light of Inscriptions, Folkloric History, and Early Ethnography of the Arabian Peninsula. Would you please break down that title for our listeners?
Well, first of all, I didn't want that. That's not my title. The second part of the title is mostly mine, but the first part my publisher wanted to change. I had something like Into the Deep was my title. It was talking about the Afro-Tahama being, it's in reference to the Afro-Tahama, or the Tahama being the land where, all these people, the Israelite, Canaanite people originated and spread abroad. The deep refers to the Tahama. That's in the first paragraph of the Old Testament. Tahama is mentioned, but it's translated as the deep. So the deep, it's very allegorical, but it's also historical, and that's how our ancestors usually work. So the exegesis is referring to the true context of the Old Testament, and where these people were, where they went, and why they can't find them in the Levant. Because a lot of people don't know that there's a big there's a big problem now that a lot of the biblical archaeologists are saying the Old Testament was mainly mythology, and it wasn't really based on a lot of history, because they can't really find the ages don't match up in the Levant between these happenings of the Old Testament. So I had read a book called The Bible Came from Arabia a long time ago, and that was introduced to me first in Zahi's lab when there was this Yemenite guy that was working there, and he told me about it when I found out he was from the Himyarite tribe of Murad, and I was amazed because he looked like from Sudan, and he said, no, I'm from the Yemen, and I'm from the Himyarite. I'm from the Murad. And luckily at Rutgers I had borrowed some of these books, which I never returned. And there was a book by James Pritchard, that talked about the Murad tribe and the inscriptions of the Himyarites. So people that are familiar with the Sabians know that the Murad were basically the Sabian Himyarite tribe. Mm-hmm. So he was telling me about, and I said, oh my gosh, I had read in the book Born in Sahara and Sudan about Hadad and Shaddad, and the fact that the Berbers claimed origin from the Yemen, and from Shaddad and Had of the Yemen and stuff like that. And he was saying, oh yeah, Hadad is our, in our folk history is a mountain of fire. We have, he wasn't going to say it because he's Muslim. Muslims don't talk about Shaddad and Hadad in terms of, well, they don't even like to talk about the folkloric aspects of things anymore. They just,
right.
They're just straight dogma. A lot of them now. But and so I said, oh my gosh, that's interesting, because the Amorites are the people that worshipped Hadad and brought that to Babylonia, I thought they had originated Babylonia, but it turns out those were the Amorites. That the Murad and the many of the South Arabian bulk were themselves Amorites, and they're the ones that brought up these gods, or the gods to Babylon. So one of them was one of their ancestors was, however, named Hadad and Shaddad. These are just generally leaders in the ancient Sabian world. They had names like that. And if you look at Berber history and Tuareg tradition, the original, before Western people went over and started educating them, as they say, they talk about their origins from Suwar bin Ad and Ifrikush Tuba, the Himyarite, and people that. And they say that they told the colonialists that they left their country about 900 years before Alexander the Great, in their country, which was Phoenicia. Before Alexander the Great. So this would be the same time that the Phoenicians came over to Africa, Carthage and all that stuff. So people are thinking like, there's some people other than the Tuareg and the other African people that were Canaanites that came to Africa, but no, it was the Phoenicians. Phoenicians, the word Tifinagh is related to the word Phoenicians, Finag, meaning the language means belonging to the Phoenicians. Okay, or belonging to the Finag. So, there's just a lot of stuff. The fact that they still wear purple, the indigo purple, which was a Phoenician purple, that's where that comes from.
Right, made from the carex of the particular.
The rock art, similar to Arabian rock art that they found in Ethiopia, and then further westward, in terms of the Phoenician artifacts under the Garamantian, some of the Garamantian tombs, all that is because, the Tuareg are kind of latecomers compared to the original Berbers, because Tuareg weren't even Berbers, they were what's called the Maziks or Amazik. And the Maziks, if you look at the inscriptions and if you look at the history of the Arabian Peninsula, they were a people of the area of the Wadi Kanana, Canaan, in south of Mecca. And those people, maybe over thousands of years, came across Africa, like they said. But the point to remember in all this is that there's always been a civilization since 5,000 to 7,000 years ago. Both sides of the Red Sea had been colonized by the same people. The names of the tribes are the same. The names of the tribes in ancient times are the same. I don't care if you're talking about the Beja, you're talking about the Bisharin or Bishari, talking about the Hajamat or Hadarm people, who are the Hadoram people of Saba. They claim to have come from there. So these people that get upset when, I'm saying that, these people probably moved westward over time from Arabia, a lot of them. You have to realize that those people are already on both sides of the African, both Red and African, Arabian and African side of the Red Sea. That was, the Afro-Tahama civilization for thousands and thousands of years BC. But it just so happens that a lot of them were on the see, another thing people don't understand, Arabia is less than 20 miles away from Africa. You could swim across to Arabia. How the heck are these people going to be different? You're talking about thousands of years ago. How are they going to be different? If they're floating back and forth between the Red Sea and around the coast up into Persian Gulf, and then they colonized Babylonia. They had the same names in Babylonia, in today's Yemen. You'll see some of the black people still having the names Yahar and Yafi. And there's other names that were in ancient Babylonia that are still in South Arabia, especially among the darker skinned people, because they were one and the same people at one time. And then other people like the Guti started coming into the Babylonia and migrating further west from the Zagros and the Guti Kurds, probably the same thing as the Kurds, colonized that area. Those are the indigenous people of Syria and Assyria. After the original Semites came there, the black people. So that's how you get this mixture in Babylon. And Syria actually was colonized too later on by the Nabateans, which became a general name for the black people occupying Arabia. Nabateans or Ishmaelites, and that's why you find one of the sons of Ishmael is Nebat or Nebate.
So for people who might not be familiar with your work or Kamal Salibi's work, are you saying that Canaan was originally in Arabia, or that it extends all the way to Arabia?
Well, Canaan was never, the biblical Canaan was never in Syria. The biblical Canaan and the people called Canaanites were always in the area of south of Mecca. And that's what I had found out about Noble Drew Ali, that he had apparently been, in the company of people who knew that already. So, I mean, so Kamal Salibi also talks about that, about the Wadi Kanalna, and the fact that it extends up to the Tahama or Hejaz area. And then these Canaanite people who are still in the Jordan Valley in black colonized that area. Now, there might have been some early movement of Canaanites coming from, Arabia into that area, but there's not really evidence of that until, after the foundations of Israel. And Israel wasn't founded there, it was founded in South Arabia. And that's what the book is about.
Ooh, let's jump into that right there. So for the Israelites and the Christians who might not be familiar with your work, right off the top, so you're talking about names that I can find in Southern Arabia that I should be able to find, or that I can also find in Levant, etc., whatnot. So what biblical names that Israelites and Christians might be familiar with from Genesis, etc., that they might be able to find in Southern Arabia currently through your work?
I would say, I think I named all of them, or almost maybe 60%, maybe 60% of the major tribes of Genesis. I mean, Midianites are found, the name Keturah or Beit Katira is still found in South Arabia, and those are the ancestors of the Midianites in general, the Afar or Ephron, Epha or the Yafi. Who else is there? I don't know. I should have gotten the Bible in front of me. But when you know that the Midianites and the Kenites, or Al-Qaim of the Kuda Himyarites, were in that area, that's where the Israelites came from. The early Judeans came from the Midianite and Kenite admixture, because the rulers of the Midianites were actually the Amalekites, who are mentioned in that area until colonial times, the Amalek. And I have that, in different black spots. So the Amalek today also go by the name Jawasim or Kasim, Kawasim, and they're found around the southern parts. But they're also, people have been mixing in Arabia. The Arabian after 1500 AD has been completely changed in terms of the population biology. So people that go there and start saying, well, they don't have, Africans don't have this J1 stuff that the Syrian, white Syrians brought down into Arabia. They're missing the whole point, because most of Arabia, as we know from descriptions, documented descriptions of people as far away as China, were black, very dark purple color, including in the Hejaz, which had the same exact dozens of tribes as Central Arabia, and as the Asir, and as the Yemen. See, people don't understand that the Yemen, which is called Sudan, as late as Ibn Khaldun's day, it was considered part of the first zone because the people were black. The first and second zones, I think, of the world for Muslims or people in that day, they used to talk about the first and second zone being part of Sudan, where the environment was hot and black, and the environment was hot and the people were black. So he left the Maghreb out of that at that time, Ibn Khaldun, but he considered, and some other Syrian people most people considered that the Najd or Central Arabia and the Hejaz were part of Bilad as Sudan, or the first and second zones, and that extended up across parts of India to Indonesia and Indochina. So it's just a very late transition that we've been seeing, after certain dynasties and the fall of the Cobb and Muntafik Arabs in the Fertile Crescent caused a movement of actually other people took over Babylonia, and the Syrianized Arabs also started moving southward. The Shamar, the Syrian-looking Shamar, started moving southwards, and the Anaiza, who are also called Ans, still in Yemen, completely different in appearance. But it's these people that moved down into being nomads, moved down into Central Arabia, and you have this mixture of black Arabs, or the Arabs, colored Arabs, and the non-Arab looking Arabs, who are just people of Syrian, Persian, different fair skinned uh, people that are just people who are a mixture of these different, they probably have Arab in them, but also have the Syrian and Persian and Turkish and everything else. So we know that in the 15th century, the Chinese were describing the Arabs as black and as very dark purple people. That's known. We have the documents for that, and Wesley's put some of that up. I've talked again and again about the emperor. What was it? The general that wrote about the Hijaz being, covered with their very dark purple people. They called the people in Malabar, the black people in Malabar, dark purple, while the people and they were Dravidian colored people, and the people in Hijaz, very dark colored people. So what does that tell you? It tells you they're darker than average African Americans, because at that time the Malabar was occupied by Cushites. Later on it was people and other fair-skinned people started moving in there, but Benjamin Tudela, a Jewish writer who was an explorer, and I forget if he was the 10th or 12th century, wrote about the Malabar people and how they were Cushites who worshipped, or not worshipped, but venerated the star, knew about or read the stars and planets, referring to the Dravidians. So, and you can go through all the tribes of Arabs and their descriptions, and you can see that, they were definitely not fair-skinned by any stretch of imagination. The word Canaan became the root word for the biblical Canaan, or Canaanites, and they're still in various places black. Even in Jordan, where they're trying to say that all these dark-skinned Jordan people, and I'm talking about regular black people, a lot of them are regular black, and really almost African American looking Jordanians, Jordan Valley people. It's called the Gore, or the Valley. Names of the ancient Canaanite peoples, and yet people are saying, oh, they must have been brought up as slaves there. They have the names of the ancient Nabatean peoples, who were described as black. The Nabit, or the Nubate, Al-Nubate, who gave their name to the empire of the Nabateans that was in the, or civilization of the Nabateans that was in the region, and had also been in Babylon at one time before that. So, but what I found out curious about that is that the original Nabateans were actually the same people as the Ansar in Hijaz. These black giants called Azd, and they were divided into, not all of the Ansar were giants, but the Az people, the Khazraj and the Aus, except for their client class or vassal class, with giant black people. And that's why I keep mentioning the story of Ubadah bin Samit, who was one of the Arab generals that went to Egypt, and the guy who was a Byzantine, meaning Neo-Roman ruler, Mukalkas is called, because at that time they said Magog, they thought that meant European. But this Byzantine ruler said, keep this black man away from me, he scares me. And then Ubadah, it was written that Ubadah said, I will bring 1,000 men back from Hijaz as black, or as big and black as I am, or blacker than I am, or something like that. And I just thought it was very strange, and because when I went to look at who the Azd were, I found out that the remnant of the Azd are the modern Dawasir blacks, many of who are still black giants living in Central Arabia. And Ubadah bin Samit, in one of the traditions, is said to be over 8 feet tall. And you do find people, mainly among black people in Africa and that in Arabia, that are over 8 feet tall, including the Watusi. And the Tuareg themselves, who claim descent from the Adites, the noble caste of them are still very tall in some places. In some places, over 7 feet tall. So these people existed. You know, it's not like when they talked about giants and things like that. These people are giants, some of them.
I was just going to say that. I was going to say, so when the Bible talks about giants all over the place, are you saying it's more realistic that this would have taken place in the Arabian Peninsula and whatnot?
Oh, yeah. Well, there could have been giants moved up to, I don't know, moved up to Syria, but I haven't seen many. I haven't seen, there are some Lebanese people I've seen that are very, very, very tall that probably have Arab in them. But there's whole groups of people in Africa and in Arabia where there were supposed to be giants called Amalek and Adites, and Jabarin or Iabarin, Gebers in the Bible it's Ghebers, or Kabiri. The ancestors, the worshippers of Kabirim in groves, the Canaanites. We're talking about these people that used to build megaliths that were in southern Arabia in Nabta Playa, in Nubia. You know, all these people are the same. A lot of these people, especially in Arabia, you have it in the area where the Az people were and where the Canaanite people were. So there's no reason to say that, you know, a lot of these, that's just one aspect of the history that's truly historical. These people, there were people that were over 8 feet tall, you know, probably near 9 feet tall. Who knows? Maybe there was a lot more back then. But, and then there's this very strange phenomena of very small people, small like grasshoppers. The Israelites call themselves, you know, we were like grasshoppers in this like. Now you will see the same thing. You'll see very small black people, not like, well, probably the same size as pygmies, but they don't look like pygmies because their hair is like curly, kinky. One of your Moorish friends is calling me. Wait, hold on a second. Another person that I was supposed to be interviewing with. Anyway, what was I talking about?
You're talking about the shorter people with the curly hair.
Yeah. So a long time ago, when I was at the University of Chicago, I was reading a book by a colonialist named, I think his name was Richard Burton. And anyway, he was talking about these people that lived in Khaybar, these Jewish people that lived in Khaybar, because somebody who went there in the 15th or 16th century, an Italian explorer, said these people were small and black. They're Jews who slay and skin any Muslim alive that comes within their midst. And so I was like, oh, that's interesting, Khaybar. And then I later learned that there was a Jew named David Rubeni from the tribe of Reuben that claimed to have come from Khaybar. He was very small, like dwarf-like. A few years ago, or maybe last year or a few years ago, I learned that there was something that said he was black as a Negro in the medieval Europe. He was an adventurer in medieval Europe that said he came from Khaybar, and that his people, he was a prince of the people of Judah, no, of people of Reuben, Gad, and something, I forget which other tribe. But in that other Israelite tribe in the area. Now Khaybar is in Hejaz, which was the northern part of Israel for a while. And that's why it talks about that in the Bible. It says Kaboris, or the river Kaboris, the northern part of Israel.
So you're saying that the Hejaz, which is the western part of Saudi Arabia currently, where the Mecca regions and all that type. So you're saying that was northern Israel? Yes,
that was northern. That was the tip of Israel. It was that most of Israel was further south, where they are today under the same names.
Interesting. So, wow. So for our Israelite family listening, we heard you talk about the Midianites and some other people and whatnot. So in the snippet of your book that you released, I noticed that you talk about the people of Manasseh as well. So are there other Israelite tribes that people can currently find in the area now via your work?
Well, aside from what I'm trying to say is, see, up until the 16th century.
Mhm.
All right, this people like the Sulaim bin Mansur or of Manessa lived in the deserts of surrounding Khyber and Medina and that area, and even further north. And the people were described as black. Sulaim and other tribes living in the Haras of Arabia and Syria were described as black by al-Jahiz. Okay, so not only that, but like I show in my book, there is document of somebody saying that the tribe of Manasseh occupies the desert of Medina. They're talking about the tribe of Mansur or Manassir, as they're known in Arabia and in Sudan and elsewhere, because the IR is basically an ending in that language. So Sulaim bin Mansur or Hawazin bin Mansur or Suleiman bin Mansur, those are tribes of people that lived in that area. They're also found in further south, and down to the Yemen, but also into Africa, because they were the same people. The word Sulaim itself is the Seleni of Josephus, who were Salma, who was of the tribe of Manasseh. If you look at the Bible, you'll see the same names of these people. If the clan names of the Sulaim and the Harb and the Hawatite and other dark-skinned people that are there, they're the same people as are mentioned in Judah in the Bible, as Judeans in the Bible, like in Nehemiah and the book of Ezra. The same exact names. Okay, so all these people, Hawatite, who I don't know how you pronounce it, Huaytat or Hawatite, they have clan names that are similar to those or almost identical to those in the Genesis and in Nehemiah, where they talk about the Judeans. And that's because these people came from Zahama and further south. And the same thing for the Canaanites. You find all the Canaanite names, you found the Edomites, all the Edomite names in the Yemen today. And some of these people you'll also find in the Horn of Africa, as well as across, especially in the area. Well, I would have to say the like the name Zagawa itself. The name Zagawa or Zawaga, which is the one tribe, that's Arabic for Zagai or Sakai, and that's why in one of the traditions and some of the traditions it says that Sakia was the son of Islatan, son of Misraim, son of Ham, right? They're talking about Sakai. If you look in the Bible, you'll see Sakai as one of the Judean tribes. And the Judeans are people that came from a place called Misraim in Nejran in the Yemen. It has nothing to do with modern-day Egypt. And that's why in all Arabic tradition, you'll see that the names of these Amalekite rulers of the Misraim region are those mentioned in South Arabian inscriptions today. So Egyptologists have, create a big morass of chaotic nonsense with regards to chronology and who the ancestors of the Egyptians were, who the ancestors of the biblical Hyksos were, because that's also related. They can't find out who these people are because they mixed up chronology and mixed up the biblical Mitzrayim with modern Egypt, which only got its name from the people that settled there later. Yeah, and people, if you go look it up, you'll see that the word pharaoh also was not used for the Egyptian rulers. It's actually the South Arabian. It was actually a title of South Arabian rulers.
Okay.
The South Arabian people colonized and were already related to people on the opposite side of the Red Sea. And that's why you find in Strabo and Diodorus and Josephus, you'll see they call on the people Sabians along the Nile. Sabians or Astaborians. Sabteca, because the the Cushites, the Sabians, the Canaanites were all one people. They lived on both sides. Now I don't know which came first in terms of the Midianites crossing. The Midianites probably crossed from Arabia, not first. After they settled there, after the Semites settled in Arabia, the people that came back across the Red Sea were the Midianites. They settled in Troglodytis, which was the area now Somalia in the Afar region. That's why you have the name. Josephus said that the Midianites settled, the children of Keturah settled in Ethiopian troglodyte area. So the Ethiopian troglodytes were basically, these Midianite people. Another thing I put up, or another thing that was very interesting to discover was, I had already known that the Al-Qara tribe that lived in Oman and Yemen, that they were, black and kind of like the Mahra. They were remnants of the early South Arabian people. But what I didn't know is that these are the people that were related to the Canaanites. These are people that were not only in Yemen, but were in Hejaz. The Al-Qara were part of the confederation called Habashi. Not see that name Habashi.
Mm-hmm.
It might even be related to their name of Habash, which was the name of mountains in the Hejaz area. And these Kinana people,
Interesting.
Al-Qara, Al-Hun, or Haun, they were all Kuzaima, Mudika, Hudhail. They were all black people up until recently. The Hudhail are still probably black, I don't know. But Charles Forster, I think his name was, or Doughty, mentioned Charles Doughty, I think, mentioned the Hudhail as having black and shiny skins. And Hudhail bin Udrika was the brother of Kunana was the uncle of Kinana. And the Kinana was the tribe that the Quraysh came from. And the Quraysh was the tribe that the Prophet of Islam came from.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you put all of those together, two and two together, the fact that there's still Quraysh that are black living in Sinai and Israel, you can see why the early Europeans portrayed Muhammad as a black man, as a Negro.
Right.
If you look at
okay.
Crusader pictures. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I interrupt you. Go ahead, please.
No, I'm just saying, if you look at the Crusader pictures of them fighting with shields, the Europeans said that they always put their leader on their shields. So if you look at the few pictures they have of the Saracens with their shields, what do they have on their shield? They have a black man with big lips and stuff. So that just goes to show that it doesn't matter where you look. There's evidence of all around what the Arabians were. The Quraysh, Kanana were Ishmaelites as well. Ishmael and Canaan were connected people. The Hamathites were the Hamite people, or the children of Ham. It had nothing to do with Africa. Just meant the Hameda people that were there. And I have the evidence showing that as well. But if you look at and that was actually made. I first came across this. I wouldn't have come across this unless this person who kind of controversial in the Moorish community, Lord Abba, I'll mention him. I was reminded that Hamathites are called the children of Ham by him.
Yeah, and the scroll. Yeah, I was just about to mention that about the Hamathites.
Yeah, that the Ham and Hamath were considered the same. That's where the word Ham came from, and that really referred to there being the agricultural, or the Ham. What's the word? It comes from the fact that they were dealing with the vineyard and the fields, they were the agricultural client castes of the the Shemites, the Shem, just meaning the Amalekites and the other Medianite people. So we're not talking about different colors of people. We're talking about different economic levels, I guess, or economic circumstances. The pastoralists are called today Simran, and the agriculturalists are called the Hamran. So even in Syria,
I got to ask a question.
Part of the culture.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. We might have a lag right quick because I'm starting to cut into your words right quick. But go ahead. Say that again.
Okay. No, I was just saying that that's part of the Arabian Afro-Asiatic culture. I mean, even in India, you have the same thing. A legend about Kamar and I think it's Samar, and you have it in the Bundahism, some I guess medieval Hindu epic. It talks about the sons of Malaha and Moses. They're talking about the Amalekites, and Musa they call them, and that was it Hema, Sema, and Jalspita or Japhet, because all these were the names of different deities. Jupiter, Jalspita. So go ahead, you can ask a question.
Hold on, real quick. Are you saying that the Jupiter is linked to Japheth?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have an esoteric conversation around too. We're definitely doing that with. But real quick though, for my Moorish family, I would be remiss if I didn't ask this question. So I heard you talk about the Hamada as the Hammatites, and then also that the Mizraim was a people in Yemen, right? So for people who aren't familiar, in the Circle 7 Quran, it talks about there's a hold on, let me pull it up so I don't say it wrong. But the context is the concept of there being a link between the Hammatites and the people of Mitzrayim being the people of Egypt. And so actually let me just leave it there. Right?
That's part of the problem, is that it's mixed up in later times of the Mitzrayim people, who are still called Misri in Arabia, and they were Manaean people, the earlier Sabian people, or the Ma'in, the people who founded Christianity, the Minim. That area is, I think, northern Yemen is where that is. And then there's another place called the Egypt or Mitzrayim of, it's called Sahul in Yemen. But I brought that up to say that that's part of the reason why biblical archaeologists haven't found an exodus from Egypt, modern African Egypt, because it never existed. The only exodus that took place was by the Azd people in South Arabia, from Marib or Mariba. Marib and Mariba in the Exodus. You'll see Exodus 17 talks about Mariba. But and all the names of the tribes, you can find the Ebenezer, and that I've learned recently. And then you can find the Aban tribe, and you can find the Philistines and all these. Basically, I traced, for where the Livites went and because they had their Arabian names or their Afro-Asiatic names. I figured out which ones they were and put it in the context.
So is Marib the place where they're finding from my recollection, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't where they're finding the remnants of the Queen of Sheba?
Yeah, that's where she lived. Yeah. Well, that's apparently there was more than one Queen of Sheba, but yeah.
Right.
Even Makeda of Lacandace of Nubia might have been another, to consider herself a descendant of Queen of Sheba too, because, the Ethiopians know that at least some of them know that they arrived from Arabia many millenniums ago, or several millenniums ago, 3 millenniums ago, some of them. and some much later too.
So this is where we get the term in history as divided as the Sabians, correct?
Well, I used to think so, but there was another thing that happened. There was the spreading of the Sabians after. It's actually like the spreading of the Canaanites. It was a reference to the spreading of the Sabians after the after the flood of the Merib Dam, and the people just spread across Saba. So you can read about that in Said of Andalusia's works and other medieval writings.
Okay.
Yeah, but some of them did, like I say, move into Africa at that time. That was like, what was that, over 1,000 years BC. So if you're talking about that long ago, that's plenty of time for people to, start out as a few thousand and then grow into millions. So there's no point in getting, defensive about, these were, there's no proof that Africans came over. There's plenty of proof because of the fact that Josephus even said that there were, or was it Josephus or somebody else said that the Eldad Hadani, that's another tribe that's still in Yemen, Dan Bahila, or Bilhah, as the Bible calls her. And she was a queen in ancient Arabia as well, mentioned by the Assyrians, because at that time a lot of the rulers were queens. That's why I say there are many queens of Sheba. But interestingly, I wonder where the name Bilqis comes in. Bilha. Well, anyway, as I was saying, all the names of the Israelite peoples are still found in Yemen, and the Yemenites Jews themselves claim that they never came from anywhere else. So that's kind of like an invention of the Western world and the converted people to Judaism, people who had been converted to Judaism.
Yeah, please touch on that.
Well, after the Romans colonized certain parts of the Hejaz and Sinai and all those areas, there was a lot of trading that went on between these Phoenician people and these Ptolemean people, and they settled in Rome and actually ended up in converting a lot of people were converted to Judaism. So the first European Jews were actually Romans, and then they found genetically that those first Judaized people were tied to people that went to Spain, not necessarily to North Africa, but to Spain, and then to the Khazar area or the Turkish area. So that's how you get all these different European Jews who do have Jewish ancestors, but they're not as pure Jew as they like to think they are. So I'll just put it that way. Because we know that because once they found that the Lemba genes, the Lemba people have, the African Bantu Lemba have more Kahin genes as a whole group of especially the Buba clan, and then most European, even Kahin people, I think themselves, European Kahin people. That shows you how close what the people were genetically. They were more related to African Jews, or at least those African Jews, than they were to those European Jews. Now, like I say, the Kahin were the people that occupied Khaybar and these areas. You can look that up. And what did the Khaybar? How are they described, and who were they? We know that their names actually correspond to certain early Arabian groups that settled the area. They didn't come from Syria. The early Jews did not come from Syria. They were Arabian people that came from the Yemen, where they still are. Many of them still are there. And the Yemenites don't claim, many of these Yemenite Jews do not claim to have come from Israel. They say, we've been here, especially the ones around Sana'a, both the white and the black, because there was people that came in later from, just like in Afghanistan, probably from Afghanistan. Just like they moved into Malabar later too, the fair-skinned Jew. So I don't know what was I bringing up about the Jews, and you wanted me to talk about more.
Well, you were talking about the Jews in Yemen said that they come from Yemen, that they didn't come from somewhere else, and that was a Western construct.
Look at what Benjamin Tudela said. He wrote that most of the Jews are in the Yemen, which was actually a little further north than it is now. It's, it could have been up some of times, in some text it refers to an area going up to Central Arabia, So as far as he was concerned, back then, that was 1,000 years ago. Over that, well, I don't know, maybe a little less or a little more. The Jews, the Hebrews, or I should say the Hebrews, I'm not going to say Jews. The Hebrews in general, most of them were in Yemen. That was the largest population of Hebrews in Yemen.
Okay, that's an interesting term I want to touch in. I want to jump in on right quick. So you're saying Hebrews now, right? And so when people get familiar with your work, they're going to get familiar with the concept of you linking the term Hebrew to the term like Berber and Berry and Eber.
Well, see, there was Abraham was supposed to be Hebrew, or Ibrahim, and those are people that were in the Yemen too, where they still are. In the Hadramaut, in fact, the Hadramaut has these kind of people. And Al-Tabari says that the Eber lived between the Jed and this Hadramaut area. Now, see, that's the reason why we have to learn Arabic, because these Arabized people are talking a lot about, the roots of Afro-Asiatic culture and the Bible.
Yeah, real quick, not to cut you, just so people know what you're talking about. So Al-Tabari is an Islamic historian and whatnot, and she also mentioned someone earlier, Al-Jahaz, excuse me, who is a very important person to go look into, because he was a Black Arabian who wrote a treatise on the Black Arabians
no,
Jahiz?
He wasn't black. He wasn't black.
Al-Jahiz wasn't black?
No, he wasn't.
Oh, I stand corrected.
No, he was an Iraqi who may have had an African grandfather. The only reason that Black people or Black Americans, as usual, like to say he was Black is because he had bulging eyes.
Well, I knew him because of his treatise on the Black.
Listen, let me just tell you something. He had Black in him probably, but he was basically an Iraqi, and he was kind of racist. He made racist jokes about Black people. He was talking about the Nabateans, for example, looking like they had, well, I forget what he said, looking like they had tails, their butts were so big they looked like they had tails, something like that. But he was basically Arab, somebody with Black blood, but not modern Arab, more like a modern Arab. He wasn't Black. Well, he wasn't pure Arab. Let's just put it that way. He was probably Iraqi.
And my heart has been broken live on air. As I was up until now, I was thinking that Al-Jahiz had written a treatise on Black Arabians and was proud about being a Black Arabian or whatnot. But so, never mind. But still go check out.
No, he was trying to give credence to the people who were calling themselves Arabs. He was saying, look, the Salim and all the tribes of the Hara, which are 8 Haras in Arabia alone, I think, extending way up into the Hauran in Syria, where there's still Black people they're trying to say are descendants of slaves. He said all those people, all of the people of the Hara were Black because of the environment, and the fauna and the domesticated animals were Black, which they still are, except for the people are not anymore in a lot of these places. So, yeah, he said that the Sulaim, and he's not the only one who talked about the Sulaim being Black too. But the interesting thing about the Sulaim is that it's the Israelites in Egypt, the real Israelites in Egypt, who used the term, they replaced the terms Sulaim with Salma. And that's why I was saying to you, like, it's kind of, now it's going to be hard to say that those people are not the same as Salma that were descended from Manasseh, or the Judeans who are descended from Manasseh. So anytime we're talking about Arabs, just know you're talking usually about one of these people of the Bible, of the Torah. or the Old Testament Hebrew Bible called Israelite, Canaanite, Edomite. Edomites were not and are not Europeans. They are known by their same names in Arabia, and many of them are still dark skinned or black, near black.
What would be some of their names in Arabia now? I know you probably said it earlier, but just to clarify.
What are some of the names of what?
The so-called the people you're talking about, Edomites now in Arabia.
Well, what are some of the Edomite names? And I'll tell you. Besides Adam, the Adam area, which is still the Red Mountain area. I have to get the Bible.
That'll work. No, that'll work right there. That's a good reference right there. But real quick, I want to touch on what you were talking about in terms of learning Arabic and whatnot, because I think there's a very important concept in that a lot of people, even particular people.
Hold on, though. I want to finish, because I did a whole thing on Afro-Asiatic's blogspot about the Edomites and their names. I'm trying to think. There's Dishan, or the Duchesne, as they're called today. Azir or Asir.
Okay.
There's, let's see, who else is there? Akan. That's still a name of the of one of the tribes. People try to, or the Kani or Canary, as Tabari said they were also called. People try to relate to the name Akan. I'm not sure of that, but the name Kanuri may very well be connected. And the Kanuri call themselves Berry.
So this is his website, Afroasiaticblogspot.com. And so real quick, I'm gonna go see if I can find what she's talking about in her search engine real quick.
Yeah, if you put in
Here we go. Edomites, Hebrews, and Israelites in ancient and modern Afro-Arabia. Is that the one?
Mm-hmm. I think that should be one of them, yeah. And if you go down to the bottom, it gives you a list of the names of the people. Okay. The Dawes pyramid, that's a Canaanite man, Kenana of Israel.
Yes.
Now, when you see why they see in very dark purple people.
Wow. And so would that be an example of when you talk about shining skin?
I can't see from here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's very small, but
I apologize. I forgot you're on a whole different situation. But okay, I'm gonna try to go find these names right quick, and we'll get into that part later. But yeah, so the names of the
yeah, if you look up Mahalil, if you look up let's see.
Okay.
Which one? See Bible over there.
There we go. So there's Mahalil. Let's see.
Al-Mahli.
Do you have it listed under Edomites in it or something like that?
Do you have the name Dishan there? Dishon or Dishan? D-I-S. If you search, if it's not on there, that might not be the right one.
G-I-S.
D-I-S-H-A-N.
D-I or G?
Or Haran. Dishan. D.
Okay.
But in Arabic, it's Duchesne.
Okay, we got Deshaun right there. Okay. Deshaun.
Okay, what am I saying about that? I don't know. That's just one of the blog spots where I posted.
They're corresponding to the children of Esau or Hamdan, Ishban, Ithran, Lotan, Yashzan, Altana, Bilhan, Ruel, Dishan, Esir, Akan, Aya, and then Iram bin Kedar. Wow.
Yeah, if you look further up, you'll see those names, the same names. But Hamdan, I mean, that's a yes. The Hamdan tribe was related to the Sabians. They were a Sabian tribe mentioned in Sabian inscriptions, and the Murad and people like that were closely related to them.
Fantastic. And see, this is what I want to touch on. What you were saying about the Arabic and whatnot is in the sense. So a lot of what I tell a lot of my Israelite friends is the fact that in the claim of being taken into slavery and whatnot, they struggle to find the things in Hebrew or whatnot. And I try to tell them well, you're not going to really find it in Hebrew. You're going to find it more so in Arabic and whatnot, because that was the language of the people that they were amongst at the time and whatnot, i.e. in Spain or even in West Africa amongst the Moors and whatnot. So the Moors in West Africa, their lingua franca is Sanya Arabic, right? which is a very particular kind of. So you're talking about Sabian and Himyarite and Yemenite and all this type of stuff, and people don't recognize it's like the Hassanian Arabic and even the Hebrew in the Maghreb. It has a heavy Yemenite flavor to it and a heavy Himyarite flavor to it, and people aren't really familiar with the Himyarite and
the Hassaniya came over later though. They came over with the Islamic invasions. Those are Moorish Arabs. They're not really. They're Yemenite, recent Yemenite peoples. You know, they came over like less than 1,000 years ago.
Agreed. I was just talking about how it affected the language and whatnot, and from what direction. It also touches on what you talk about in terms of the migration from the Berbers of East Africa, like in the Somali region, etc., all the way to West and North Africa and whatnot. And so people can follow the language almost like a fingerprint in a sense. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. That's a good point. So I do want people to recognize that there's been several waves of groups of people, and that was like one of the last waves of the black man over into Africa. You know, the Arabs. The Arabs are the Sulaim Hawazin group, which they belong to. And that's where you get the modern Sudanese, and that's why they look a little different than, they've been absorbing people very until, they only crossed over after most of them after the 9th century, with the Sulaim and Hawazin and people like that. So, you see that their hair is a little straighter and their features might be a little bit different, but in general, the Moors, the original Moors or Beri, did not, they were less, had less absorption of Eurasian people, less absorption of Eurasian type people. So they look more like African, and that's what the original Arabs look like, because modern day Arabs are not, they're mixed with different groups, including the dark skinned ones. Most of them are mixed with different groups. And I had put on the Facebook pictures of the Persians. The Persian culture in the Asir and places where they wear the flower hats, because that's an Indo-European, Indo-Aryan, or not even Aryan, because the early Aryans are Nabateans, but Indo-European traits. Their culture, people now living in the Asir, that paternalistic Arab culture, so-called Arab culture, is really largely influenced by the people of Persia, Afghanistan, northern India. They still wear those flower hats in northern India. So you'll find that all over the Asir area, where these people have since entered. And in the Yemen, a lot of the tribes, like the Beit Katir or Keturah, as there used to be, is translated in the Bible, they, according to the colonialists, were taking Persian women or Iranian women as slaves. Not slaves, as concubines. So, the whole of the Yemen has been, changing. Turks have come into the Yemen. Iranians and other Abna have come into the Central Arabia and the Yemen. Syrian groups have migrated south since the 17th century. The nomadic Syrianized Arabs that used to be black, because the black people, the black men, were taking a lot of women that were not Arab. So it's not, it's not their fault, but it's not their fault that don't look Arab anymore. But so people have to realize that a lot of the intermixing that's gone on has changed the face of Arabia. Just like North Africa, I put up some history about why, why it doesn't look like it did when the Arabs wrote about the Berbers being black. They are not only the Arabs, but the Spaniards, like Isidore of Seville, talking about Tangiers in the north of Spain, talking about the Moors that came into into the Iberian Peninsula in his era of the 7th century as black as night. because those people occupied the coast of North Africa and were influenced later by other groups, Now there were also Vandals and other people, Lombards and other people, but like I said, also Genoan merchants that came in after the Moorish or Muslims were kicked out of the Iberian Peninsula. Hundreds of thousands of Andalusians went, some of them came into North Africa, some of them went to France. And a lot of those people were not black. They were, fair-skinned people, just Germanic or Spanish-related people. Levant people have come in, people from, in other words, where Israel is now, or Syria, and Lebanon. Those people also were being brought in, even since Roman times, into North Africa. That's why that's why Claudian, the Roman or Neo-Roman, I forget which one, 4th century AD, talks about Gilda the Moor taking the Roman women of the Levant, because they were being traded from that area, and in how they were making mixed children. And by Gildo meaning the Tuareg, because the Tuareg were the ones that called their rulers Galadi, or still call their rulers Galadima, Awalid Galadima, and it's related to the word Goliath, and that's where you get the word Goliath in or Galiates in not only the Aegean but in in the Torah, where it talks about the Philistines, because the Philistines and the Amalek, they were the same people. That's why it's so ridiculous to talk about the Philistines coming from Macedonia, wherever they're trying to say now. The Philistines were Philisti al-Fulais, or Yemenite people, and they were mentioned in Yemen in colonial times, the al-Fulais. And in fact, Kamal Salibi said the word was related to Falasha. But of course, today Falasha means something else. It means like foreigner or something. But he said that he suspected that the word Falasha and al-Fulais were originally related. So,
wow.
Yeah. But so the Tuareg and the Zagawa or Zagai people became interrelated because, like I said, the Zagai were the agricultural smiths and there were also some pastoralists among them because they had the belly Zagawa. But
that name also goes into Songhai, correct?
Yeah. So I was just gonna say that. That's where I lost track. The Zagai or Isuagan tribes became the Songhai, or the Sugai. They were called Sugai, and in the African language groups, you often put in the N, Songhai. Just like in East Africa, you have the Afar, but the Somali call them the Anfar. So the Sugai, or also called Wangara, and Wakur, and these traders also became known as Aswanek or Soninke. So first, the Zagawa spoke probably Nilo-Saharan and Chadic languages, and then they adopted the language of the Niger-Congo groups that they settled amongst. So you have some, and here's where the Igbo and the Yoruba come in. Some of these groups also settled among them. They're called Jukan, Quararafa. Let's see what else. Is it Bupir or Weir? But anyway, all these groups claim to come from the same place, which is Canaan, and they claim to have been Jews, including the Soni Kanuri groups or Beriberi. Now, what I was saying before about the Sakai is, if you look it up, it's one of the children, I think, of Heber, Heber, or Ashur. And the word Berber, as you will look up, you'll see it. Oh, they say it means speech or barbarian, or one who speaks a barbaric dialect. And in the Afro-Asiatic languages, Canaanite Semitic languages, The word does mean to speak or fount or fountain or speech or mouth. Like in the Gala, I think the word means mouth. Or berry means mouth or something of that sort. But there's no question that all these, the Berry, and the Zagai people or the Songhai people were the same people, and the Kanuri too. And these groups settled among the Hausa, and that's why you find a lot of the Hausa that have the same thing, the same horse tradition. You'll find that wherever these people are. They were very prolific horse breeders and horse trainers. And they went up to Spain. The word Zenet or Zenata, Jeanette, comes from Zenata, which was the name of these people when they went to the Waga Berbers are considered part of the larger Zenata group or Zenet group. So, yeah, it's very interesting. And I don't know if you noticed in the recent movie about Roots, you'll see how they changed the narrative where Kunta Kinte is wearing a loincloth and really big lips and stuff, to this scholar, this young man scholar who's riding horses and he's wearing a turban.
Timbuktu and all that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So that was a little higher, better, portrayal of, more probably like what, the original Kunta Kinte was, if that was his name, because apparently, according to Tariq Berry, the guy that wrote, who was I don't know which Arab country, keep forgetting what Arab country he comes from, but he wrote the book on the unknown Arabs. Mm-hmm. And he said that the word Kunta Kinte means I am from the Kunta tribe. Now the Kunta Tadmakaka were related to one of the Moorish man-related tribes.
From Mauritania, correct?
Not necessarily. It could have been from Senegal. It could have been from any of the West African, probably not Morocco, but between, at that time it was called,
the Sahel region, basically.
It was called actually Mauritania and Senegal, Senaga, the Senaga region. So
okay.
Yeah. Now,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, so I was just going to say, so those were the first slaves brought to Portugal, the Senaga or the Black Zenets. Those were the Songhai people that they call them Azawag.
Oh, so would this be under the papal bulls, like from Inter-Caetera and from Dum Diversus, etc., whatnot, from like 1453, etc. Like, so you're saying this first slaves
brought to Portugal?
Wow.
I think from Lagos. Yeah, and that's where probably all those men you see with the nose rings and stuff, and the black men and the paintings from Portugal, or the Japanese paintings on Portuguese blacks, they might have been those people.
See, this is where I want to jump into the slave trade aspect of things, because so in those papal bulls it talks about the fact that the slave trade was being specifically inflicted upon the Saracens and then also other pagans in the area and whatnot. And so Saracens, it kind of gets muddied at one point to where like it can mean just any of the Muslims and whatnot. But at one point it also means like the lineage of Sarah and whatnot. So like it almost has like a double entendre to where it means like a Muslim / a Moor and also like an Israelite and whatnot. And so what I find interesting about your work is that you're talking about a lot of different Hebrew people in general, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so
the word Saracen, according to today's scholars, actually meant somebody that came from the east, Shiraku, something related to the eastern word east. But early Christian Europeans said that the word actually was like a play on the word Sarah. Yes, Sarah, the barren Sarah, the Sahara. So Sarah, like I said, the early Abraham Sarah allegory is it has to be taken into account there. But they were also called Hagaranoi or Agaranoi, a car. And that word comes from, it's of course related to Hagar.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Hagar was a of the Mitzrayim, not Egypt, but of the Mitzrayim, and there were people called Gipti in South Arabia too. So I think what happened was over time, all those different groups that did settle in the Nile Valley got confused, and they probably during medieval era started to customarily use Egypt in Africa as the Mitzrayim of the Torah. But Hagar, according to Al-Hakami, I think it was, he was one of the early Arabs, a true Arab, I think, in Egypt. And he said, we have to consider the Egyptians one of us because we share the same mother, Hagar, and their hair is crinkly, like us. Their hair is crinkly and they're black and their hair is crinkly. They come from the black earth, like our mother, Hagar. Well, the word Hagar is Ahagarin is related to the word earth, It's a place where it refers to the settlement of people as well. It's the city or this place people settle. So, it's just a very complicated. You have to know all the nuances of what the Arabic language and the culture is about.
Right.
This is what earlier Orientalists knew, but modern people sometimes don't pick that up. Don't pick up all the semantics, semantic connection. But so all the Ishmaelites. Ishmael was supposed to have been born from the emergence of the Jurham tribe of Yemen, and I can't think now. But anyway, they merged and they spread out from the Hijaz. But all the people that they're mentioning, the Nabateans and all the Ishmaelite peoples, they came from the Yemen as well. And in fact, the Nabateans, Al-Nubayt, as I said, was one of the tribes of Aus, or or Uz. In the Bible, he's called Uz.
Okay.
And Uz and Khazraj were the Ansar that lived in Hijaz. So these Al-Nubayt, apparently, they're the ones that brought this. They were originally called Thamud, part of the remnants of the Adites who lived in Iram, which is in Hadramaut, and it's in another place in Yemen and Hadramaut, but and this later became Aram, the Arameans. When you talk about the wandering Arameans, that's why the Nabateans are called Arameans, Canaanites, and Cushites by the Arabs, or in the medieval Arabic text, because they were all one people from the Yemen in Aram, and Ad and Aram too are related in the Arab text. Ad and Aram, Yemen, not from Iraq, and See, my problem, I have a problem with also the it's not just the Europeans that do this, the Middle Eastern people, Middle Eastern non-Arab people and non-Semitic people started writing about, how they were where and all these other places were, and that they were the Arabs, because everybody at that time wanted to be Arab. They painted their faces black so they could be Arabs, that kind of thing. There's documentation about that. After the Umayyad period, the Abbasids, the early Abbasids were apparently Arab too, but gradually these other people, like the Syrian Turks, Persians, mainly Turks and Persians, came to view themselves as more somehow more Arab than, or more in charge of Islam than the Arabs. And even though, the Turks and the Persians originally were considered like slaves, they were called the slaves, and that's why in Al-Dahabi's work, I guess that was 14th century. He was a Syrian. He said when we visited Hijaz, 14th century. Now we're talking about. He said he didn't see any fair-skinned people. They were all Hudar, or whatever how you pronounce it. And he said the reason is, he said that if you saw a fair-skinned person in Hejaz, he was automatically considered to be a descendant of slaves. Just like in America, you know, if you saw a dark skin, whatever, in the South that was in charge of a plantation or whatever, he was automatically assumed to be or owned plantations, because they did own plantations and were slave owners in the South in America too. You know, they were considered to be, oh, well, he's a descendant of slaves, you know. But in this case, in both cases, it might have been true, but especially in Arabia, because even though originally the Arabs were slaves, and that's why you get the curse of Ham, because the Arab people were slaves of the Persians, or the was it the Sassanid period, I think? Was it Parthian or Sassanid? The period right before the Lakhmids took over. The Lakhim tribe took over, who were Azd people.
I want to say Sassanid, but that's just
Yeah, it might have been Sassanid, probably Sassanid. I should know that. They were actually the slaves or the vassals of these Iranic or Persian people, white Persian people.
See, what you're saying is very powerful in the sense. So a lot of people, you're saying we need to learn Arabic, and I think a lot of reasons why people of our ethnicity don't learn Arabic is because when they hear about Islamic stuff, they hear about it from like what you're talking about, from the Persian or the etc. the non true Arab source of it and whatnot. And,
right.
And a lot of people don't understand that there was a large hijacking of Islam. For instance, I remind people, for instance, when the Moors went into Spain in 711 AD, that they had no madhab, they had no school of jurisprudence when they went in. Those are, as a matter of fact, that the people over in the East actually came over to the Moors and asked them to create schools of jurisprudence, like the Maliki school and the Zahiri school, etc. and whatnot. So they're I want a lot of people listening to walk away from this conversation understanding that there's a original information that the sister's talking about in terms of like where it comes from us and whatnot. And then there's people that she keeps saying who aren't from us, who are what would be the word I'm looking for? Redacting the information in a way. You know what I'm saying? They're changing.
Usurping it?
I was trying to be nicer than that, but usurp works. Yeah, usurp definitely works.
Oh yeah, definitely usurping the whole heritage of the Arabians, like Gaddafi said. I mean, these people in Persian Gulf still speak with a strong Iranian accent, and you know, there's traditions in Persia of them pushing the children of Zahak, they call them the Az people, or the children of Dahak or Zahak, Ad-Zahak, Al-Zahak, out across, back from Persia into the sea. And that's why you see the Achaemenid Persians, the earlier Persians, are all black, even though people are trying to say they're Elamite and stuff like that. The early Persians were black people descended from the Nabateans, and that's what the Arabs said. Not, you know, and that they got the name Aryan from them, from the Nabateans, Arya or Ara, meaning lion. So, and even Herodotus said that the word, that the Scytho Homavera, the people that, the Scythian people that wore the hats, cone hats, whatever.
Like the Phrygian hats or whatnot, yeah.
Yeah, that they adopted the word Aryan from the Medes. Now, who were the Medes? The early Medes were similar to, I know this is hard to believe, but similar to the Midianites. And that's why you find in Greek legend that the confusion between Job and Tobias, the Mede, because they were originally, the Medes and the Midianites were the same people. The black people that were called Meds or Medes were the people that were called Midianites or Madi in Arabia. So the Madian, because in South Arabia, you add an AN in the Musnad script or pronunciation. Madian it means the land or people of Madi or Mad. Ma'ad. I'm sure you've heard of Ma'ad.
No, I haven't.
No? Okay. Well, see, and I think it would be good for people to learn the folk tales about these early, like Mad, and because they correspond to the Torah, what's mentioned in the Torah. For example, it talks about how Mad was sent to Haran after Nebuchadnezzar invaded the Yemen. And Jeremiah was there in the Yemen with Berechiah, or they call him Urmiah or Uramiah or whatever. So all these stories you'll find in Arabia, but they're in reference to the Yemen rather than to someplace further north, like in Syria or Babylon. But the European scholars, they were so intent on viewing Israel as in Syria that, you know, they had assumed that the Yemenites borrowed all their stories from these, you know, northern peoples, non-black northern peoples in Syria, who really had nothing to do with the Torah or the context of the Torah. It was made in the Yemen, and it related to people that later moved into, well, actually earlier had moved into Africa anyway, because the Torah that we have now, it comes from a, you know, or the Bible that we have now comes from a later period, but the Torah goes back way, way, way before that. And you'll be finding out about that later, though. Not.
Okay, so we can't touch on that part. I was just about to ask a question about that. I'm still gonna. I'm gonna ask it halfway.
That's too important. Be careful. Just be careful.
Okay, so in a previous debate I had this year about there was a topic. The topic was, is the Bible Afro-Asiatic or Greco-Roman? And so in that debate, I brought out some information to where a couple of years ago, or 3 years ago, I believe, some Ethiopian Jews actually came to Israel with Ethiopian Torah written in Ge'ez that was orated from Hebrew. Mm-hmm. That they still have yet to date. That they it's in the Israeli library and they will not date it for nothing. They're not touching it with a 10-foot pole at this juncture. With the exception that they got a what were they talking about? Like
all I can say is they have a surprise coming.
Oh, really?
That's all I can say, though.
Oh man! So when does your book come out for our listeners, real quick? Because I can't wait to get this.
Well, I just got like I said, I had held it up because I sent my publisher selfies and he was really angry, and I can show you the letter he wrote me, but he would probably be angry at that. But so I had to get my picture taken again after he sent some funds for that. And, I just got them done, like, was it Friday, I think. I had to go get my hair done and all this other stuff, get a dress and all. So I'm hoping, I mean, the book's already basically done. So this is the last thing that was needed. So hopefully next month, but you know, it might be as late as February, I'm not sure. But hopefully after the new year.
Fantastic.
If not before.
I said fantastic.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be out in the next few weeks, several weeks, you know.
Yeah, I've been waiting for you to come out with your own book for like almost 20 years at this juncture. So like I'm very intrigued to see what this.
Me too. Me too. But I've actually been gathering enough information now, and finally, people are going to be very happy. If you're happy with what's on the academia.edu, then you're going to be very happy with the book.
Not just that. I'm saying, like, so people who are familiar with your Blogspot site, and please, if you're not familiar with it, get familiar with it, because the amount of information she has there is like books within itself, right? So if she feels like she has enough to write a book now, hold on to your hats. You know what I'm saying? Because it's gonna blow.
Well, I haven't even started on the Blogspot writing that as a book, but yeah. I mean, see, what I want to include in the next one is more of the African, because this is actually based on, it talks about the different African aspect to the Red Sea people, the fact that they were found on both sides of the Red Sea, and their names are obviously the biblical names of the Israelites.
Mm-hmm.
And but I didn't get to go into the culture, like how they preserve certain things, like I talked about it on, I think, in the Facebook somewhere, but on the Facebook page I talked about the modern day people in Somalia and Ethiopia that are Jews, called Yahar and Ubir and Hubir, and their connection to the Chaldeans or Kasdim, and how they still work with astrology, and their connection to the Yemenite Kasdim or Banu Qasid or Yafi bin Qasid, who are still there and have a tribe called Yahar, just like in Ethiopia. So, I didn't get into all that, and there was other things. There were a few things I brought up with relationship to the early deities in the Persian Gulf and India, even extending to India, connected to the Babylonian deities, and I wanted to go more into that so people can see how these groups moved over and just carried their traditions and gods with them. Like, well, never mind. It's too hard to explain here, but you have to get the book. Yeah, just wait for the book.
Oh, please, I will. If for nothing else, just to get that surprise about whatever was going on with the Ethiopian Torah, etc., etc. I gotta get that book.
Yeah.
Because I found that to be very intriguing. Like, so when I brought that up in my debate in terms of corroborating the fact that the Torah has an Afro-Asiatic origin to it, in the sense where like the Greeks, the Syrians, and now the Ethiopians are all stipulating that it comes from a Hebrew oral tradition and whatnot. So you got it.
The Geese, from what I understand from Bernard Lehman, the Ethiopian, the Hebrew was the earliest Hebrew is found in Ethiopia. They found inscriptions or something, Hebrew inscriptions in Ethiopia.
Cited from who?
The Ethiopians. Or not started, but that's where the earliest trace of Hebrew is. The real direct, identical Hebrew, which was the Canaanite dialect.
Fantastic.
Now, the people that speak Hebrew there are people who speak Hebrew in Yemen, and as well as the Hudhail also preserve in their dialects early Hebrew.
Okay.
Early form of Hebrew. Hudhail ben Majuk, I was talking about, related to the Al-Kara and Kanana tribes. See, people have to keep in mind when we're talking about Israel and Canaan, we're actually just talking about tribes that occupied this valley of the Tahama in Yemen, this lowland in Yemen called Wad Kanana. And that the name comes from the people called Kanana, who are found now in different places. But yeah, and the Kanana, I traced them and where their names went and why, they ended up in Central Arabia, and in those Ishmaelites moved northward, and to show how the sons of Shem, how all their names are still in where they were. And one of my first chapter was about the Ghassan. I don't know how you pronounce that. Ghassan tribe, and an Azd tribe that came from Yemen, or the Hodeidah area of Yemen, and became later on known as Kushan or Jakshan. And the reason I know this is because, well, that's actually too hard to explain too, but there's a river called Kishan or Kushan also in the Song of Deborah, or Deborah,
mm-hmm.
which is, by the way, named after Debar in Yemen. And Debir, there's different dialects, and anyway, she was basically a judge, a female judge in Yemen. And it talks about all the different tribes. The Makir, son of Manasseh, the Bala or Zebulon, the Amalekites who came from, whose roots were in Ephraim or Ephraimite, in the Ephraimites. Okay, so, well, like I said, it's too hard to explain. People are not going to understand unless they go through the book piece by piece, and it gets confusing if you don't know the Old Torah, or the Torah, or the Old Testament by heart, like I do, in terms of the tribes, tribal relationship. Then you're going to be confused. But all I can tell you now is that I identify like where the sons of Shem are, and and they're all living near each other still. A lot of the people are still living near each other, like the Dan and the Gila and the Machir and the Gilead or Galadi. So Gideon, El Jadon, all these people, and you also have to understand linguistics and how the names transferred over into Arabic, from Hebrew, or you have to understand Musnad. Well, I'm not saying I'm an expert in these languages. I'm just saying that there's certain correlations when you're saying, for example, like I said, Keturah, of course, from certain, I have certain knowledge of Arabic, and I know that the Keturah could easily translate as El Katira, which is the name of the tribe, and Beit Katir, that's the name of the tribe that, from which, and they still occupy the mountains of Katir, or Keturah. So, and then you see that all the names of those people, clans that are part of the Beit Katira, are those that were mentioned in the Torah together. And these people crossed over into Africa, and you see the same names, the Afrin, the Epha, and Josephus gives it away. He talks about the tribes and how they went to they were in North Africa, and I talk about that throughout the blog spot, really,
Right. The one thing I find interesting is that, so you were talking about Ethiopia having the oldest engravings of Hebrew and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And when I read the Quran in Arabic now, I noticed that, so again, I have a firm biblical background and whatnot. Like I said, my mother was a crypto Jew, etc., whatnot. I had to read like the Proverbs every day, etc., and whatnot. Yeah. Then even going to a private school, and we study certain things and whatnot. And so I noticed certain things in the Quran that stood out. For instance, like in Surah 39, ayat 46, it talks about Allahumma created the heavens and the earth. And when I see that, I was like, oh, that reads just like Genesis 1:1 to me. That the Elohim created the heavens and the earth. So I go talk to Muslims about that, and they're like, no, it doesn't mean Elohim, it means Yah. I'm like, well, how does it mean Yah Allah? You got Yah Allah in Arabic. Like, how does that work?
Well, it's crazy.
Right. And so, but then I'll go back to some of their North African scholars from back in the day. I'm like, no, that actually comes from Katani or from Sabi.
Yeah. Okay. So that makes sense, right?
100%. So I try to tell my Israelite friends, like, when reading the Quran or dealing with the Arabic, when I'm just touching on the same things you keep talking about, like, hey, there's people who deal with it now, but then there's the original people and how they dealt with it. And you should go look at the original concepts and whatnot. Because what I find intriguing is you're even talking about like referencing Chinese Islamic sources, talking about the Africanness of certain things and whatnot. People don't recognize when you go back far enough, like that's all people are talking about, like how black the things are, how African the things are, the origin, all that type. Like they can't deny it because it doesn't look like them. You know what I'm saying? So it's obvious they're obviously describing the differences within the literature and whatnot. And so a lot of people they don't recognize when the hadiths and Talmud and certain stuff like that to where the people like the prophet became lighter in color or whatnot, or like how the Israelites became like boxwood or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And so it becomes real incumbent upon people like the layman like myself to find people like you to break down. No. There's an older concept to this, and that's what I find so powerful about your work.
Mm-hmm.
Please go ahead. You have to go ahead. Go ahead.
I have to pause 1 second because okay. I just want to make sure my brother didn't want me to pick him up or something. Okay. No, I know. Yeah. Well, yeah. It's just people need to start reading them. See, you already have a background in Arabic and stuff, and so you can see all these, how all this relates. But other people that don't have knowledge of Saba and or the different types of Arabic, whatever, they probably will not be able to accept it as readily, as you. And I thought when I first was told about the Bible being something that comes from Arabia, I was just, kind of laughing to myself. Yeah, right. What is that? How does that happen? Yeah, but then then I would pick up certain things or read certain things like from Josephus and stuff. And then I would think, wait a second, that's what Kamal Saliba was saying. Why are all these people with those names in the southern part of Arabia and in Africa? It just didn't make sense. And then I put, just keep putting 2 and 2 together, like I say, like a Rubik's cube. But yeah, so that's all I want to say. People have to learn either learn Arabic or learn one of the Hebrew, learn one of the Canaanite dialects. That's what it is. The Canaanite was the earliest expression of these dialects, or Musnad, closely connected to Musnad. People don't know that the South Arabian dialects are more related to Hebrew than modern, or than early Hebrew.
Right.
Yeah.
See, that's what it took me a lot to figure out is how much the influence is on stuff like the Arabian language or the modern, or at least like the Quranic Arabic and whatnot. Because like before you have the Southern Arabian and whatnot, which that it speaks for itself. Because when you get into that again, like you see where the range of the language, like, oh, that's all over East Africa and whatnot. Okay, then you see where it's spanning across the Red Sea into the Hijaz and Yemen and also into East Africa all at the same time. I was like, oh, that makes perfect sense.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes sense that like the Yemenite Hebrew, etc., and all that type of stuff is affecting the Quran in Arabic, particularly if Aramaic is even the lingua franca at the time in certain areas and whatnot.
Well, Aramaic is just named for a certain area, dialect that was spoken in a certain area that had been influenced by the Nabateans.
Mm-hmm.
The Nabateans were the people that I'm getting so many texts here. The people that
it's we're live and people see that you're live now.
Oh,
that's always how that works.
No, these are, I don't know what these are, but oh yeah, it might be. I'm getting some New York numbers, New York City. Anyway, no, Nabateans were the original Arameans. Like I say, they came from Aram, or Thamud. It came from Aram, Thamud, and Ad were considered, brethren, closely related people. And then the Nabateans, these same Thamudic people, started to be called Phoenicians when they were up close to Levant, where the Greeks had, had access to them. But in a certain period, I think the area between Syria and Babylon also was influenced by Parthian people who came in and adopted those languages. So you see different people in that area became known as Arameans later, Arameans. But the real Arameans of the Bible, the Torah, were the people in the Yemen from Aram. So, I mean, that's not only the name of one town, but like 2 or 3 towns in Hadramaut in western Yemen.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thamud and Hud and Saleh, is it?
So yeah,
is hmm,
yeah. You said it right.
correspond to the Sheila of the Bible and the Aram, Sheila, Aram, and other children of Shem. And Katan was Joktan, of course,
Right.
or Yoktan. And but you find what I was fascinated was Tabari saying, is it Tabari? Somebody told me it's Tabari.
Yeah. Some people say it different. Like a lot of people, you most commonly hear it said it's Tabari.
Oh, okay, Tabari. He talks about the Ibrahim or the Eber, the children of Eber, meaning the Hebrews, being in the area from Hadramaut to I think Oman, but they're still there. That town name is still there too. So Katan and Eber were two children of Shem, and they were Yemenites. They weren't anywhere up in the Turkey somewhere, and neither was Ur. The Arabs actually settled in Ur. Ur. Orpha. They brought that name there. That has nothing to do with the Ur of the Bible. And when they brought, the different tribes of Yemenites that settled there, I know the Madij, Ruha, which is where the name Urha comes from, or Edessa in Turkey. And those were where some of the early Christians were, because the king there, King Akbar the Black, or Akbar Okama, because he was an Arab, he actually is the one that contacted, I guess, St. Thomas or somebody down in further south in Palestine or somewhere, and talked about getting the shroud of this person who had, rose from the dead. And that's where you get, that whole mythos of, well, not mythos because it probably happened, but, the Turin shroud. He's the one that had it for a long time. And they turned Christian because of that. Or I think it was because of that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was because of his contacts with the early St. Thomas and all the disciples. Oh my gosh. I have no idea where I'm getting all these called.
You should be this popular. It's a good thing. We need to.
That was my ex-husband. So. But anyway, yeah. So Akbar the Black, if you can look him up, and he was of the tribe of Madij in the Yemen, or Ruha, which was of the tribe of the. Actually, they had come up with the early Nabatean people because they're mentioned in Nabatean inscriptions. So somewhere between the 8th century BC and 4th century, 3rd century BC. There was different tribes coming up, and that was one of them, the Madij Ruha people. And there you can see them in inscriptions. So the other thing I found interesting was, like I said, the Maziks, or Masika people of Canaan, or of the Azd, who settled in the Nabatean area as well. And they're also mentioned in Nabatean inscriptions. And the Nabateans settled in Petra and Sinai and places like that. And it's just an easy movement across Sinai into Egypt. And that's where you find these first Luwata people of the Berbers, Luwata mentioned, who were very possibly the Huat of that area of the Huatate in Jordan. So I believe that a lot of these people moved across, by way of Egypt. They went to settle in Abyssinia, some of them, and then moved across North Africa as well, because that's what Ibn Khaldun says the Veiled Berbers came from, the Rif region of Abyssinia. And they have the names of the Maziks who lived in the ancient Nabatean civilization, as well as in Canaan in Yemen, or the whole western area of Yemen. the Mazixos, they were called. So, yeah, it's a lot to take in or absorb and remember, but fortunately I have a good memory when it comes to that kind of thing. I don't, so, and it's the same thing, like I said, the Lawat or Lihawat, otherwise known as, some people speculate that they're the Hivites, and they're part of the Huatate Confederation. So you find the Quran there too, the people called the Quran or Quran, who are also in Africa. The Quran and Tubu and people like that, they were probably all, related. People on the other side of Sinai, with people on the other side of the Red Sea. That was one big cultural area before a certain period. And that's why you find them all, in North Africa, as well as, in this Libyan Sahara. And they moved southward from there into the Sahel, further south into Sahel, and into Sudan, the whole area across Sudan, from the West Africa, or from Chad and Libya to West Africa, Senegal, Mauritania, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, and all those places. You have the same peoples settle, but they also settle among other, Africans that are brachycephalic or Mesocranic people. You can tell the difference between. So you find that people, mostly in northern Sudan, in some cases, are more likely to be have either Tuareg influence, but to be more Berber and Tuareg than they are indigenous African. When I say indigenous, I mean like some of the people further south in Nigeria, on the southern portions, have a lot more indigenous African than the Berber related people or the Berry related people. When I say indigenous, though, I'm talking about before 1000 BC, because most Africans in West Africa have been in Africa since that, before 900 BC. And in fact, some of the North African places that these people, like the Soni, claim to come from, in the Garian in Libya, like, for example, Wargla in the Numidian area, they claim that those places were founded by the Queen of Sheba. So they trace their Hebrewism in Africa back to that time. So it's not like this is a recent thing. These people are basically indigenous Africans, but they probably have not always been, in those areas, because they've been Hebrew for a long time.
That leads me to two questions.
Hebrew,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hebrew, though, Hebrew is not the same thing as Jewish. Judean, the Berry probably were Judeans. Like I said, they claim their connections probably with Hebrew and Asher and certain Judean tribes of Israel. But like the Tuareg, obviously were not. They might have been Israelites. They were Israelites and Philistines and Amalekites. They were considered of the later coming Edomite people, Edomite and Horite people. Now, I did want to bring up. The first thing I recognized about the Berber traditions, them being from Bar. There's two bars or bearers they came from. And one of them mentions, if you look at the Arab texts, they talk about Ishban and Quran and other peoples coming across Africa as Canaanites. So this Ishban has to be the same people that found Asban in Africa, Niger. But you find that in Arabic traditions, like Tabari talks about the Ishban and the fact that they were also called Yashbin, or Sambir, and that was a Horite. They were Horites, or people of The name is probably connected to Hawar, plural for in Arabic. This is an Arabic name too. It's not just Berber name or Tuareg name. Hawara. But all these Bur el. Oh gosh, I can't think of the name. Bur, but I have it, on my blog spots. There were two Berbers, and Mazik was the ancestor of one of the Berbers. Mazik is always called the son of Canaan, and like I said, those people came from that area of Canaan. That's why it was called. And one of the and Sudan, son of Canaan too. So one of those people were called Sud or Aswad, which was the name of a tribe, and related to the Kuda or Al-Qain people. So Sud bin Islam and Kuda and Lamad people are all part of the same group that settled, in pre-Islamic times, pre-Judean times, or not pre-Judean times, but pre-Christian times in Africa and along the Nile. That's why they still have those names. The name Berber is definitely not, not native to. It was definitely native to Arabia, as much as it was to later Berbers. I mean, even the name El Barabir I had seen once in a map. I'd seen it in both, I think, northern and southern Arabia, El Barabir. So, and then a name like, when they talk about Ifrikush, which is the name of a Himyarite leader of Canaan. You can see in the Arab text they talk about Ifrikush, the leader of Jericho. He lives in Jericho. He's from the Yemen. I think that's basically what started me thinking, well, now why are they calling him the ruler of Jericho if he's in the Yemen?
Right.
So, so that's why I started looking more into this stuff. And then, I said, oh, please, these people have messed up Black history so much that, it's incredible we were able to uncover it again.
Right. But you can, like I said again, the fingerprints are in the language and whatnot. And right. I appreciate you telling people to go look at the Arabic sources and whatnot, because there's a treasure trove, not just there, but there's going to be a treasure trove in the future, in the sense that the libraries of Timbuktu were recorded in Arabic and whatnot, and they recorded not just like so-called Arabic stuff. They recorded multiple people's histories and languages, etc., written in the Arabic script. So it would be somebody's language that they're speaking. They're native, like some West African language, but it's written in Arabic.
Yeah, because everybody was literate then. A lot of people were literate. They kept whole books and catalogs of things in their own home libraries. That's what I saw in a documentary, and I'm like thinking, we don't even do that over here. So,
right.
And scholarship, you have scholarship of sciences and medicine and all kinds of philosophy, all kinds of things that and the Black Americans over here are not even interested in. A lot of them not interested in reading. So
right, and that brings me to my question, my first of two questions, real quick, because as a Moor, I get into American legislation and whatnot, and I was intrigued to look into your work and see you reference the Negro Act of 1740 in South Carolina and whatnot, because in section 4 of that act, it references the fact that the enslaved Negroes at the time were being enslaved from the ancient Berbers and whatnot. Mm-hmm. And so, like you said earlier, like Berber doesn't mean Jewish; it's like a Hebrew concept. Like it's a bigger concept than just Jewish and whatnot.
Well, like I said, Berber. The name Berber now, like I said, does come from the berry. Berry is just a plural for berry, and the berry, if you look up in the Bible, it does come from the Judeans. I don't know about Jewish, but the Judean people. Right. And then there is also the Hebrew people in general, which it would include a larger group of people, the Tuareg, in Africa. Now, all these people in the Gore area in Jordan, in modern Jordan Valley, who are black, because a lot of other people can't live there. Same thing with Canaan, or the Canaan of the Yemen, the Tahama area. A lot of people are very still dark there, because they've been living, they're used to the land and the agriculture there. So they retain the names of the tribes, not only of the Torah, but of the Hijaz. So their names are the same as that found in the Hijaz, and especially in medieval times. So they were just basically an extension of the original people of Hijaz and Arabia. And the Hijaz, like I say, the Hijaz was just an extension of, or either I should say, the Central Arabian area had the same exact tribes as were in the Hijaz. And it's those groups, like in the 9th century, they moved up also into Syria, the Kab, Montefiq, Ben Emir, bin Zaza, the Kilab, Kulayb, the Jarrah, who was Gad. All these Arabian tribes in the 9th, up until like the, well, I'll just say in the early stages of the Islamic conquests in Syria and Iraq, they were all, basically still African-looking people. And now their culture, like I said, the culture of Hijaz and the culture of these Arab people had been already influenced by the Persian people, who had basically had them living as vassals. The Persians had taken over many of the Arabian peoples, and then Muhammad came about and turned things around. So it's basically, I look at the Mohammedan movement as partly it's a revolutionary movement against these surrounding non-Arab people, against the Persians and the Byzantines, and these people happen to be not dark-skinned people, So it did become like kind of there was a racial disparity, and racism first expressed to the non-Arab people. That's why they call themselves, we are the black people and those are the red people. But God loves both the black and the red people. And then later on, during the Abbasid whatever period, they turned that around, and by the time what was the era? Somebody started talking about blackness as if it was bad, and to call Muhammad black was, you should be killed if you call Muhammad black, because there also started to be slavery of Africans coming in, other Africans from the, further south in Sudan, where the Arabs had not been used to seeing. So, so when I say Arabs, I'm talking about the black Arabs had not been used to seeing, but because they had been used to taking slaves from the Persians, from the Turks. The word Turkic slave just referred to them. For them, it was just meaning this, this enslaved person, or the person who comes from slaves, from our slaves. The same thing for early Syrians. I mean, they were definitely enslaved or subject people, but these Arab men took their women, and gradually, after time, especially in Spain, oh my God, they were taking people from the Franks and from the Germanic places, and then those people came down as they said the Christian vassals or slaves of the Moors would mix with take advantage of the Berber, the Masmuda women. I mean, there's a whole thing about that. And then Ibn Tumar, the head of the Almohad, talks about it. He says, the only reason that you have some light skin, your children are light skinned with light eyes, is that because such and such, these Christian European men came down and to collect taxes, and they had their way with their women. He said, you're dark skinned, but your children are light. So that's how that's, change came about, because the Masmuda are called black skinned or black complexioned people by 3 or 4 different Arab writers. Abu Shama, he was a Syrian. This is all during the medieval period. This is not like in the 5th or 7th century. We're talking about pretty late 13th century. The Masmuda were the people along the coast of Morocco that had been pushed back into the mountains, the Atlas Mountains. Now the Atlas Mountains are completely what? They're not even black anymore, right? But Abu Shama, Ibn Butlan, and Ibn Butlan was an Iraqi Christian doctor, formerly of a Byzantine origin, I think, or his biological origins. And then one of the Persian writers who was in the Fatimid era. It was in Egypt during the Fatimid era. He writes about the Masmuda and the fact that there were black Africans. His little words, black Africans on horseback. So those are the people that Isidore of Seville saw when he was talking about the Moors. He said they were black as night, and those are the people that, with the Zenata Berbers, who I talked about as being ancestral to Sanink, and the Imraguen, and the Sugai or Zagawa, the guy, as well as the Tuareg too, were the certain branches of the Zenata were, but they were camel riders. Certain branches of the Zenata were Tuareg. But the earliest invaders of Spain that were Moors, and they were most of the invaders of Spain of the earliest wave of Muslims into Spain. They were Nafusa and Zenata of Zenata stock. And you can go right now and look up, what the Nafusa. Most of the Nafusawa are still black, and they're connected to the Zagawa, and they say their name comes from Nafish, who was, I think he was, which was the name of both an Israelite and Ishmaelite people. So that's interesting too. Yeah, so I could, talk forever about this stuff, but do you have any particular questions about the thing I put on academia?
We actually touched on a lot of it, in the sense to where the important parts, in the sense where hold on. Because I brought out that I think we talked about the people of Manessa there.
Yeah, the Manassir are and were a South Arabian people that also extend to, and the Makar or Makir people extend to Central Arabia today. But they're, like I say, the Makir and the other groups of South Arabians that are connected to Makir, like the Beni Am, or as they're called as they were called in the Bible, Amiel, because Amiel, I think, was the son of Makir. So those people are still together in Somalia. And the first Somalian wave, I think, was of the Kudman tribe. And as I told you, that in South Arabia, they often end the names with the AN, the Cadman. So when you talk about the Cadmanites or Kedem, the Cadmanites were people that were Canaanites. So basically, when you're talking about the Horn of Africa, you're talking about many of those people are more recent, like 5th century, 6th century. You're talking about settlers in Somalia in the Horn of Africa. Those are long after the Beriberi wave.
Okay.
The Kudman tribe did settle in Somalia, otherwise known as the Cadmanites. And the Cadmanites related to other groups. You have to look in the Torah and you'll see. They had like 4-story houses. They brought 4-story homes, stone homes and stuff. It's fascinating to look at some of the stuff. And that was definitely one of the most developed areas, aside from Babylon, which was also founded by the same people anyway, before the Assyrian the rise of the Assyrians. Like I said, the Assyrians were this conglomeration of peoples from the ancient Ruti people who probably are ancestral to the Kurds, and then the Arab, the true Semitic people, the Arabs, the Arabian or indigenous Black Arabian, who were the original Semitic, Hamitic, and Japhetic people. Okay, that moved through the Persian Gulf, settled in the Persian Gulf, and also from there also settled Magan and Babylon, places like that, and brought their language and culture with them. And then, like I say, these other people invaded, and that's when you look at see who's putting the books on in Babylon, you'll see these non-African people, but those have nothing to do with the majority of the skeletons found there were not of those people. They were of the so-called Proto-Mediterranean type people that are found in Africa. So mainly, the Nile Valley, East Africa, and Arabia. The Gracile Mediterranean type people were found mainly in the Babylonian era. Well, what I want to say is though that again, there's different populations in Arabia. There were these very small people that I saw with my own eyes in Brooklyn one day, very short, and I was told about them before I saw them. They were wearing high-heeled sneakers. That's how I knew how short they were. And nobody, like my ex, who was from Algeria, he didn't know where they came from, but then he found out later they were from Yemen. And I had been told about them by an Eritrean man who said, across from us in the Asir region, or Jizan region, he said there are people who look just like us, except they're shorter, they're much shorter. And I said, wow. So, and these Jizan people are literally remnants of the people who settled after the Maghreb, after the Exodus. They settled in those mountains, the Aban Nazir and the Shalawa tribe is still there, known in the Bible as Shiloh. And they're next to the Shahran, who are known as Shaharan or Sharon. They changed the name to Sharon. So just a lot of very interesting connections, between the geographic regions and ethnic groups that are still there and living next to each other. Just like in other words, the logistics of where these people were in the Torah or in the early books of the Bible are the same as where they are now, except they might have changed. Their appearance might have changed because, like I said, they were observing Persian type people, or Iranic type people for I guess several centuries, and same thing in Yemen. So you find both dark skin and light skin people in Yemen. You find the same thing in Asir and in Hijaz and everywhere else. But
you speak on the Maghreb tribe in the excerpt that you put out, and I'm gonna for everyone, I'm gonna link the excerpt below after this interview is over. But so I'm intrigued with the Maghreb tribe in the sense. There's a couple questions. One is have you found any link to the biblical term Moray in that tribe?
The biblical what?
The biblical term Moray. So for instance, it says that, for instance, Abraham camped in the terebinths of Moray, for instance, in Genesis.
How do you spell it?
Moreh in English.
Yes, that's. I don't think I talk about that in my book, but that's also in the Yemen. The mountain, because it's the hill of Moriah, right?
Right, as well. Same concept.
Yes.
They're both hills. There's a hill Moray and a hill Moriah.
Moriah. Well, I think it's the same place, but they just translated it differently.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yemen, Moriah, because that's the hill of the Amorites. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and there's a tribe called Moray there anyway. There's still a tribe called Moray. The Mura.
That's what I was okay. That's what I was going to ask. I was also going to ask: is there any link between that tribe and the Maori tribe of that are Berbers in West Africa?
I don't think so. I have to find out what the Mura means, but my view is that the Moors or Maori, because they pronounce it, they spell it Mauri,
Right.
and also connected to the word, they use the word Morophorus, Morophorus, meaning the star Mars. They call them the Moor. See, and Nonos, an ancient Greek, mentioned the fact that the Moors, besides being black, that they worshipped, or that they were the sons of Ares, which is Mars. So, and that's the morning star. That's one of the morning stars. You know? So the word Moor or Maru, Moor, there's another, like Marduk, the Amorite god Marduk, Martu, Maru, that might be related. But I'm not sure if the tribe of Amura is related to Amorite or not yet, because there's another group of people called Amurat, the Amurat, and Amurat,
Okay.
that were part of the Nabateans, and I think one of the Assyrian rulers, Nabonidus, calls the Nabateans Amorites for that reason. So I think that name, I don't know if the name Amaru is related to, or Amurat is related to the Mura tribe in Yemen or not. So we'd have to find out what the word Mura means, you know. And now, speaking of Amaru, the Maru, even in India, they have the Murai, what's it called? The Mur. They have the same thing, not Martu, Maruts. In their mythology, they have the Maruts. And that's also connected now. Don't ask me how I know that now, but I just figured it out by certain a lot of information, the Maruts and Amorites and all that stuff. So, but what's going to happen is people are going to find that some of the chronology has been really messed up, and that some of these people are actually came into existence much later than they were saying. Like certain people in India, all this stuff about the Vedas and the Aryas and the Dasyas was actually not about invading, white people and overcoming black people. It was about the earliest occupants of India, the Aryas and the Dasyas, the Dahai. And that the word Dahai in their mythology, Iranic mythology, is related to Zohak, as Dahak, and trying to think of in the early Achaemenids, I don't know how to pronounce it, but the early Black Persians, they called that was their name. The rulers' names were as Dahaka, and that's where you get those mythologies from. But those people were not way back, for in eternity. They were much later, 5th century, 6th century, and they're saying that even Mycenae, their chronology actually refers to the early Medes, the early Median dynasties. And that's what I was saying before. If you know about Mad and the legend of him being transferred from Yemen to Haran during the time of the invasions of Nebuchadnezzar, I think it was, or the Assyrians. At some point, they were transferred to the Haran in the Yemen, and then the mythology became confused between the Medes and the Medianites or Madiani of the Yemen, because that's actually what the Romans came to call these tribe of Mad I think it's been Adnan, who founded Aden in the Yemen. But yeah, you just have to know a lot, have a lot of information in order to understand how it all fits together.
In your book, do you cover the Exodus at all?
Yes, that's in fact what the whole Hassan chapter is about. The Exodus that never happened in Israel. It happened in the Yemen, and they talk all about it in their traditions and mythology, and with the same tribes. And I go all into that, and the Medinite, the forming of the the Medinites from the Mad, and yeah, it's just very interesting. I hope everybody gets a chance to see it.
So I know you can't get into too much information, but would you like to get into some of the titles of the chapters of your book? Is that possible, or would that be doing too much?
I don't even know.
Oh,
I don't remember that. No, I mean,
no worries.
Yeah. Let's see.
Do you cover the Moabites in your book at all?
Yeah, I cover all the major true people and the fact that the Moabites. I mean, they were Yemenite people too, and then there's a Moab still there. It's called Moab, though, Maab, and I show the connection between the Moahid people that went to the Jordan Valley and stuff, but they came in that area much later than they're saying, and they were originally in the Asir area as well. They were part of the Harb people as well as part of the Gor people, Gorani people, like I say, the black people in the Yemen. So yeah, I mean, I trace all that.
So I'll round all this out with my last two questions and whatnot. And so in touching back on that Negro Act of 1740 and whatnot, it specifies the whole concept of ancient Berbers. And so what I'm hoping everybody gets a concept of in terms of the ancient Berbers is how large they are. So for instance,
well, yeah, you have to say that.
Yeah, like so for like
Berbers basically to the people who were settled on the Niger. That's why they call them Negroes. That spread the Berry or Kanuri related people. Kanuri is a guy, Zagawa related people settled on the Niger, and that's how the word Negro came about. But and Niger means great river, just like it does in Hebrew. Nahar. It's from the same root because those are the same people. So these people spread after settling on the Niger from further north and further east, and they spread across and down and formed the kingdom of Ghana, going back several centuries BC. Or it became Ghana later, but those areas were definitely related to East African areas because they have the same, they found in, for example, Dartichit, the same little statuettes of animals, and Jenny and Dartichit, all these very early places were connected to areas much further east along the Nile, and where the Sabians and other people, the Kushite people settled. Now, when I'm talking about Kushite, I'm not talking about Kush, so-called Kush in Africa. I'm talking about the people who still call themselves Kush in Arabia. There's literally a place of the Beni Amran, who was father of Moses, and they call their land Kush. I think it refers to the whole area that used to be associated with Ghassan, the Ghassan or Jakshan, Kushan people, Kushan Medianites. And so they still call their area Kush, and that's what it's an area of the Tahama, which is mentioned in the Bible. It has nothing to do with the Nilotic or the African Kush, even though those places may have been related. One name may have, the people might have founded the Kush in Africa. Who knows? We don't know how far the name goes back. All I know is that the chronology of Egypt is so messed up because of the biblical chronology being messed up. or actually it might be vice versa. I'm not sure which one. I think it's the Egyptian chronology is messed up, and some of those dynasties actually were much later, had to be much later than they're saying. And the biblical chronology is closer to the truth. And in fact, I line up the different inscriptions found of the Israelite kings in Yemen, which you're trying to say were in Syria somewhere. You can plainly see they were in Yemen at the same times that they're saying they were in the Bible. So now I wish, I can't wait till it comes out either, because I would wish someone would try to refute this information. You know, I just think, I thank whoever has been helping out, you know, in terms of, especially, like I say, my ancestors and my spirit guides, whatever, whoever's wanted this to come out, because obviously somebody does. I mean, I was told about writing this book by another psychic when I was about 18, that I was writing a book. It's going to be published, but that was like, what was it? It was over 30 years ago, I think. But yeah, so I think it's just a time for it to come out. I mean, a lot of people are ready for it. A lot of Western scholars, like I said, are supporting it, because it's a bunch of nonsense that have been written about, first of all, the Middle East. And, you know, we have all this fighting and infighting back and forth over things that most people there have nothing to do with. You know, and the interesting thing was that noting that, you know, the Armageddon, supposedly, you know, there's supposed to be Armageddon. Well, anyway, you know, it's just weird how certain things are connected to the modern happenings in the Yemen, where all the people are being like slaughtered and stuff. And then in association with Trump and somebody whose acronym is NABUS, who's mentioned by Nostradamus. I mean, it's just so weird how everything comes together. And Kushner being the 666, living at 666 or whatever, his capital there. I just thought it was interesting. You know, it's probably just a fluke that all these things are coming together like that in the real region of Armageddon. But so we'll, you know, it's probably just a trickster consciousness that's happening now. But definitely some change is coming about that's going to bring out a lot of this information. That is allowing all this information to come out now. You know.
So in that vein, the concept of the like Armageddon concept. Do you have any plans to write a future book on what we were talking about earlier in terms of like the henotheism and monotheism concepts overlapping in the spiritual systems? You were talking about like you didn't get a chance to write too much in terms of what traditions were kept by the people you're writing about.
Well, yeah, because I mean, but that information is already out there. It's a matter of putting it together. Because of course, you have in order to there's a concept of the one God that was created by the Sabian, one God as creator, the oneness of God, and then there's a concept of a different aspect of God consciousness. You know, God as creator, the one God. Allah, the circle of 360, you know, aspects. And what I think also is going to connect the dots for people is when they find out that not only you have these same deities in you know, between connection between Arabia and Africa, but also India and Japan. You have the 8 major gods in Japan. You have the Kami Kumite. You have the concept of the Kami Kumite in Japan. The Kamites. So
right.
And you know, just and even into the Polynesia where they worshipped Amma, and Ho'oponopono and Hawaii, and you have the pyramids built there too.
The Maori literally say "Fetite Rahi," that we are the children of the sun.
Well, everybody worshipped the sun at one time, but it's just
their word for it is the same as it is an Egyptian one. It's Ra.
Oh, what did you say?
The word for it is the same as it is in Egyptian, which is Ra.
So what did you say?
Oh, Fetite Ra. They say that.
So you're saying Ra is the name of the
yeah.
Okay, so that's what I was saying. Aman Ra or Ama, and the different concepts of Hawaii, Hawaiian kahuna, come from definitely from Africa. Now, very close to Egypt. Somebody had written already about that. And you have different concepts among the Dravidians that are found in Pharaonic Egypt too. You have the language of the Dravidians that apparently Dravidians can understand certain African languages in Cameroon and places like that. So the Dravidians have written books themselves saying that yes, we are connected to Africans, and we have such and such God, and Shiva is this, and Bali is this, and so all that's going to come out. I'm going to try to put together in a book, but that might be a little later than sooner, because I'm working on other things too first, which I can't talk about. But
I was just gonna say what you got coming down the pipeline, but don't even worry about that. Keep it hush hush. I see.
Yeah, it's because once and the thing is, people have to start when they're copying somebody else's work. African Americans have to learn how to either source where they're getting their information, or at least write the sources down with what they're saying, or else that kind of information can become easily confused or misinterpreted later on by other people down the line.
Mm-hmm.
I've had so much. I told people, they can copy the blog spot and all that stuff, and I see people putting it online, but with the improper perspective on what was written. So they have to start using, start also citing the sources. Well, this was found such and such a place. Put it in quotes, and use the sources, or else it just makes us look like we're making things up, and we don't want to look like that, right?
So for clarification's sake, in the debate that I sent you where I cited your information, did I cite you?
I loved what you said. I loved what you said.
Much gratitude.
In fact, I thought you were the other person at first. I'm like, who the?
Yeah, I laughed
when people can't speak English, and I start thinking second thoughts. I have second thoughts on listening to it, because if you can't speak basic English, if you didn't go to school and pay attention, then I can't deal with you. Like English, I know English. I'm not going to speak with somebody who's speaking in terms like calling people cracker and stuff like that. And, that's ridiculous. I don't come from that kind of background.
Agreed.
So you got to respect, if you're a godly person, first of all, you have to respect all human beings. You have to not denigrate or dehumanize other human beings. You can't do that. And I can't talk to people that I'm not going to be arguing or debating people that, are living their life on that level. I don't care what the people did to us before we did. You can't get back in this life what you haven't given out to others. If you haven't done something in this life, it was in another life. And like I've been saying to people, as Moors and as the earliest Arabs and the earliest Moors, these people were doing a lot of things that were later being done to us. Trying to say, oh, we didn't have chattel slavery and all this stuff. That's BS. Slavery is slavery, and a lot of stuff that was done. First of all, we don't know what was done, because that was so long ago. You're talking about 1,000 years ago in Arabia, in North Africa, when they were taking the Tuareg, were taking killing people, first of all, pillaging and killing people, which is why they're basically disappearing. And then raping or taking their wives and stuff. That's karma. You have to get that back. I know you said, and I think too that you look Tuareg and you found Tuareg DNA. I know I have Fulani. I'm almost fully Fulani on the African side. But those people, they took part in a lot of raiding and slaughter, just like now. There's the Fulani are still problematic. The Tuareg and Fulani are still giving agricultural people agriculture people. When I say flying, I'm talking about the Wadabi and people, pastoralist people, are still problems for the Shem are still problems for the Ham, the people that work with agriculture. Okay, we're still doing the same things, and I don't know why that Tuareg would be so idiotic to link up with Al Qaeda, who, don't even know what true Islam is. And now you talk about the Timbuktu, and they didn't mind, destroying those places.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, some of that stuff has been moved out of those areas, because that's world history we're talking about, not just like you said, African history and world eras of history.
Yeah, and particularly Timbuktu, because again, we don't know how many people's histories are recorded in Timbuktu until we actually get there and decode it with the Arabic. We can know that it's written in Arabic, but until we actually get into it's written in Arabic lettering, but it's actually this language. We don't know what's there. And there's a whole universe of information there. I mean, we're talking like the biggest university systems in the world at one point in time.
Yes.
So
Timbuktu, Jenny, and other places, throughout Africa, and that was one of the golden eras of the African and Afro-Asiatic people too.
100%.
So,
but yeah, I come from a tradition and whatnot. I'm grateful that in my Moorish tradition we have the concept of trying to see God in everybody's face.
Right, in the real Moorish tradition, we do, yes.
100%, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And so I feel like when that concept gets brought back into the world and whatnot, and that responsibility of that concept gets brought back into the world and whatnot through these people that we're talking about, that we were mentioning the whole time, I feel like we're going to see a lot more healing and whatnot. In the vein of what you do with your work, like I said, like you lay the foundation for people to actually follow like a pathway to heal themselves with information and whatnot, find out where they come from, how far that route goes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like you were mentioning, there's timings in the Egyptian history, timing in other people's history, like things don't match up, and languages are matching up, and storylines and narratives got changed and whatnot. And so there's a lot of what your work does that heals some of that and whatnot. And I'm intrigued. I'm really intrigued to see what kind of healing comes from the book that you got coming out next year and whatnot, because it sounds fantastic and whatnot. Because in the research that I do, that I've done so far, just in the last couple of years in researching the Ethiopian influences on things, for instance, like I was blessed enough to go to a Lucy exhibit, I believe in around 2012. It came to my state or whatnot, and in order to get to the Lucy exhibit, you had to walk through a history of Ethiopia exhibit. And when I walked through there, I'm seeing the oldest renditions. I'm seeing for the first time in my life, I saw the actual Ethiopian renditions of Jesus and other people looking like us and whatnot. I literally dropped to my knees and the tears started coming to me. I was like, I had no idea. I'm seeing crosses of people who look like us. I'm seeing they're all kind of jewelry all kind of stuff that they have, right? And I had no idea. And on top of that, I'm walking into I have to walk next to a remake of a obelisk that they built. And I look, I'm like, wow, that looks like it came straight out of South America. That looks like it's Olmec or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So it gave me this big connection of thinking of understanding, you know what, there's a story here that we don't know, you know what I'm saying? Or that we're having to piece together bit by bit. And I, for one, greatly appreciate your work in that area and whatnot. And if you're an Israelite or Moor or anybody who considers themselves of a Hebrew lineage, this woman is a national treasure for what you believe in. So I highly suggest you check out her work, and I highly suggest you check out her upcoming book.
Well, I also wanted to mention there is another book that people might want to look into, or not a book yet, but they told me about 3 years ago it was going to be a book, and this is the book that came out as an issue already, journal issue, on the it's called Fear of Blackness. It's a peer-reviewed journal issue on West Africa Review. And I think one of the Moors, Sharif, and I downloaded it and got it and had to pay for it. But and I don't have a copyright, that's why we can give it out to people. But if you look at that, I mean, it also talks about the Jewish roots in many Africans it puts together that, and aside from the many different tribal affiliations and how they, those that went into Spain and that kind of thing. But that not many people have seen. I think they're also going to be fascinated about that. And so somebody contacted me from Binghamton University who said they were going to use it as the core of their Africana Studies class, because he said it's foundational, it's necessary, and he's not even, he's not African American, he's a white professor. And, that's one of the greatest joys of doing this kind of research, where people can really make use of it and feel that it's going to help, change, that it's changing minds, And I wanted to do it so on the academic level, because that way you can get it out to the larger public, and not just have, all this rhetoric out there that's, based on emotionalism or your nationality and that kind of thing. This is truth about, the human past, and especially happens to be about the Afro-Asiatics. Afro-Asiatics happen to have been the major role players in this history, and it's time for it to come back home, to its owners. Now, so this Moorish thing was the last expression of the great Afro-Asiatic civilization expansion. So before that, of course, you have people come over here to America and helping to get that expression of the civilization, because the pyramids have the same dimensions. Central American pyramids have the same dimensions as some of the African pyramids. So the idea that, people are just building pyramids with the same dimensions at the same time in history is obviously impossible. But I want people to know about the Nabateans, because the Nabateans, according to Arab sources, were the people that really brought civilization to the Middle East. The Nabateans refers, like I said, to the Talmudic people and the Ad people who settled in Babylonia from Arabia. And their last expression were the people like the Kab or Ishmaelites, who also moved from Central Arabia into, they had actually been in Central Arabia a long time. But in fact, the Ishmaelites, or Sumu'il, as they're called in inscriptions, were fighting against the Assyrians from Central Arabia. And some were fighting from Yemen. And in fact, Sumu'il is probably related to the word Somali. But yeah, so it's a very convoluted and very intertwined mesh of information that you have to unravel. But so I had discovered a long time ago that Ishmael, the Assyrians use the word Sumuil, and Kedarites. So Kedar in the Bible is a son of Ishmael. Okay, Ishmael and Kedar and the Nabateans are closely related people. And that's why you have, but not only that, but otherwise it says Nabateans were under Nimrod, the ruler of Canaan in Babylon. I mean, both Nimrod and the Cushite or Canaanite, and the Nabateans, who are Canaanites, both settled in Babylon. That's the tradition, and that's why they talk about how they're the ones that built the buildings and the brought civilization there, and that now in this 10th century AD they were in a state of humiliation and subjugation. So we're talking about the black people had already fallen in the time of the al-Masudi Assyrian or Iraqi, I forget which one, was writing. He said in the 10th century that these people, the Nabat al-Nubayt, who had once settled and built up Babylon under Nimrod, son of Cush, otherwise son of Canaan, had already fallen to a state of subjugation and humiliation in his time. He's not talking about, during his time, the Batans were doing great things. He's talking about, thousands of years before, at least, 1,000 to 1,500 years BC, or 2,000 to 3,000 years before his time. So that was their belief in the 10th century AD, a few centuries after Muhammad.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah. Now, but there was also, during the early medieval times, the Sabians and other groups were flourishing. It was like the Paris was considered, I think, Saba was considered like the Paris of by the medieval period. So a lot of these places that the Arabs settled were definitely flourishing. The Andalusia and all these.
Right, Cordoba had like over 1 million people in it by itself.
Yeah, that was 1 million Berbers had 900,000, apparently over 900,000 Berbers had settled there. Yeah, along with the hundreds of thousands of early Arabs who were blacker than they were, probably in some cases. So
I'm glad that you said that like that, because I want people to walk away from this conversation understanding that the original and I'll say Arabians, because a lot of the, like, my Arab friends in the UK actually will differentiate themselves from as being Arab versus Arabian. They'll say, like, no, the original people were the Arabians, and they'll say that they're black. They'll flat out, like, nope, they're black people, right? And so, like,
they will say they were black people, or
that the Arabian, because a lot of them don't even see them too much, like, but because my UK.
No, I'm saying, are they saying that they were black people? Not because they're not now. Not all of them.
Right? Yeah, they say we're past tense.
Yeah. Okay.
They say we're Arab, they're Arabian.
Yeah. Well, they're not. I mean, there's Arabian people that are not black. That's what I'm saying. A lot of Arabians are of mixed ancestry. They're Syrian blood, J1 genetics, which is not the Arab genetics. And anything that does not have kinky hair, anybody who doesn't have kinky woolly hair, that means they're mixed with something else, because even the early
right. And that's what they're saying. They're saying, like, no, they like, some of my friends acknowledge the fact, like, no, we just sent from people who moved in. Like, like we pushed the original people are on the lower ends of like Saudi Arabia and Yemen, etc., or they're not there. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. They recognize that. That's good.
I asked them the question because I was looking into some of your work and some other people's work. I was like, so do you recognize the difference between Arabs and Arabians? And they just stopped, and they were like, how'd you know? Like, what do you know about it? And I was like, what it is? And so, like, well, they're definitely different people, and they were there first, etc. Blah 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 blah. And it was
but because they haven't.
They said that on air in the UK hanging out was dying. they saw like they swallowed a bug when I asked them to. It was hilarious.
What they said? What?
It was on a live UK hangout and whatnot that was on air.
Oh.
They sounded like they had swallowed a bug when I asked them, because they were like, how'd you know?
Wow. Yeah, probably because a lot of people don't read Arabic, but in the Arabic sources it talks all about that.
Right.
In order to be an Arab, you have to be black.
Right. Exactly.
And that was the name. That was the name of a people originally. Arab was the name of people, but now it's just the name of a nationality or a language. Just like Berber. You see people of different colors that are Berber, different cultures that are Berber. Jewish, you see different people. That's not a ethnic name. So when Black Americans or African Americans start talking about, the Arabs did this, the Arab did that, I mean, what they don't know, they don't know what they're talking about. I just stopped. I said, okay, first of all, I said Arabian. I said ancient Arabian. I didn't say modern Arabs, because there is no such single thing as a single, monolithic Arab. There's people, and some people that we call Arabs today don't consider themselves Arabs. Like the Lebanese, some of them don't, only if you're Muslim maybe, I think a lot of the Lebanese don't consider themselves Arabs, and they'll say that the Saudi Arabia is a black peninsula. There's a racist lady on YouTube that says that all the time. And then, like I say, the Egyptians, they don't consider themselves Arabs, but we call them Arabs. The Kabyles, the North Africans, a lot of them don't consider themselves Arabs, but some of them do consider themselves Arabs, but not everybody. And people like in Afghanistan and Pakistan, of course, aren't Arabs. In Central Arabia, Central or Iraq, they consider themselves Arabs, but they're not really Arabs. A lot of them are not really Arab by blood. In fact, like I said, the black or the Arabic. Let's see. I used to post online a lot about the Arab newspaper article. It talks about how 2/3 of the black people in Iraq are Arab, while the other third are of African origin. So a lot of times, again, when Black Americans are talking about, the Black Iraqis are all slaves, descendants of slaves, that's not what the Iraqis think. The Iraqis say that, because they have their own history. They have it in their documents what the Arabs look like. The Arabs are not fair-skinned people at all. The Arabs were kinky-haired people. Al-Hakami talks about it. Jahiz talks about it. Even Tabari, to a certain extent, talks about it. And he mentions, I'm so sorry I couldn't go back to this thing I saw online when I was looking at one of Tabari's works talks about something about the Central Arabians calling themselves the Blacks or something. Mm-hmm. I can't find it now, but it was a poem or something. But the Arabs looked at themselves as the Blacks, and the other people in the Middle East too. They also looked at them as the Blacks, or as the Kudur and Samra people.
Mm-hmm. One thing I find
today, that's what.
No, sorry, go ahead.
That's what a Black person is called today. In if you go to Sinai and places like that, the Bedouin Arabs that are not Black, they'll just say that the Black people are the Sumra or colored, or Azrak sometimes used too, meaning blue-black.
Right. And that was what I was going to touch on. I was like, I actually found, like, what I find interesting is that you can find, I can't remember where, but there's some writings where they talk about, like, the pride they have in the color of their skin and the sheen of their skin and, like, how dark it is, etc., whatnot. And, like, it reminded me of, like, there's certain people in Eastern India, Southeast India, where they do the same thing. They actually, like, when their children are born,
yeah, but you're talking about before, you're not talking about now.
Right, 100%. Right, and that's the point. I want people to understand the difference, because there's a lot.
They used to admire black skin, but now the Quraysh complain about being Black.
100%, exactly. That's why I wanted to point out the difference between the then and the now. In that a lot of people, like you're saying, you were saying earlier, people need to learn Arabic, and I'm trying to encourage people in the sense the reason why they haven't learned stuff like this in the past and now is because they see how things are currently portrayed and don't know how things were portrayed. Yeah. So when you made that statement of the Arabs being darker than the Berbers, I was like, oh yeah, well I definitely want to point that picture out to people, because people really don't understand how dark Arabia actually was. They really. And that's why I was trying to draw that line to the Council of the People of Southeast India, to where they actually cover their babies with coconut oil when they're born, so they actually get darker. Like they're some of the darkest people on the planet, if not the darkest.
Well, yeah, I've seen that definitely. But no, you're saying that they still cover themselves with coconut oil to get darker?
Like in South, well, that's in a part of Southeast India. But what I was saying was,
what I'm saying is, now do they still cover themselves in India to get darker?
I believe so. But the point was that I was trying to draw was the fact, like, what is that in the old writings, you'll find them being proud of their skin as in the similar fashion. Like that's what jumped out at me.
Yeah, but yes,
That's the old. That's the old. I'm saying that's the old stuff.
Yeah, it's old.
Nothing having to do with the modern stuff.
Yes, just as long as they make that clear, because today there's still a problem with
100%.
Now there's a problem with some of these people, like the Tamil and other people, trying to look where they.
Skin bleaching and all that, and it's horrible.
Yeah.
No, man, no, that's crazy. I got friends and all that. Yeah.
Now, but in the colonial times when they first went there, they still, considered black to be, the desired, in the South India, the desired color. Yes. Not now. No, I don't think it's now. Even though there's some nationalists there, like black nationalists there, that, they model themselves after the African American black nationalists. Upadhyaya, people like that. I think his name is Upadhyaya. Anyway, so, yeah, but see, that's, as long as you try to distinguish between ancient and modern, and people always say to me, are the Berbers black? I mean, I don't understand that question. Why would you ask a question about, that's like to me asking, are the Jews white? I mean, which Jew are you talking about? Which Arab are you talking about? We're not talking, first of all, I never talk in terms of modern times. I'm talking about early Arabs, the original early Arabs. If the African American people become maybe, yellow gold or yellow white color in the next 30 years, does that mean that the original ones weren't black? The original Africans weren't black, or the original Afro-Asiatics weren't black? No. So I don't understand the logic or the lack of logic among some of our so-called Afro-Asiatic people, Asiatic people. It's just like, if you can't understand basic common sense knowledge like that, then I don't know how much you're going to be able to understand the book or my Blogspot even, because I was talking to my brother the other day. He said, "Oh, I direct a lot of people to your Blogspot. They say they can't understand it. It's too hard to read." And I'm like, well, I'm sorry about that, but they should have paid attention in school. It's English.
Yeah, you gotta go slow and go with the references, because what it does is because you have to be willing to unlearn what you know to understand it, because basically that's what it comes down to. Is like, I can understand it, but I would have to throw all this other stuff out. I'm like, well, yeah, you kind of got to throw all that out now. That's just how it is.
Well, not even understand in that sense. And I'm talking about understand the words, understand what's being written. Because they didn't learn English, they didn't learn the English language. So if they're not going to learn English language, at least learn Arabic. At least learn the black man's language. So you can understand the heritage, that you say has been stolen from you, whatever.
Right. No, I can dig it. So we see that's one thing we gotta get honest about what we don't know as a people, right? Like, so we got kids, grandkids, all kinds of stuff. We got people following us, right? And so one thing I'm happy about with your work is I get to go to people younger than me, like, okay, you have this. I didn't have this growing up. You know what I'm saying? This fills in a lot of gaps right now. But at the same point in time, I reckon we gotta recognize what we don't know in terms of, like, okay, so I when I read this, I don't understand this. So maybe when I read this, I should sit down with the dictionary, a thesaurus, a pen and a pad, and go through this slow. When I hit something I don't understand, it's okay for me to stop and just look this up and read it at my pace versus just not read it or whatnot. Because at this juncture, like you're saying, we're living in the era where ISIS and all them is blowing up Timbuktu and whatnot. Like, so we're not gonna have these records to go check out all in perpetuity.
Yeah, unless they save some of it. And the same thing for Yemen. I mean,
right? Yeah, Yemen's getting bombed all day, and so if we don't make these attempts to learn this stuff in the here and now, it's gonna be gone for our youth, and they're gonna have nothing to stand on. And like the sister's talking about, like, she's decoding a story, and she's been working on decoding a story that's been misunderstood for a long time. And so we're at the brink where if this stuff disappears, we won't even know that the story was was misinterpreted to begin with.
Right, exactly. Well, I think that's why the ancestors and God powers that be are allowing this information out at this present time, right before all this stuff's happening. I think when Trump's out of office, a lot of things might end, but a lot of the bad stuff might end. But never know. It might be the beginning of the worst to come. I don't know.
I'm actually of that mindset. I think it's going to be the beginning of the worst.
No, I'm not, but.
Well, I think it's got to get worse before it's got to get better before you get better. But that's just an opinion. It doesn't have to.
Actually, I mean, in some places, like I say, in the real Armageddon area, it's as bad as it can get. I mean, they're exterminating a lot of people. So if that was supposed to be the end of a new era, the old era, that. I'm just going to turn the light on. Has gotten. That might be a sign that because I really don't think that I think we're headed for. I mean, I actually don't think, but I was told while I was young. It was impressed on me that around the age of 40s, the forces of good were going to start overtaking negativity. And I'm not talking about forces, I'm talking about the consciousness, angelic consciousnesses that surround the earth, So that's why there's a lot of upheaval right now. Because, wherever there's light, there's the devil that tries to come and, infest things and stir up things, and that's partly what Trump's doing now and other people across the world.
Right.
They're trying to overthrow the good forces, forces of good that were built up by over a long period of time. That's not going to prevail, I don't think. Most in the world are on the good side, on the side of good.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't mean that, like, right before Trump came in, I had turned independent. I was no longer like Democratic. I was saying, well, I need to disavow my Black heritage because I really don't think these people have the same values that I have. But then I met, the Moors and people like you who have, a lot of the same. I'm kind of more conservative in a lot of ways than the prevailing pundits on TV and that kind of thing. So, now I'm not going to turn Moor, I don't think, anytime soon, but I'm already Moor I'm Moor by blood, not nationality. I'm already of the Afro-Asiatic ilk, so I don't feel the need to change my name and stuff.
Yeah, it's not necessary for everybody.
Yeah.
Even though the teachings, it talks about you doing your thing under your own vine and fig tree and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So like whatever you identify as is what you identify as.
And I identify as a planetary citizen. And I don't need, I'm doing this for not just African Americans, but for the world, because, like I said, these people that created civilization were of a different consciousness than people are now. The Western European people would never have created this civilization. Would never have created civilization because they're too material-minded, too, just too. Now, I don't know what it was before, 1,000 years ago, but I'm just saying the people that were back then, were of such a level of spiritual potency that, they created civilizations from swamps.
100%, exactly.
Yeah, around the world. So, and that was through, it was inspiration, spiritual inspiration. Nothing comes from nothing. It comes from God. Everything comes from God, Everything that's made, music, art, poetry, architecture, shapes, everything's already imprinted, for us to just grasp from universal principles. You make up your own. Make up your own. After thousands of years, you don't make up your own set of ways, human relationships, and start defining things for yourselves and changing institutions that were put in place for a reason. But so the West will find out soon. I think. I think they'll find out sooner than later.
I agree. And I think your book is part of this consciousness coming up in terms of like the Queen of this House rising up in judgment in latter days concept. Because I feel like there's a thirst for knowledge, and there's a certain kind of a teacher that's going to take to teach that kind of a concept, and I feel like it's like that Queen of the South concept coming up right now.
Yeah, I believe that, because I do believe, like I've been saying for a long time, there's a judgment that's coming. It's not just for people in the North or anything, but the judgment against the spiritual principles that we had, that the earth had, and that was founded by people of the South, people that happened to have black skin, but the people that their I don't know if pineal gland was open or what was going on, but they obviously had some kind of connection that is not valued today. We have the people in New Age trying to get New Agey and spiritual and stuff, but even that's being commercialized. Even Christmas and everything's being commercialized, and they don't care. And that's why, things are falling down. Their own institutions are falling down around them. So, yep. Judgment coming.
Yes. It's definitely inevitable.
I mean, that's all, that's what I've felt for a long time, is definitely. And it has to be that way to change, in order to change, get rid of, to wipe away the dross of the unnecessary and evil. So
you were talking about our karma in the sense of like we've done what we've done to people and how it's kind of come back to us. Do you feel like we have a role to play in terms of like righting the wrong or righting that karma by like getting over our racisms or whatever we've done as a people to divide other people, so to speak?
Well, I don't know what you meant by the last part, but I have a feeling that, like I said, when the Moors were in power and all these people for thousands of years, basically, they must have been doing. I mean, how do they get that power? How does a small group of people in Hijaz take over the whole world? It has to have been through, converting people and then inflaming people. You do hear a lot of killing going on in the early stages of Islam, both in Arabia and outside. I don't think it's anything to be proud of when Khalid bin Walid, who was sworn the drawn sword of Allah, he called himself. I guess he was a cousin of Muhammad. Went around and killing all these people he considered pagan. That's not, to me. That's another way to get karma. And all the way Islam started, to me, it's the reason why it's still going on, in the Middle East. There was a lot of stuff that took place that's still going on, including the Assyrians too. The Assyrians used to slaughter people, but they learned it from the Phoenicians. They used to burn people alive just in cages like they're doing now in the same place. Or burn people alive and take out their skin, and different things that are unacceptable in the spiritual realm. You have to pay for that. You have to pay for especially slaughter of children, and that's where the part about because there's certain things in fundamentalist Christianity that definitely speak for the truth. That you can't, certain things you cannot do that do not have repercussions on the spiritual realm. So, but that's all I'm going to get into now. With that, But I just know from being involved in shamanism and Shintoism, there's certain things that you're not really that are not really acceptable on in the spiritual dimensions, and they will receive. You're just spreading hate towards certain people. That's going to be coming back to people. Spreading hate. I don't care if it's Jews or even white Southerners, whatever. I think people are gonna, Black people that are doing that are gonna receive. It creates cancerous cells. That kind of hate creates cancer for you. That's what I believe is someone coming from the shamanic basis, from a shamanic point of view. And but like I said, a lot of what our ancestors went through, it's coming to an end,
Mm-hmm.
because this, for example, this country is like, from what I understand, it's almost 50% non-white now or more.
Right.
And that's what people are afraid of, that, people are their culture's being taken over, and people are gonna do the same to them as was done to us, Black people, Latino people, Arab people, Asian people. They were all treated a certain way, and unfortunately, that's going to come home to roost. Now, my psychic was talking about, not only that, it's going to be, because of what we're doing right now under Trump, it's going to be hard to leave the country if you're American, especially American, not person of color so much, because people are going to be very angry, shooting at us and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's already started, to tell you the truth.
Yeah. That's what I think. I think it's only going to get worse because I got a hunch he's going to. I got a nasty hunch he's going to be president again. I think if he becomes president again, he'll be crazy and bold, and like you said, it'll be worse for us to travel.
I don't think that's going to happen. I feel like
I appreciate that.
I feel like, well, no, the last time I predicted that he would be president, because Hillary didn't have the numbers to be president. Hers was lost and vain regret. And he had good numbers. Now I thought it was going to be somebody else, but he didn't stay in. Bush didn't stay in. Now, but what's his name? Biden might be president. I mean, if he goes against Trump alone, he'll definitely win. But Trump might not finish. Well, never mind. Never mind. I already said, because he has the numbers. He is the 45th president. And if you look up the 45th president, 45th, in what 45 means in numerology, not good. Not good. But yeah, he might not, I don't know. I don't think he'll be president next time. That's all I'm saying. And if he is, then we're all goners. Literally, like you said, the Armageddon will come not only for Yemen, but for everywhere else. Because he's intent on stoking up those forces again, the evil, Hitler-esque type forces. And that stuff's not just happening here in America. It's happening in every country in Europe.
Yeah. It's even happening in South America right now.
Yeah, South America too. Brazil, and, I don't know what those people think.
All that, yeah.
They don't think that the world is going to be, Thankfully, though, a lot of, European people and white people in general majority are still against. It's just that they have not fought back like we're doing in America now. Now they're getting ready to fight back, because they realize these people have taken over their countries. They have taken over their countries. They're trying to take over Britain, Italy, Greece, everywhere. Of course, Russia, forget it, that's gone. That's gone. That's a goner. That's why they don't even, probably not Christian anymore, because they see all the paintings of the ancient Christian in their country are all black.
Yeah.
So, well, that's a joke, but I don't know. You never know.
You never do know.
No,
It was funny. Good.
That's another thing I wanted to say. I mean, this is a long. I mean, I could talk about this stuff forever, but See, the early Manaeans were, if you look in the Bible, they were the first Christians. So the early disciples, a lot of those early people and the followers of Jesus and Isa, because I don't know if they were the same people yet, were like Ansar, Nazarenes. And that's why, and you go up to Edessa, and those places were colonized by the same Arab people that, they were followers of Christianity. So those are the people closest to Russia. So they just portrayed how they looked. So basically, we're not looking at Africans, we're looking at the early Arabian, people, the Manaeans and the Minim, the fishermen, who happened to have moved into Hijaz and Jordan at that time.
So I have to ask. So why are you not certain on the Isa and Jesus thing? That sounded mad intriguing right there. What has you unsure?
Oh, that's a long. And Kamal Salibi also wrote about that. The fact that it's too much discrepancy between the lifetimes of Jesus and Isa. That they could have been two different people, and like one of them was born from God, another one was, according to Jewish tradition, had a Roman father. One of them died in India, another one rose from the dead. He never went back. He might have also ended up in India too, though. But
for instance, in the Moorish tradition, he goes to India.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in the Circle 7 Quran, he spent there's like the first. There's more chapters of him in India than any other spot.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so but I don't know if, like I said, I don't know which one is the real one. I don't know which one is the. There might have been. Yeah, I don't know which one would be the real one. And then there's also, like my psychic was telling me, that there's also a child of Jesus called Sarah, and then that Sarah was is actually born in Europe, and got mixed in with the early people that were royals, and that's where that whole idea of there's a Sarah Kali in the gypsy early gypsy tradition, and you see all the mothers, the black statues of Mary or the mother Madonna. The early gypsies have Sarah Kali, the black Madonna. Kali meaning black.
Oh wow! Okay.
And yeah. Oh, Kali, yeah, that means black. The black one, the black man.
Yeah, that connotation with that name being in Europe just threw me for a loop. That's one of the last names I'd ever think of seeing in Europe. It would be Kali.
Yeah, and that word is related to coal. The word coal.
Wow.
Etymologically, yeah. And even Koli in the Koli in India, they're the like lower caste blacker people. And Kali, they'll call the blacks Kali, But yeah, so I don't know. All I know is that all I know is that when I was working in New York City at a public television, a television affiliated place, and the owner would let in, she would, very nice, compassionate lady, and she let in this one homeless person he had reddish, flaming red hair, was all messed up and stuff, and he started talking, like rambling and stuff, and he started talking about how his family had archives of Jesus and how he traveled, and he wasn't even talking to me, he was just rambling, and he was talking about how Jesus visited Khartoum. And this was over, this was in the 80s, in the 90s. And at that time, people didn't know much about Khartoum, which is a place in Sudan. I don't know if it's the capital, but it's a place in Sudan. And he says that he had this in his family archives, the records of Jesus and where he went and stuff like that. And I think he ended up in Europe or something like that. But And then at the time I'm like laughing to myself. I was laughing, but I'm thinking, wait, well, now how do you know about cartoon? Because people didn't, I was just knew because I studied with Dahi and all that stuff, and was into this stuff, African stuff. But later on, I started reading again, like I said, about Jesus and Isa and stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, maybe one of these people, Isa or Jesus, I guess Jesus, ended up with having some connection to Europe, because it's such a strong tradition in their history. The one that was like Roman, Pac Roman or something. But yes, so I don't know. All I know is that that's something that needs to be looked into, because there was a tradition that he did have, Mary Magdalene and was not fooling around, but he was more of a political leader, according to Kamal Salidi, and the one was more of a spiritual leader. One might have had the tradition of being born like from a virgin, and the other from Joseph, or Joseph was a carpenter in one Nagar carpenter, and in another he was, I forget what he was. They're from a prominent family. Anyway, yeah, I think that I don't look at Jesus anyway as a. I look at him, whoever the real one was, as more. Both of them might have been spiritual masters. I don't know, because especially if you're going over to India and teaching, the early forms of Reiki and all that stuff, but I do believe in the Christ, the Christ consciousness, in the Holy Spirit, which I found out was real. I found out there was a Holy Spirit that could do things, and I don't believe that that's coming from me. That was coming from me. I believe it was the Holy Spirit, and I believe, I do have certain experiences, like probably from past life, too many past lives as a nun, but I get the what do you call it, in the palms. Sometimes if I'm really worried about people in the world, I'll get that. And I have it on tape just in case I had to show it one day. But and that started after I played with the tarot cards. Stigmata, that's what it's called, stigmata. After I played with tarot cards, I woke up one day with like burning sensation and indentations in my hands, and I'm like, well, I got to stop this, because I feel like it's trying to show me that it's evil. You can allow lower energies into your life. But and that not necessarily a Christ thing. That's just a Jesus thing. Maybe I was a follower or something. I did have a vision once that I was what you call an Abba, a man, and it was an Abba, which I found out was not just a musical group. I looked it up when I was young, because I was like 16, 15 or something, and that's what I saw. It was like the leader of the Syriac church in about the third century, a leader, Christian leader. So I might have like one of the early leaders. I mean, I believe that, because I still feel like that. I feel like I'm always judging on a Christian level. I judge. Are there right things to do? Are there wrong things to do? I believe I do wrong things, and I deserve to get what I get. If I drink martini, I'm not supposed to be drinking. And then wake up and see things I'm not supposed to be seeing, then that's too bad. So I'm very judgmental in that sense. I'm Virgo, we're very critical, but I definitely believe that anything that happens to you is a result of your own past doings and energy. So that's why I don't blame other people. I don't blame other religions, or attack Jews, or verbally or even mentally, because First of all, I've had dreams of being in other races and other ethnic groups, and I know that I'm not always just been Black. So it's a it depends on what level you're at, or what you're here to learn, that kind of thing. Like I said, I feel like I shouldn't say this, but I feel like I came by myself. I came because I wanted to come to help my God. I don't believe that we are the highest form. I believe that we come from God. In the state that I was in, we were worshiping God. There is God, there's Creator, and if we were God, we are God, but we're not. We're here, we're on earth to learn to express, to create for ourselves. We want to create. This is what we're here to learn to create without it being harmless, without causing suffering. And unfortunately, a lot of people haven't that in their mind, or experiencing suffering for that matter. A lot of people think that we're supposed to experience suffering here, which is not true. And that's why I got into the practice that I did, which expiates a lot of karma without you going through a lot of suffering.
Yeah, I'm still learning that one the hard way.
Yeah, almost everybody, but people that are in my different practices. Probably I would say the Eastern practices, like those that I practice in, or maybe Sharif practice, they can expiate and bring manna from heaven, so you don't have to go through a lot. A lot of what people go through is suffering, but there's religions that say that you must suffer to be enlightened and all that stuff, and I don't believe that at all.
See, that's what I find interesting. Like, so you're talking about like what Sharif practices, like, so for people listening, so he's a Hungar practitioner, and he does with Qigong and other things and whatnot. And so I have a martial arts background and other things and whatnot. And even as a kid, I did like pranayama and whatnot, and didn't even know I was doing it until I met a pranayama teacher and whatnot. But when it comes down to like the breath and whatnot, a lot of spiritual systems, like, so even spirit comes down to being breath and whatnot. And so I was literally talking to a friend of mine about even Mary Magdalene, and she was talking about how like Jesus taught her how to alleviate herself from evil spirits and whatnot, right? And so they don't get into that in the book because that part gets taken out or whatnot. But even like with I've done a lot of Qigong and breathing practices in my life and whatnot, and understood like how to replace things that were there and wash things away and add things to certain things and whatnot. And
well,
go ahead.
When you say, see, for me, it's just the practice that does it. I don't focus on. I just focus on the practice, allowing the practice and the sounds to alleviate. It's not something you have to focus on. Like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to make this go away. It's just these practices naturally will cleanse you so that you experience the best out of life. And I can't say
right. I agree.
For all practices, I can't say that for Reiki, or I don't do Reiki, by the way. I do something much more powerful than Reiki, but those light practices can bring a lot of dramatic expiation, like where you go through things. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. And I don't teach. I use it only when I need it, the light healing, but I mainly work with the chi energy, which is balanced energy, balanced cosmic energy. And that is where you get that from the Far East, from Japan, Korea, China. They're the ones here to teach, to learn about breath. And if you get into any of those practices, and to a certain extent yoga will do the same, you won't have the same sufferings and problems that other people, a lot of us, unnecessarily go through. I mean, I'm talking about in relationships, I'm talking about in health, I'm talking about in abundance or lack of prosperity, that kind of thing. You can get, as long as, you're not, like me, I also do things that I'm not supposed to do, like eating meat. I don't believe we should be eating meat. I eat meat. I drink sometimes. And there's other things I've done in my life that I shouldn't have done. And you won't get as much benefit if you're drinking and eating meat, because that's karmic repercussion. It's karmic. You know, you're going to get karma from that. Well, I don't care whether the meat's kosher or not. You're still killing animals. So, I mean, that's just my belief. But don't expect to get the same effects if you're doing that. If you're not purifying your body, because you're never going to get a purified body if you're eating meat, carnal stuff. I used to be a vegetarian. I'm going to go back, but I'm just saying, I understand where the vegetarians are coming from, and I hope to get there again soon.
Right. That's what I was gonna say about my experience. The experience with my own energy work was the fact that like I learned that like you were saying, it wasn't me forcing something to happen. In fact, me forcing something is what actually caused the injuries I was dealing with. Right. That I had to learn how to get out of my own way with it. And that was the value that I got even from learning Eastern systems. Because I studied Buddhism and Taoism and a whole bunch of other stuff and whatnot, and the philosophies behind the healing system that you're talking about and whatnot. I like it because it puts people in almost like in the driver's seat of like what modern physics, quantum physics talks about, like the concept of the observer and whatnot. And a lot of people walk around and don't recognize how much their thoughts affect things, how much they're choosing to affect things, like you're talking about, right? They feel like things happen by osmosis and whatnot. And from the Eastern perspective, you learn like no, you're the one, you're driving this thing with your thoughts, intentions, whether you're meaning to or not. So you better like. If you want to have effect over things, change what you mean. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, a lot of the stuff was created in the past, in past lives and things. And since the West doesn't believe, a lot of people in the West don't believe in that in past lives. So that's why we have this problem. We create energy. Sorry, I'm sitting down now. We create energy through. We have created energy, through what we've done with our bodies in the past life and through our thoughts and actions. So anything that did negatively, not necessarily going to come out in that life, but maybe in the next life. And also it affects the kind of souls you attract into your life, including your children, So, and it's never good to blame your children for the way they are, because they came to you for a reason.
Right.
It's never good to hit your children, especially, and even though I know it says in the Old Testament, bear the rod, spoil the child, whatever. But the only way that you, like me, my son, when I used to hit him at 2 years old, he used to hit me back. I mean, hard. So I stopped. I just did that a couple of times, and because he used to be wild. He used to jump on my head while I was sleeping, run back and forth. He was wild like the rest of my family. And scream, with this loud Kabyle voice. I don't know if you know about the Kabyle, but they have the loudest voices in the world. You will not believe, if you heard them talking, some of the men, when they're talking, you can hear them like a half mile away. But I was brought up being spanked and stuff, so I thought that's the way that you had to treat your kid if they were misbehaving. But the only thing that helped was the energy work I was doing. And I'm talking about the chi energy, because it would calm down the spiritual essence of my child, and right away. And he became, over time, very protected and very, very happy, or very lucky, fortunate person, because that's what the energy of fortune is. It's the energy, chi energy is the dragon of luck and fortune. I would suggest anybody who, like if you go see the movie Heaven and Earth, and how the lady, how her life changed after she was brought back from Vietnam, that's kind of similar to what the practice that I do, like the shamanic and ancestral practice. We cleanse our ancestors as well as ourselves. In fact, you can't cleanse yourself unless your ancestors are also helped and cleansed with this, chi energy, which is actually the Holy Spirit energy. It's the manna from heaven. It's both heaven and earth energy. or fire and water too. Fire, water, and earth.
So in the New Testament, there's actually somewhere that's written something of the concept of a baptism for the dead of some sort. Is that something similar to what you're talking about? Like conceptually.
Sounds like it. I don't know. I don't read the New Testament that much anymore. It sounds like it though, because, and there's also a part that talks about when the spirits start talking. Wait, what is it? I don't know. I was going to say something else, but there are definitely certain parts of the Bible that relate to what the practice that I do, and the shamanistic practices of the East. Yes, and that also is also related to Taoism. You know, the in between state, not fire, not water, but the in between state,
Right.
which is the earth, the mist from the earth. Okay, that's the Holy Spirit. So there rose up a mist from the earth. That's what they're talking about. The pure spirit that we have inside, the pure chi expression is that the Holy Spirit. But it's that energy, like I say, that we live and breathe in. He that whom we live and breathe. You know, they talk about in the Bible, in the Old Testament, I think.
Interesting.
And that to me is the Holy Spirit energy and the Christ energy. Now, and I also had a personal experience too, where well, never mind. I'm not going to even say that part. But yeah, there's also a personal, the manifestation of Christ that happens with when you absolutely accept that the Christ is all that matters, really. You can have another experience of personal Christ, like in Catholicism, which is closer to me in Protestantism to the original Judaism. You talk about the Christ and then the personal Christ, and then there is a Trinity. But it has not. Original Christianity had nothing to do with just a man, called Jesus. Even though he may be, called upon, I believe, by Christians in the church, definitely. I definitely believe there is a spirit of Jesus in the church. Like I said, ascended masters are basically divine. They're divine. So, and I don't believe the one that got married and came over here to Europe, whatever. I don't believe he was. I believe the one that raised from the dead, whoever he was. I believe that person, just like in Catholicism, they say you can call on different saints and things, and they'll, for thousands of years, people have called on saints and have had their prayers answered. I did this is when I was studying with a nun wants to become Catholic, and I learned the Hail Mary, and the next day, not the next day, it was a few days later, my son came home, and I was talking about how, to him about how I had been studying with a nun, and I was saying this prayer, Hail Mary, full of grace, and all that. And he said, that's funny because I had a dream last night, and this is what came to me, and it's called Psalm 23. And he started saying this psalm in 16th century English, the entire psalm, and he still knows it by heart.
Wow.
The English is not even found in Bibles anymore. So that's what I'm saying. There are things, there are miracles that occur when, every religion has miracles, but and that's not the second time I did it. Somebody threw a Bible because he was working in a place called not Chi-Chi's, Chima's in Philadelphia, and one of the people threw a Bible on the table, like this small gold, I might still have it, Bible, and said, "Keep this." And he's not religious, and he just gave it to me. But it just shows you the ancestral connections and the lineage connection when you get involved in spiritual matters, how it affects your children.
Yeah, 100%.
Now I've also experienced, like I said, in other religions, I've experienced miracles too. Like I was in Buddhist for a while because my aunt was very much into Buddhism, and she founded the Nam-myoho Renge-kyo chapters in South Jersey. That's a popular Buddhism that Tina Turner practices and stuff. And you can just wish for what you want, and you'll get it. You get a lot of things. Like they told me, after 10 wishes, after 3 months, you'll start to see your 10 wishes come true. That's how I got into that. But the problem with that is it brings up it brought up a lot of your karma. So I finally chanted for a practice where, it calmed down a lot of negativity, and relationships with my mom and family members became harmonious and stuff like that. And the practice that I met was this one. And also it stops your aging, or it slows down your aging process. So, it allows you to live longer because the chi your cells are infused with energy. So
yeah, that's touching on.
Yeah.
One thing that's interesting about that, what you're talking about, is a part just a few sentences ago. Like it made me think about the concept of intention and whatnot. To where in the Eastern traditions and whatnot, that's the one thing that I noticed that I noticed focused on more than anything was like even when you talk about moving energy or dealing with energy, like it's the intent manifests the will in a sense. You know what I'm saying? Or even the will is manifested intent if you're all
right.
But
to get to that point, like what I'm saying is, it's the sound vibration that we use, and also the it was mainly the sound vibration, breathing, and all that kind of thing that allowed us to get to the point where we could do that. Use our hands to heal, and use our hands to heal. Like right now, I can just hold my hand up, and like if I wanted to, but you're not supposed to do this, like, make people feel, purify people internally that are listening on the site. But that, you don't want to do that because you never know, what there's toxins that can be released, and people can get very hot, and start feeling tired or whatever. But there's all kinds of practices out there now that people can do, and in fact, in other countries, much more powerful. Almost like, Pokemon. People think that's just fantasy and stuff. There are people that can do a lot of stuff that you see. I haven't watched it in a long, but it's not. The world is not what we think it is in the West. What we made it out to be.
Exactly. 100%. That's what I was going to do about the concept of intention and whatnot.
Right.
So for a lot of people listening to what you're saying, like they might not have an understanding of Eastern traditions and whatnot. They pretty much on this channel they'll probably have an understanding of biblical traditions and whatnot. And so I wanted to link up that understanding with the concept in the New Testament where it talks about the renewing of the mind and whatnot. Because basically the people knew how to think one way, and once they figured out how to think another way, it's like, oh, once you change how you can think, you can change death. In a sense, right? It conceptually, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, but the Bible always talks about renewing of the mind through the Holy Spirit.
Right.
Yeah. So as long as people, and Jesus, whatever he said, whoever he was the medium through which people were able to have a direct contact with the Holy Spirit. So I suggest people that are interested in renewing their mind through Christianity do, you know, do take that into account, that Jesus does exist in that sense. You know, there is a living God that, in the sense that consciousness that is in touch with the greater logos or consciousness that you can call upon to renew your mind. You know, that's why when people raise their hand, palms, and say Jesus and Jesus, you know, you can call upon, you know, this divine energy that he was representative of. And I know that from experience because, I mean, I've had so many things happen where, for example, I was in Boston one day when I had my magazine, and they had invited me down there to go around with another group of Black journalists, and me and this other Black journalist in a room in the hotel were downstairs eating, and we started talking about how why Black people were in the situation that they were in. And I was saying, and she was came to agreement that, you know, basically because we don't rely on God. We don't place God in control of our lives. You know, we don't say God is in control of it. We say white people are doing this to that, and you know, I don't have money and all that stuff. You know, and you can't do that when you're dealing on faith. If you're interested in truth, because that has nothing to do with what's going on. Absolutely nothing, except your karma. You're living in the world of karma, which is called shaitan. That whole concept means Satan, the satanic world, where you get to receive back what you put out into the world. That's all that is. And this is by different beings and means on this low level. But so what I'm trying to say here, continuing, is that we were talking about, you know, and we got to such an ecstatic level talking about how we don't rely on God and you know, Jesus you can call upon to bring forth God, whatever. We got to such an ecstatic state, and I left, and I went into an elevator, and there was a man in there in the elevator with very small eyes, and he was tall and black hair, and he had a man next to him, blonde, with a suitcase, not a suit on, and the man looked kind of, he was looking up, and I looked back at the man was smiling at me, and he said hi, but I just heard the word Jesus. And I looked at him and I said, why does he look so familiar? And then like a few weeks later when I was home, I was watching TV, and this guy had just been on World Link TV. I hadn't seen him on the regular TV because I hadn't been home. I was in New York, and with my ex-husband. And that's where I saw the guy in a church, big church thing. And he had a good energy, but then I was watching him on TV, and I said, oh my gosh, that's the guy I saw in the elevator. I met in the elevator. I thought he was an angel because all I heard was Jesus. The guy turned out to be Joel Osteen.
Wow.
Yeah. And not only that, right after that, I went to oh gosh, this was such a powerful experience. I went to the mall, and there was, or actually, was it Burlington Coat Factory or something? No, it was the mall. That's right. And this lady called me from across. I was with my son. This lady called me from across the room and said, "Come over here. Come over here." I was with my son. I'm like, "Why call me over here?" And she comes. She's holding up a shirt that says, "Jesus such and such." I'm like, I'm not even Christian. Why is she doing this? And she starts one by one talking to me about all the different questions I had about God and Jesus. Like a few weeks before I had gone to Boston, one by one, and I started getting scared. I said, "Oh my God, is she real? You know, why is she doing this?" And she gave me the shirt. I think I bought the shirt. She gave me it, and there was like nobody around. There was nobody around while this was going on. I come home a couple of days later, well, no, I think this was this happened after I went to church, and I was listening to this song called "You, Only You Are Holy." Only you are holy. I had it on my site, and I was getting so ecstatic and so high that, well, I you know how sometimes in black churches you go to the front of the room, you start dancing and praising and stuff.
Right.
So I knew I was getting full of something, the Holy Spirit, whatever. I went to the front of the room, and I was lifted off the floor, and whatever it was came from into my stomach and started blessing people with my fingers were a certain way. It's almost as if you had some kind of a whisk in my hand, and I was like this statue, but I was off the floor, like about an inch off the floor, and I was turned, and I was not, I could not move because this thing had taken over me. And after a while, I mean, I heard people in the back gasping, in the back of me gasping. But after a while, I got scared because I said, wait a second, this is what happened to me when I was playing the tarot cards too. I used to sometimes be off the ground, flipping in my bed and stuff. But I said, my God, there is a Holy Spirit. There's a man or some kind of being, spiritual being, or maybe it was an angel. I don't know what it was, but that would come and lift people off the ground and start blessing other people. I'm here, yes. And you have to understand, I don't go to church. I didn't go to church that much when I was young. Probably the amount of times I had been in church was probably 10 times in my whole life. But I always saw myself as being like born to be a nun, born to be, I never got into Protestant thing. I always wanted to be Catholic. I always felt like, as they were taking my religion, and when I went to, a few times I went to the Catholic services, and I would, I wasn't supposed to eat the bread, but I wanted to, so I did. I ate the bread. You're not supposed to eat it unless you're Catholic. But so, and then to make the last matters even more, this whole few weeks was one of constant miracles. So my dad, who prides himself on being like kind of agnostic or atheist, or he's been dead for a couple of years. He said, he pointed to a cutting board we had in our kitchen behind our sink. And he said, Dana, there was like lights coming on, and it was in the shape of a man. It was a man with a beard. No, did he have a beard? I forget. I can't say. He just had longish hair, though. That's what I remember. It wasn't like he looked African. He looked like longish hair, like you would see on a book cover. And at that time, the book about Jesus was coming out. Not Jesus. What's that that movie about
the Da Vinci Code?
Say it again.
Was it the Da Vinci Code? The Da Vinci Code.
Da Vinci Code, yeah. And they had this cover of the book. I said, that looks like the cover of Jesus they have in the Da Vinci Code. And he said, And I said, I see it. He was on this other side of the kitchen, and I was looking from this side. I'm like, oh my God, this is the last one. Okay, I believe. But yeah, but now that doesn't mean that was Jesus. It just shows that it was trying to show, that because people see, when they go on the other side, they say they see Jesus and this, right, this, right. I believe that Jesus existed. He was, I don't know, like I said, Isa was Jesus or not, but I believe that if Jesus existed and he was the son of a Roman, half Roman or whatever, he could have had longish hair and he could have looked like the thing on the Turin shroud. I do believe that because it did kind of look like that, dark-skinned man with longish hair. But I don't know. I do believe now that there is power in the name of Jesus, and that, and I didn't grow up believing that, but I did always believe in the Christ. I was taught that the Christ is the head of all things, the universe. This universe in particular is the Logos. Christ consciousness is Logos, what we're all aiming towards. Now, like I said, I mean, I believe that if that's the case, I'm supposed to help people, um, you know, get there. And I believe that the Jesus or whoever was divine came here had certain intentions and didn't want us torturing people, you know, torturing children down in Mexico and putting them in cages and or burning people alive in cages or whatever, you know, things that Muslims and Christians do. I think there are going to be repercussions for this because he was the saving God. He was the savior in the sense of that's was his purpose, you know. And you can go through him, you can go through other different ascended people, you know, people that were actually more divine than they were human. And I don't think anybody in this country was ever that I know of. Maybe Quetzalcoatl, I don't know. But that, like I said, there are people over there in India that there are people you can call upon that are saints. I believe that, you know, people have used it. There have been saints that died, Catholic European saints that died that never, their bodies never disintegrated because they were such a purity that you know, that the chi just remained alive in them. But yeah, so that's Christianity. I've had a lot of experiences, and I've had experience in Islam when my friend was he had introduced me to an Egyptian guy, a doctor in Jamal. That was so he liked me, right? So we dated, but he started explaining to me about Islam, and all of a sudden, while he was explaining to me, it felt like all my lymph nodes were releasing. You know, I was feeling like manna being poured over me. It was like a fountain of something, of manna just pouring. You know, so I said, "Oh my gosh, no wonder people can't love Islam. Can't stay away from Islam, and they love it because this energy is so powerful." You know.
Yeah.
So then in Hindu tradition too, Hindu stuff, I've experienced things. Like I said, I go to different Hindu temples sometimes and do ceremonies because there are different deities that they apparently energize or they have some interaction with that, just like in Africa, you know, deities, not always the good kind in Africa, unfortunately, but one time I went to my friend's brother's funeral and I had been coughing all day and I went there and the energy was so strong of this powerful energy of serenity and the coughing stopped like immediately. I didn't cough the rest of the ceremony, like a couple hours. Not only that, I mean, I was looking around and see where's that energy coming from. And I'm like, oh my God, I hope it's not the statues but apparently, you know, they do some rites in the temple before the ceremony for the dead. And I felt this strong, I'm talking about powerful energy there. And I felt similar, not just a different kind of energy when I was at the Moorish, when I went to one of the Moorish things in Baltimore recently. I think it was last year. When I walked in and then there was the higher level people. People had come on to talk. And I'm in there looking around like, oh my God. It's almost as if angelic beings were circling around, you know. I don't know if this would be Christian or Muslim, but very strong energy, you know. And I knew that this organization or your organization, whatever, is blessed. They're on the path, you know, towards happiness and serenity and saving the world. Because actually, all this energy is coming from the same place. It's all God, Allah, or Elohim, whatever. And that's why it's important for people to know the connection between Islam and early Christianity and early Judaism. Judaism, whatever, because it's all coming from places. All these divine energies are emanating from the same place. That's my sermon for today.
No, I definitely agree with that. Just to add on to that from a Moorish perspective, we talk about in the Circle 7 Quran about the fact that every nation sees God, but they don't see all of God, and they name the part of God that they can see. And that,
right? Oh, okay. Well, you said that.
No matter what name they put on it, etc., it's still the cause is cause and the root is root.
Exactly. Yeah. And see, that's the reason I like the Moors, because they have the same philosophy, like almost the same exact philosophy as the Theosophy. You know what you're saying. I think they even say it in Theosophy. So, and it's different than the other Islam. So, it's different, but I'm sure there's other types of Islam that bring about the same energy and same consciousness.
Similar. It's interesting. What I find though is most of the Islam that I run into, the Sufis are the closest to what I deal with, and then from there I find that then it would turn into like maybe the Shias, and then the Sunnis maybe last.
Well, I wouldn't get into either of those just because of the energy associated with them. With the dark energy associated with killing and all that stuff. That's just too much going on, between those groups. I would just, if I was to become Muslim, I would probably be African Muslim. It's like African Sufi.
Yeah, I can dig that. No, I said I can dig that. Yeah. But even with that, like, so what I was going to say was within this, like you're talking about with the killing, etc., right? With like the Sunni and Shia tradition and whatnot. So, for instance, like even in my Jewish tradition and whatnot, like I don't deal with the Talmud and whatnot. And with Islam, I don't deal with the Hadith and whatnot. I deal with the Quran situation and whatnot. I let the Quran.
But the Sunni and the Shia don't they deal with the Hadiths or no?
Right, and so that's where like, so the Quran stipulates that the Quran is the best Hadith, right? And it also stipulates that there will be people who come afterwards using a basis Hadith to lead people away from the path of Allah, right? So I always tell people like to play it safe, like so like even with the Moorish tradition, right? Like the Prophet didn't he brought the Circle 7. He said it's 18 missing years from your Bible, and it's also unified with the Quran. He specified that the Quran was the source of our power and authority. Or he never said Quran and Sunnah or Quran and Hadith or whatever, you know what I'm saying? When it's interesting when I compare my Islam to a lot of other people. Like I have friendly debates with a lot of people, a lot of different belief systems in Islam and whatnot. And I find that a lot of their belief doesn't really lie on the Quran; it lies on the Hadith. When they take it to the Quran, they can't make it line up in any way, shape, or form. And so when you're talking about like the linkage between Islam, Christianity, and Judaism in its early form, I would really urge people to take a look at the Quran and read it for itself and see where it talks about getting its understanding from the previous scriptures. Like for instance, in Surah 10, Ayat 94, it says, if there's any doubt as to what's coming down to you, go to the people of the previous scripture for clarity and whatnot. It even goes as far as this.
Okay, that means the people of the book, meaning Judaism too, right?
Right, Christians and Jews, and Sabians, etc. It even goes on to stipulate that it says that the Quran is a criterion, i.e. a statute book, but it says that the Torah was first given as a statute book in the criterion. And most Muslims, when I tell that to Muslims, they don't even know that's in the Quran. They're like, that doesn't say that. They're like, no, it says it right there. It says it a bunch of times, in fact.
Yeah.
Like, well, how come I didn't know?
Because I personally see that they, think that the Quran also, the first time I read it, I interpreted it as talking about reincarnation. When it talks about the trees, doesn't the tree return, the branches of the tree return leaves again and again, something like that. I don't know, but I like the Quran after that. You
can get an interpretation like that. Like, so for instance, in the Moorish tradition, right, and a lot of people don't rock with this, but in the Moorish tradition, like you're pretty much there's the concept of reincarnation until you get it right, until you return to the one.
Mm-hmm.
And that you're basically going through experiences to understand whatever it takes you, whatever you need to do to walk up those steps in that ladder to get back to the one. Long story short, but I forgot where I was going. I was gonna say this was that is that there is a tradition. Even when I love how you talk about in your work about the Banu Ifran and how they dealt with for instance, they fought against Islam when Islam came into North Africa, right? But
Who did?
I think you said the Banu Ifran, right? Or was it someone else?
Oh, Beni Ifrin.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody else did, but no, I know the Berbers originally. Yeah, they fought against Islam. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it was your blog spot I was reading. You were talking about like Al Kahina and or Queen Dia, etc.
Oh yeah. Yes, you're right.
And then there were some Berbers who linked up with her. That also some other people linked up with her to fight them and whatnot. But then afterwards, you see that there's they convert to Islam and become they even become more devout than some people in Arabia and whatnot in certain instances.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And what I find interesting about that is so for a lot of people who and I tell this to my Israelite friends and whatnot, like to understand again in history that there was a large conversion of Hebrew people, whether forcibly or non-forcibly, to Islam and whatnot. But there was a group of people who when they converted, it was sincere. You can find this even in Mecca. You can find amongst Jews, other people and whatnot, to where for them it wasn't like they were taking a different tradition. It was an expounding upon the same tradition and whatnot. And you can even find concepts like this in Genesis, where you have Jethro, a Midianite, giving advice to Moses on how he should govern certain things, and Moses taking the advice and implementing that into his governing structure.
Well, I think wasn't Jethro a Kenite or
he was the high priest of Midian.
Okay, because I think Moses was also Midianite, wasn't he, or no?
He married in.
I thought he married a Kenite, because the Kenites and Midianites were different people. Kenites were Cushite.
So he married the eldest daughter of so Jethro is he's known as three names. He's Jethro, Raguel, and Ruel, and he's the high priest of Midian.
But see he's also Amalekite. Or anyway, never mind.
Either or, either or his daughter is called the Cushite. Either or.
Oh, well, no, I'm thinking about his wife. His wife is Kenite, yeah, but Moses.
Okay, I got you.
Moses was related to Jethro and them, and that's why he got, he was supposedly not supposed to marry a Kenite or Al-Qaim, the Smith class, the vassal class. It had nothing to do with him being black, her being black or anything, because they were all black. So
yeah, 100%. That's why when the curse of albinism comes through, you see that that Miriam, the one talking stuff about the Cushite woman, she obviously loses her melanin or whatever because she gets hit with the albinism. But anyway,
I never saw anything about albinism in the Bible. Are you talking about leprosy?
Sure, yeah.
Well, I don't consider that albinite. That's a disease. I hope you're not.
In Hebrew, like leprosy it covers many skin diseases, but there's also a particular form where when it talks about the whitest snow part, it's specifically referencing. Well, okay, certain people will recognize that it specifically references like a leprosy kind of concept, but
albinism you're actually born with, and it's not something you develop. Or vitiligo too is not something. Vitiligo and leprosy, you're not born with it, but albinism is something you're born with. So anyway,
don't disagree. Well, okay, yeah, I'm using it in shorthand to talk about for people listening to talk about skin changing, whatever. But because there's two miracles talked about where Moses puts his hand in his cloak and it comes out white as snow.
But that's not okay.
So it says oh, go ahead, speak on it.
No, I'm just saying. I don't want to get people to get into the trap and think that. I mean, why would that be albinism?
So I was saying that in the shorthand concept, so people get a visual of what was going on. I'm not saying it's like 100% albinism. I'm not saying it's the same.
Okay.
But however, to get technical in Hebrew, like albinism is mentioned as a form of leprosy because leprosy is an overarching for just skin disease, and then there's a way to specify that from there.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So it gets technical. That's why I was trying to keep it short. But you're a very high level thinker, so you're like, no, I want to understand that. Like, I'm with that.
Well, I don't want people, because there's this guy on the internet going around talking about why people are are albinos and stuff like that. And, it's just, I don't like to get into dehumanizing people, like I said, and creating diabolical forces in what I do or try to spread. But
Yeah,
and
it's like,
definitely
I don't see albinism in any way, shape, or form as like a dehumanizing thing or something like that. Like, for instance, even like now, like in South Africa, we create the most albinos per capita and whatnot.
right. Well, and the other thing is, yeah, because they would not have known any white people down there in Median. They would not have known what that was about. But yeah, because that's the Yemen and Sudan, and it's in the same latitude as the modern Sudan and Ethiopia. So, and because people are still thinking, people think, you know, Mizraim was Egypt, but like I said, it wasn't Egypt. And in the places where these people were, they never knew white people existed. Probably Egypt had knew about it because there was people that settled there in early times, and also a lot of slavery taking place. One out of, according to Diop, 1 out of every 10 slaves coming in was, or 1 out of every 10 families had a Asiatic slave or something like that. Meaning Asiatic, from the north. But
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how that plays out in your book and whatnot, because in particular, how you were talking about Mizraim and then the Hamad or whatever. I think it was, yeah. Yeah, because again, like it says in the Circle 7 about the Egyptians who were the Egyptians who were the Hammatites and of direct descendant of Mizraim. So I'm really intrigued to see how that plays out, because it definitely denotes, like when I read the prophets literature, there's a lot of migration being mentioned that a lot of people don't see as migration, but when you really look, it's like, oh, that's a migration right there. That's what I'm saying. Like when I see the Egyptians who were the Hammatites and of a direct descendant of Mizraim, I'm literally seeing what you're talking about. Like, oh, I can see the hop, skip, and a jump from Yemen to here to where Egypt currently is. Even ironically, there's even.
No, what I'm saying is there were people called Kipti, Mitzrayim, and Hamat. There's still people called the miners called Hamathites, Hamadi, and Hameda throughout Arabia. Those are living people. Those are living black people. Okay, so Ham has nothing to do with Africa, is what I'm saying. And I'm also saying that Egypt, that they're not, I don't know how people are translating the Bible. I don't know. You read Hebrew, but
Not
I don't
fluid.
know what yeah, I don't know what if you're getting from the Samaritan, what do you call it? Not Samaritan text. The Samaritan? No. There's different texts of the Bible, and people, have changed words around and stuff like that. But Mitzrayim, as used in the Bible for the most part, is not referring to the African Nile Valley. It's talking about the Mitzrayim people who still exist under their same name with the Hammatites. In fact, the tribe is in Hejaz. The colonialists mentioned Hameda as one of the Musra Harb people. Now, the word Harb or Harib is actually the name Horeb.
So in modern Egypt, across the Red Sea, there's literally a town called, or a city called Hamath. Is there any relation?
Yes, they settled in that area, and that's why. I mean, that was later though.
Okay, because that's what I was trying to point to, and you were saying no. So I just wanted to be clear on that. So I
that wrong. Oh, yeah, that's why I'm saying all these people moved from Arabia into both Egypt and Sudan and Ethiopia. The Hivites, like I said, the El Huwait people are still found not only in the Yemen but in area Sinai called the Luvatai. And I was saying that these Luvatai, Luhuat, might have moved across Sinai into Egypt, and also across North Africa, because that's why they say Procopius said in the 5th century that the Hivites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, and the such and such were Canaanites, and then they came in to they came into that area after Joshua, the robber, came. They had to flee. The Ephraimite, himself, he was an Ephraimite, which sounds like he might have been ancestral. Might have been talking about the Tuareg, and the Tibu, the Goran, for all I know. That's what it sounds like, because the name Ifrin in the English translations is Ephrain sometimes as much as Ephraim, and they were supposed to be Amalekites, which was the Tuareg and other those tall people were considered Amalekites by the Jews in Spain. Philistines by the Jews in Spain, and Amalekites by the Arabs. So, and Joshua was one of them. People don't recognize that Joshua was actually Amalekite, because the Israelite ruling caste was basically the same as the Amalekite people. And the lower caste was the same as the, they were the Hamites, Hamitic people, Hameda, who still do mining, Kenite. These people now called Kanuri, Songhai, all these, African people. So it's hard to put, all this together. It's hard to imagine, I'm just saying, Kenites were the Kanuri, but you just have to understand all the information involved and why it has to be that some of these Africans were connected to the people that moved across Africa over time, just like the people said. I think it was Ibn Rakik that said these people were the Sabians who came across Africa and became 500 tribes, or 700 tribes. Mm-hmm. They came into North Africa, the Maghreb, and spread out into 500 tribes of Sabians. Now, the other thing is that you see the Afro-Asiatic people, including the Medinites, they used to divide themselves into 5 clans, or 5 5 clans, and you'll find that in the early Moorish too, in the Tuareg, separating into the Romans called the Kinkajinjani, the 5 peoples. Mori, Kinkajinjani. And Cushitic peoples also do that. Cushitic speaking peoples also do that. And like I said, some of them also arrived from Arabia.
Yeah, what I can't wait to do when I see your book is to get one like the old biblical maps or where they try to say like these are the cities and these are the people and they divide up the areas, but actually go through and get another map of Arabia and compare it to where, like we were just talking about, like the Hamathites, for instance, where you can see like the Hamad in one spot. I can see the city of Hamath in Egypt, and then, for instance, compare it to where they're trying to tell me that Hamath is now in Syria, right? I'll be able to see like, oh, okay, this is completely not the story. One of these is not like the other. What's going on?
Yeah, because a lot of these people moved north, especially after the Islamic era. And while there was earlier movements north during the Nabatean era, but like I said, the Nabateans, who became the Phoenicians, who were also the Phoenicians in the north, basically they were the Phoenicians in the north. They weren't even the Phoenicians of the Eritrean Sea that stayed in the Eritrean Sea area. But the Nabateans and the Solimi, because the Greeks talk a lot about the Solimi too, and Romans were basically the Al-Nubait and the Solimi, or Sulaim people, Banu Sulaim. So if anybody gets out of this, people should at least learn about the Banu Sulaim and Al-Jahiz's description of the Banu Sulaim and the rest of the tribes of the Al-Hara, the Horites people. Because, and that's another thing, the word Hara might be connected to the word of the Horites when we talk about the Horites. Might be. I'm not saying it is, but it might be. I have to look into that. But in the Haritan, also when they talk about the Haritan, you find that name going across Africa for the guy-related peoples too. But if anything, they should take away that the Salimi and the Sulaim were the same people. And the Sulaim are the people of Solomon or Sulaim. There's a tribe called Suleiman, a tribe called Salma, and a tribe called Sulaim. And these tribes were connected to other peoples named Gatafan, and Abs or Yabs, who were the Jebusites, because the Jebusites are the people that were in Dar es Salaam, or Jerusalem as it's called, near Sana today. So all these tribes came from the south, and they brought their names with them. And it's the medieval sources that kind of verify this, that the Sulaim bin Mansur were the tribe of Salma, or Shalmai, who were from Manasseh. If you go to the Bible, you'll see in one place that it says, okay, these are the children of Manasseh. You know, Judean, they were actually Judeans as well. But what happened was all these people moved north, after the 8th century BC. Some and others remained in the south, but the original and the Israel started long before 8th century BC. It was supposed to have the kings ruled, Solomon and other kings ruled, long before the Nabateans and Salimi got to that area, the Levant, and then they probably colonized parts of the Aegean and Mediterranean coast. That's where you get the other black people, Manaeans too. So one part of the book, it talks about not the book. Well, I think I did mention the book, but in my blog spot, I talk about how the Greeks considered that the Manaeans gave the name Minoan or King Minos to the area, King Minos to Crete. So the idea that he came from Egypt was not Greek. That's Western, because they can still confuse Mitzrayim with instead of Manaean Mitzrayim, they think of it as African Egypt. But they said that not only that, Rhodmanthus, I think, was isn't that the son of Minos or something? And you have a tribe called Rhodomon, a Manaean tribe called Rhodomon. So I don't know. There's just so many hundreds of connections that you have to just put them all together, and that explains why people are saying, the Israelite scholars included, that there was no historical Israel in Syria.
Yeah, I think a lot of people's minds when they check that out.
Yeah, they can't. That I have in the book too. That what their own scholars say, what the biblical archaeologists in Israel say, because there's a whole group of them that do not believe it has mostly historical basis. That it's mostly, the early part was legendary, and then it became historical. They threw little historical things in.
So the biggest implication of all that would be, like, for instance, would you make the claim that the temple would be in the wrong location? For the temple to be in the right place would have to be in Southern Arabia?
Which temple?
The Jewish temple, like the Temple Mount, the first, second temple, etc.
I don't know much about. You're talking about the later,
like the Temple of Solomon. How about that? The temple that Solomon built.
Of what? The
temple that Solomon built.
Oh, Solomon. I'm sorry. No, because the Temple of Solomon, if it existed, would have to have been in Yemen. And I say that also because there is a place, the early medieval Arabs also talk about the remains of Solomon's temple being in Yemen. So that's in the book. You have to look it up.
Oh, that's so fantastic. Oh, man, I'm not going to
get that. And that I just learned in the year of writing the book, because there was somebody that gave me a lot of certain sources that had a lot of information that very clandestine and people don't know about. And actually literally linked up I didn't put everything that I found through the sources, but a lot of it was based on these new sources that that you'll learn about through the book.
Yeah, so in the last year, I was able to find out. I didn't recognize how much was kept in Arabic, and how much information, and ironically, how much is in German right now.
Well, yeah, most of the texts of the Arabic that are worthwhile, a lot of it's in German.
Yeah, I mean, the German scholars are killing it right now.
Has been translated into German, yeah, but not in English, because
right.
And other things are happening, like people are destroying things and ripping out pages and stuff. Because some of the sources that I was using, some of the things are missing. You know, wow. Right where it starts talking about certain things, I'm like, oh, You know, so that's what I'm saying. Everybody needs to start learning Arabic before they do something. I don't know. I wouldn't.
Duly noted.
Yeah.
Duly noted. I did not know the sources were going. Oh, wow. They're already changing like that. Okay.
Well, that started in the colonial Orientalist era, yeah. Because some of, they wanted to, like I said, they wanted to say that modern Syria was the Israel, but it's not.
So you heard it here first.
Huh?
No, I was going to say you heard it here first. The Reynolds-Marniche said that the sources that she's citing are already starting to be changed and pages found missing, etc. So it's incumbent upon us to build upon the research she's doing and whatnot, and educate ourselves and the ones behind us on how to actually keep this information alive for ourselves.
Right. Yep, that's what I'm been trying to say that. I've been also saying that about my own stuff, copy and paste before it disappears. Because there was a time I had a whole Facebook that's taken over by the Russians and Twitter feed.
Wow. And
then there's somebody else out there now trying to do something to distort information that I have, the same information I have, and they're putting it on their own. And I see Russian, letters and stuff.
So despite what y'all heard, Reynolds-Marniche is not a Russian plant.
Yeah, well, the Russians are trying to plant something on me. And they're also trying to create conflict between, as if I'm racist, that kind of thing.
Yeah, you're definitely not racist. Like that, you can see that in your work, and also in multiple places you can be seen online stating that you're mixed, that you honor all your heritages, etc., etc., etc.
Right.
And no one should come away from this conversation thinking that you're racist in any way, shape, or form.
Right. Or interested. I'm not even interested in the racial matters, in the sense that people are political, social politics in that way. So if people talk to me about Black Lives Matter and stuff, you're not going to get a good answer from me. Answer you want to hear, that's for sure. Because like I say, I look at the world as having a spiritual basis rather than political or materialistic, earthly basis. It's spiritual, and it's our job to merge into the mother, try to through the Holy Spirit, and receive her energy and use it for the good of everybody.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. So we've been going for a little over 5 hours. I'm gonna feel bad if I keep you here any longer.
Well, yeah, I'm getting old. I'm old. I'm getting old.
No, I'm not saying that. I just feel like I'm monopolizing your time and whatnot.
Well, I'm not monopolizing my time, but I'm not monopolizing time. Do you have anything else to ask?
I've got like 1,000,001 questions, but that's what I'm saying. Like, would you be willing to come on for a part 2 after your book actually releases and whatnot?
Yeah, definitely. Or even before that, if you want, I can come on. But yeah, I guess I better go and cook dinner and
take care of yourself too, right?
Huh?
Take care of yourself too, right?
Oh yeah, I should do that. And I have these. I don't know what all these calls are about. So
Yeah, yeah, definitely go check that out. But I definitely want to thank you for your work. I want to thank you for your time, your energy, your
Thank
spirit,
you.
sitting down with us, and for the upcoming book that you have. Again, family, y'all should definitely go check this out. Go check out her work at Afro-Asiatic blogspot.com. Go check out her past interviews, her past presentations and whatnot. They're fantastic. I promise you, for anybody who's interested in learning about the history, if nothing else, just understand this: the Berbers take up almost half of Africa. When you understand the length and breadth of where they cover and who they cover and whatnot, and so the sister's work is integral in terms of understanding that whole map and web of migration and peoples and stories, etc. And building upon that, once you understand that, I'm really understanding that your new book is going to be even much easier to understand, or more. Someone will understand the importance of it much more, because from there, even more migration. That's where the migration is and whatnot.
Right. Yeah, and yeah. Hopefully they can understand, what's on there on academia now, because that's basically the gist of the book in terms of how it's written and all the different sources, sourced, highly sourced, which is necessary with this kind of book, which is bringing down, a lot of the traditional beliefs concerning our religious origins, Western religious origins.
And I will definitely link that snippet down below after the interview's over with. But before I go, is there anything else about your work that you want people to know, or work that you've done that we haven't spoke on, or work that you're going to do in the future that you want them to know about?
Only that this is just the beginning of, I think, what's part of a larger movement of people and energy that's going to be spent on building a new way of viewing and dealing with life, and respecting human relations and the earth. I like the way the Moors now they're taking care of their health. They're interested in educating the youth at home, which is excellent. I should have talked more about that, because from what I see in the Trenton schools, the Camden schools, and the other urban areas, I mean, it's a very dangerous place to be in terms of just your whole humanity. You
Right.
know, your mind. It's like a attack on the mind and your sense of your whole being, whole well being, because there's so many people in there that are so many. I wouldn't even say teachers, but the students are not being raised in the right environments, and it's just they're not allowing the teachers to teach. I mean, I could play you something now I take in my class with the girls. And these girls are two very smart and very butch, I'll say, highly creative girls, and they're very, they're going to get A's from me. But they sing loud in the class while I'm trying to teach. They were singing loud in the class while I tried to teach, and while the other students were studying, they were rapping and all this kind of stuff. And I just thought, and that's not even abnormal in that kind of setting. That's normal what was happening in the schools today. Not just them, it's other kids walking around the class and walking out in the hall and acting crazy and rolling around on the floor. Ninth graders I was dealing with just recently, and that's what they were doing. And they're going to be lost if they don't get themselves together and start respecting authority, respecting education in school. That's all I'm saying. And your kids are being subjected to this in school. I mean, there are kids in there that just were not looking around, not talking to anybody, and they were getting A's, but that's hard. They didn't want to move. They were frozen because all the craziness going on around with the other students, cursing and talking, and boys blowing kisses to each other, and not, I don't know. It's just, I don't know I don't know. I mean, like I say, if you want to send your kids to a prison, that's what exactly it's going to be like if you do that. Now, I'm not saying all urban school systems like this. Like I found a few schools in Wellingborough that I live next to also that are pretty decent, because they don't put up with stuff. But some of these other schools, unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable.
What was your experience like with working with charter schools?
Not much different. In fact, the charter schools also attract a lot of the kids that that have been kicked out of other schools, unfortunately. So they're getting to be, and the schools don't want to kick them out because they want the money from the kids, from what the government gives them, whatever. So, no, I mean, not much better. Unless you could send yourself to you know what? This is my suggestion if you can't send yourself out of the urban school system. At least have them go to, unfortunately, a not African American or whatever, Asiatic, whatever we would call them, Black American school at least after the 6th grade. That's going to be hell on your child. And I'm sure many of you already know about it. Go to a school that's Hispanic or recent immigrants or something where they still respect other kids and the families are together, that kind of thing. Because otherwise, your kid's gonna be bullied and nobody can do nothing about it. You're not allowed to touch the kids anymore. If you do, the parents will be in with their tight. Well, I wear tight clothes too, but I don't know. It's just for me. I felt so bad for the kids that were trying to learn, and there was only a few trying to learn because the peer pressure is so great. So I think the Moors are on the right track in trying to educate their kids out of school. And all these other people saying, "Oh, it's the teacher's fault." No, teachers don't want to sacrifice. They don't want to, teach and stuff like that. They have low standards. That's a bunch of BS. It's a home that needs to teach the kid first and teach the kid how to respect school and education. Period. That's my belief. And that's just from working in the schools. Not from, what I hear or anything. It's just from experience.
I definitely agree with that. And shout out to all the Moors doing and Israelites and anybody doing anything to get their kids out of a public school system into a school system that they control, where they can get the kids the information that they really need. They can actually, like the sister's talking about, like the learning environment is not conducive to learning or humanity in general at this juncture, and she's 100% correct. Like we're sending our kids into a war zone intellectually.
Yeah, it's a war. It is a war zone. I can tell you that. I mean, you have kids going to jail. Some of my kids were in jail at the time while I was there, and they came back missing 3 weeks of class and stuff. But no, I was going to say, for example, another thing. I had books in there, world history book. Not a single Black civilization in there except I think it was like the Nanak or Benin, Nak and Benin. Could you imagine that? A big, thick history book with no Black people in it.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's what's going to happen when we don't control the information and whatnot. We got the majority of school books coming from two Jewish organizations in the center of the country. Going to the East and West Coast and whatnot. So.
Well, again, I'm not going to get into this thing about Jewish, and all that.
Oh no, I'll say like this, like so, like if I'm saying, like, so if you're not in control, if let's say we were writing someone else's history, right? We're not going to necessarily we might not focus on the history as much as we focus on our own. I'm not saying it's going to be an intentional thing. I'm just saying it's going to be natural. You're going to speak about your own history more than you're going to speak about someone else's.
This stuff was going on long before the Jewish people got involved with that. I mean, that's been since the southern whites. It's a white thing in general. It's not Jewish. So that's what I believe. I don't believe, because I know a lot of Jewish teachers are putting up with a lot of stuff and trying to help out urban kids in the schools. You're not, you're going to.
Yeah. I wasn't putting it on like teachers. Like, so again, what I said was saying is that people who make the school books. There's two big organizations that make the majority of school books for the educational system and the public school system. That's all I was thinking.
And you were saying they were Jewish,
right?
I mean, oh my God, I don't come from that. I don't know. To me, when you start pinpointing people, you know, because there's a lot of things people can say about Black people, and I say things about Black people which is true, but you can't stereotype all Black people. You can't say, oh, because they're Jewish or because they're Black, you know, these people killed whatever in Jersey City. You can't do that.
So I don't believe I just stereotyped the entire Jewish people. I stipulated.
No, you didn't have to bring up that. You didn't have to bring up that. But I'm not gonna criticize you. I'm just saying I don't want to deal with that kind of energy put forth. I know in the Black community they have some kind of passion about the Jewish white community, but to me that's the least of their worries. It's not the Jews in this country that want to kill you.
So I'm Jewish, yeah. So
but you're saying you are not listen, I'm not going to play games here, okay? You are not talking about your particular people who you think I don't think you identify as Ashkenazi Jew, right?
No, I'm Maghrebim. No, I'm North African, 100%.
Okay. Well, we know. Look, I'm not gonna play games with that. But thank you for having me on. I hope my whole point about love and respect for everybody, as this is a world of illusion and something we have lessons to learn in this world for a reason. I said that. So I hope, you know, people take that to account, and that's the reason I'm doing this book, so that people can learn that there's cycles in nature. There's some people come up, some people come down. Everybody's attacking, you know, at some point has attacked certain people. I know at this point in time, there's a tendency of both whites and Blacks to attack verbally and other ways, you know, Jewish people. But I don't get into that, because I know on the other side, you're in love with the Jewish people. You're in love with the people that come back on the other side.
I need to be extremely clear about something. So I make no attack or no dispersion on any Jewish person whatsoever. What I specifically stipulated is that we're not in control. I made the same point that you made. So you pointed out.
Yeah, but it's white people. It's white people. It's not Jewish people. Jewish white people. It's white
okay.
People.
So are you now stereotyping all white people?
No, but that's what I'm saying. We didn't even have to bring that up. That's why I don't talk about that. White and Black and Jewish and this and that. And I'm not anything that reminds me of Farrakhan. I don't deal with.
So I didn't say. So you got to let me finish my thought on this, okay? Because you jumped in twice, and you got to let me finish my thought on this, okay? So when you brought up the concept of, you opened up a history book and you saw two Black civilizations. You saw Benin and Nok, right? Mm-hmm. The whole point. So my point, what I said about that is if you're not writing the book, if another nation is writing a book, another people is going to write about themselves more than they write about you naturally. Right? It's
not another nation, though. That's those particular people that wrote this book. Certain people, commercial-oriented people that want to make money, wrote this book. It has nothing to do with being Jewish.
Okay, take Jewish out of it. If you're not writing the books, would you expect to see yourself in it as much?
Okay. Yes, I agree.
Okay, that's the simple point I made.
No, you made more than that. More than that point. See, one thing about me, Tyvon, and everybody out there. See, I don't play games when it comes to this reality we're living in, and sociopolitics, nationhood, all that stuff. If you're not willing to raise your level of consciousness where you can understand and empathize with all humanity, then you're not gonna see the change that you want. It's just simple as that. And that's my whole point of writing and researching this. Because I'm past that point. I've never been like that for maybe many, many lifetimes. I don't know. I don't even know if I had to learn that, to tell you the truth.
Okay, then I just so I can understand what you're saying, because I think I might have misunderstood you. So just so I can understand what you're saying better, So when you're saying it's not Jews, it's white people, what is the focus I'm supposed to have on that?
It's white people and it's commercial people. It's not it's not, one specific ethnic group, but it's people that don't know about Black people. They don't know about us. That has nothing to do with, they might be trying to make money, but they don't know about Black people. That's all, Now, there might have been a time when, like I say, the white people didn't want Black people to know their history. But to say nowadays that kind of thing, that sounds very racist to me.
I didn't say anything like that. I didn't imply that in any way, shape, or form.
You just said control of history. All right, well, control of history. Jews had control of certain organizations. That's what you said.
I stated a very simple fact in terms of education, that the people who print, there's two book companies that print the majority of school books.
And all the people that work for that company are Jewish?
It's a Jewish-owned company.
If it's a Catholic-owned company, would it be Catholic? Why would you?
If they were Catholic, I would have said Catholic. If they were German, I would have said German.
Why?
If they were Nigerian, I would have said Nigerian.
Well, why? All right.
Because it has the strong.
I'm going to go. Just because I don't want to talk about this subject anymore. I don't want to talk about it. Okay. I'm not mad, but I just want to go. That's the way. That's the way I am. I don't want to talk about it because I'm probably going to say something you don't like. That's what I'm afraid of.
No, you don't got to worry about that.
No. Yeah, I think I do have to worry about it.
Okay. If you want to go, I don't want to keep you.
Yeah.
I appreciate your time.
I don't want that. Yeah, I don't want that kind of thing coming up with my interview. I tell everybody from the beginning, I'm not into racializing things. That's a racialized. That was a racialized thing that came out of your mouth. So,
okay, I gotta ask one question so I can understand you. Here's what I'm saying.
Listen, say for example, you don't know me. How if I have
right
my mother? If my mother was white and Jewish, how would I take that?
So when I hear you say it's not Jewish people, it's all white people, how would I take that? Because I'm part white too. How about that?
I didn't say. So am I. I didn't say it was all white people. In fact, it's not. It has nothing to do with racializing things.
Okay, so
like I said,
I hear you. I hear you.
Talk about this because I don't want any negative energy associated with my book. And that
right. I'm not trying to argue with that. I want you to get your statement out clear. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. So when you were talking about, when you're making your point about the book, so people don't think that you're racist. This is what I want to get clear, because you were talking about people getting this unclear beforehand. So when you were talking about the concept of the Knox situation and the Benin situation in the book, please clarify that for the people. And I'm gonna stay out of it so they can get
I don't clarify anything for the people. I already said my piece with that. I said Knox, and only Knox and Benin people are in there. That's what I said. Right,
and I just want you to paint your point you were making with that, so it's not painted with what I was saying. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Well, at this point, like I said, I'm not really interested in talking about this kind of subject anymore, because people are brought up a certain way, different than I am. And people, you've been out in the community. I know what the community thinks about this kind of thing. So I'm not, and like I said, I don't think of myself as, belonging to any one group, especially anymore, because I don't. I feel like I'm here for a purpose in this lifetime to help out the Black community. That doesn't mean that I think we're any special or, anything specialer than other people. And I definitely don't feel like talking about other people in connection with just when I'm saying the Benin and Nok culture is the basis of African civilization in these books. That has to do with me. I'm not talking about Jews. That has to do with me. and my responsibility to get information out to, people up in the African Asiatic community, and even in the, I also put up pictures of Mayan ruins and other things dealing with the Latin American community, because I had Latin students too. But I don't want to get into this. So Jews own this and all that. I just don't want to do it.
That was not my intent, and I give you my sincerest apology if I put some energy into your interview that you didn't want there. I still think there was a misunderstanding between us two. But again, I apologize for putting any energy into your interview that you don't want there.
My thing is, are you looking at all these different entities and institutions and saying, oh, this one's Jewish and this one is,
No, I literally did the same thing you did. I looked into my school book, and so I was wondering why I didn't see more stories from where the people I come from.
And how?
So I looked into who owned the companies, who did certain things, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and I found out something very interesting: that 2 companies supply the vast majority of public schools.
Okay, well that's an interesting that's interesting information. But I'm sure that the people writing for these companies are not all Jewish. And probably the owners probably could care less what's in the book except for what makes money. And that could be Jewish or any other ethnic group in this country, including Black people, because I see Black people putting out BT.
I completely agree with that. And I would agree. I think we would also agree that us knowing our own history would not be commercially beneficial for a lot of people.
Right. So that's why I said people should homeschool. Right. Stop complaining and homeschool. Stop worrying about what other people are doing. Stop targeting other groups. Because that's actually why you're in the situation that you're in now. And that includes me, myself, and I. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about general. But yeah.
So I agree with that point 100%.
Oh gosh. Okay, so any other questions? I mean, I feel bad now because I'm not mad, but I'm just a very direct person. People.
No, I appreciate that.
A lot of people get upset because I go straight after the truth. I don't like when people, put. I don't like any hypocritical stuff or, mean-spirited stuff involved in what I'm doing. So
I appreciate directness very much. So I take no offense at it. Again, I still say where there's a misunderstanding, but again, I take no offense with it. It is what it is. Right? I don't want to I don't want to force you to be here any longer. You want to talk about anything you don't want to talk about.
Okay. You know what? You're a very nice person. So that's why I'm still here. If you want to ask questions, go right ahead. You're okay. You know what? I think that you and the Moors like you don't have, I think you're level-headed. Like many of us women are not level-headed. That's why I like dealing with the Moors. Okay. I feel bad too. And that's part of the reason why I want to get off. I felt bad. I'm kind of getting upset with you. But
no,
if you want to keep going, I'm here.
I'll ask this question then. So being that you have a lot of experience in the educational system and whatnot, different levels of education, also being in the system yourself, like teaching. I remember I was reading on your Facebook that you were teaching it recently as a substitute in Trenton or something like that, right?
Yes, that's where I was.
So in setting up these schools for like a homeschooling system or something like that, what would be some of the pieces of advice you might want to you would give us in terms of setting up a curriculum or something of that nature? Because I feel like that would be the maybe a real tough part to deal with, or wrap your head around if you haven't been in the school system.
Well, the main thing, like I mean, I've actually put stuff on my Facebook page about it, and the main thing is that I mean, I've taught both in substitute long-term charter school, I mean, college, different places, and the main thing is that I see that people in the urban school districts are lacking appreciation for education and scholarship, and that leads to lack of striving for the highest standards. So, for example, Africans, I'm talking about the real Africans, come over here from Africa, they're learning pre-calculus and not only Africans, but a lot of Asian people learning pre-calculus in sixth, seventh, eighth grade. While, I mean, the kids I was dealing with could not read in fourth grade English. So the first thing would be to focus on what other, like the suburban schools that have the kids reading, an hour a day, at least. There's mathematics. That's what the main principal thing I would focus on now, except for reading and mathematics, because once you do mathematics, you can do all kinds of sciences. And it doesn't have to be like the reading can be, involved with experiential learning. It could be, in other words, combining science as part of the reading and language curriculum, or social studies, combination things. Because, another thing is we're lacking, I hate to say this, but we're lacking common sense in a lot of things. And this is because we're not using our brains as much as in school. And so when they say, the IQ of African Americans is much less than other groups, it has nothing to do, of course, with our brains, but culturally we're not interacting with our environment as much. Like the kids in Trenton, I mean, they've never been out of their 6-block area, and they don't go to museums. They don't go to, you have to take your kid out, get them used to other cultures, other, history. Well, history, you can just go to my blog spot, of course, but or create your own blog spot. There's actually a lot of blog spots on here on the internet for kids. Anything you want actually can be gotten through in the internet now, in terms of education. I was just looking at the Khan Academy and how some people just put themselves to school through school on that, So there's a lot of because in Africa, they don't allow this stuff to happen. A lot of places, they don't allow kids to talk back and do certain things that are allowed in public schools.
Mm-hmm.
And now even in the charter schools, like I say, I didn't see much different. In fact, some seemed worse. So I don't know why that was, but like I said, these places, these schools where the kids had parents, like the Latin kids. The weird thing is I mentioned the word divorce because before I was in Trenton, before I was with the 9th grade academy, I was with I was in ESL, doing ESL with kids from Guatemala and Honduras. And I mentioned the word divorce with them, and they were 5th grade students, and they were all like, oh, like they'd never imagined how that's like a bad word. That's like a curse.
Right.
Now imagine if I mentioned something like getting married or not getting married and having kids out of wedlock. I wouldn't even bring that up to them because that's not probably not heard of in their country. And that's, unfortunately, a lot of people, I was arguing with my brother about this yesterday too. It's more accepted in America in general, but it should be less, since there's a war going on against knowledge and economically against Asiatic people or Afro-Asiatic people. Then don't put yourself in a situation where you're not able to, support your kid and help them learn and that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Where you're, I don't know why, I don't know how people could do that. And if you're gonna, anyway, those institutions were created by Africans, the marriage institution, school, and all that, So why follow the lead of the greater Western society when that's not what your culture had said. That's not what your culture believes. And yet we don't really have a culture anymore, like I said, because they don't want to, like the kids, when I introduced them, some of the kids were interested. Some of their eyes were wide open, they stopped talking when I was talking about the Moors and all that stuff. But a lot of them weren't. A lot of them weren't even interested in knowing. So unless you want your kid to face a lot, and not only that, there's a lot of energy that kids or people carry with them into the schools, from home, that can influence you. So that's my belief of dealing with shamanism.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in the wrong place with the wrong peers, you can get influenced the wrong way. That's why people don't want their kids around people that are not achieving or not successful.
Right. It's heartbreaking to hear that our kids aren't even interested in hearing what you got to say about our own history and whatnot. Because I would if you were teaching when I was in school and there was somebody singing in the class or whatnot, and I'm trying to hear what you're saying on this topic, like I literally would have walked, I would have escorted them out the class for you. Like, no, I'm trying to hear this, like, because we don't hear this all the time. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I grew up hearing like nothing but Egypt was Greek and Roman in the world history and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like, hearing what you're talking about is night and day different than what I grew up hearing and whatnot. Which leads me to this question here. So you're like, I'm 37, so you're basically teaching like my generation's kids and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so one thing I noticed is that my parents knew more about what I was learning than what my generation knows about what their kids are learning and whatnot. Like the gap of understanding is way different in terms of how and what they're keeping up on. And so what I'm noticing is like my generation doesn't know what their kids don't know. You know what I'm saying? Right, so right. As a teacher, when it comes to this history, what are the biggest areas that our kids need help on that you find that they don't know about that we can help them out at home with?
I would say, well, I don't know how many people know math. Like I say, mathematics.
Just in terms of history, whatnot.
Oh, in terms of history?
Yeah.
Well, the whole slave narrative needs to be readjusted so people know that, like you said about the Berbers. The Berry, and the right before that, the slave narrative, or right before the slaves were brought to the Atlantic, it was actually like a rebuttal, like what the Europeans said. They said, look, they were doing this to us. There's books showing, with written sources saying like they were these Moors, they said the Barbary Corsairs.
Right.
Doing this to us, so we're going to do this to them. So that's what the early American, white American settlers, or their leaders were saying about Africans. They were saying, these Moors are taking us as slaves, and at that time there was still a lot of slavery going on in North Africa with bringing with what's his name, because Mulai Ismail and other early sultans in Morocco were definitely looking more black than anything else, and that's why Shakespeare. See, this is why I think people should get Fear of Blackness, which is on West Africa Review, which I write about the Moors, the Sultans. I talk a lot about the Sultans in Morocco and how they were black and how they were taking European slaves, and how the Americans were, what the Americans were saying about that, and what the British were saying about that, and then these what is it, wicked Negroes, were taking, it just was definitely a black-white conflict, or what do you call it, focus in early colonial history, and they were looking at it as if they were getting even, not just about taking slaves, but getting even, allowing this to take place because of what was happening to their ships would go into that area, and their people would be taking slaves. The men on the boats would be taking slaves, just like in the Europeans. So early Americans were getting harassed by these sultans in the 19th century. And actually before that even, because Shakespeare, one of his plays, Titus and Andronicus, was about one of the black sultans of Morocco.
Yeah, Aaron the Moor. Yeah, that's a cold play right there.
Yeah. So, I mean, it had been going on a long time, like I said. So they didn't look at it like they were the only ones doing it. They didn't feel guilty because they knew what was happening to their own people. So, but now it's like people, especially African American people, or along with African American people, are trying to think of it as, the Europeans took African slaves and millions of us brought over here, and white man's the devil and all this other stuff. But like I said, this had been going on for 1,000 years or more in North Africa. And remember those areas used to be black. That's why I wrote the title, Fear of Blackness. Those people used to be completely black, and over time, those people, through slavery, as well as, people turned Turk, or mercenaries came in and actually turned the tide. The same thing that happened in the Near East. So, so the slave narrative has to be checked. When I say checked, like put into perspective, the proper context, instead of all these people trying to say, like the white, Now today, of course, I don't think people in America, like some of these people that are racist, should be doing that. What they're doing, the white people that are racist. But all I'm saying is, at that time, you have to put things in perspective. What was going on in Africa, and even Africans were trading their own people in their own, not even their own people, because the different tribes would trade, prisoners of war, but they say now their own people. Just like they say in the Middle East, it's their own people. That's a bunch of bullshit too. It's different. Those are different people. They consider themselves different. The Kurds are not looked at as the same people, for example. So, I don't know. That's one thing in terms of black people need to start looking at that, and the fact that when they were brought over here, that word had meaning. The ancient Berbers. They talk about the ancient Berbers. They knew who that was. That who they were. Now, at the time, like I said, at the time in the 1600s, I think I think that was in the 1600s or 18. Was that the 18th when they were the thing about the Berber and ancient Berbers, or was that?
Yeah, 1740.
Oh, 1740. Okay. Yeah, but at the time of that, North Africa had already been changed, and a lot of the people in the north were not, Berbers, but there were still Moors there. I mean, the Moorish Arabs as well as other Arabs. They just called people Moors, after that in North Africa because they were from the Maghreb. That's what it basically meant, the people of the Maghreb, the Moors. Yeah, so that's the main thing I would say to understand that Black people were actually a feared people, and that's part of the problem. Not even with Americans, but before that, there were other conflicts going on in the Fatimid era in Egypt between blacks and the Kurds. When I say blacks, I'm talking about the Berbers too. The Berbers, the Arabs, the Copts, the Israelites, because, like I say, that when the Arabs went in there, and including a Mamluk, the Mamluks, what's his name, Al-Makrisi or Makrisi, he said you can't tell the difference between an Israelite, a Nubian, a Copt, or an Abyssinian.
Al-Madrisi?
Yeah, Al-Makrisi. And
Makrisi
he said,
or Madrisi?
No, Makrisi.
Okay. Okay.
And he was a Mamluk who said, not only that those people were in such a conflict that they would kill each other over nothing. They were killing each other.
Wow.
They hated each other. Those people were together against the Greeks, the constant Byzantine people that were there, and the white other Turkish people. He said those Greeks were against these Black people, i.e. the Copts, the Israelites, the Nubians, and the Abyssinians. And they would kill each other for nothing, for no reason. They were constantly killing each other. The same thing happened in Spain for a while too, in different areas. So this black-white thing is not just an American problem. It's been going on different time periods, and sometimes it's been the whites in power, sometimes the blacks in power, and the black and the red, or the red, as the Arabs call them, the red people in power.
So when I talk to the children from that generation, I'm not, like you're talking about them not knowing about the era of slavery and like how and kind of like how people we might have been feared in that situation. One thing I noticed is that so a lot of Moors would talk about is like the age of discovery and whatnot, but when you go prior to that, you're talking about like the Moors fighting for 1,000 years, like starting in 711 probably. But before that, you still see crusades, you still see the Punic Wars and all that kind of stuff. Do you see that as like from the Punic Wars to the Crusades to the Reconquista to slavery? And all? Do you say it's like almost like a contiguous fight, or would it be wrong to look at it like that?
A good question. No, I think sometimes the Arabs and the Muslims united definitely against the Christians, whether they were black or white. There were Christians who were black, like the Nestorians. Mm-hmm. Many Nestorian blacks in Asia and in including up into the Central Asia, and then in Ethiopia and Arabia, and those people were against the Muslims. So, and who were, of also different backgrounds. So I would say, no, no, definitely not continuous. Even though there've been continuous wars, and a lot of times they were like racially based or religious based. They weren't constantly black-white based. Now, there is an interesting subject matter with regards to the so-called Zand Rebellion, and the certain modern Arabic writers are saying there was never a Zand Rebellion that involved mostly black slaves in Near East. That it was mainly about Arabs, and there were only a few, Africans involved. So the whole idea of the Zanj rebellion being from, because you have to understand the early Zanj were not Africans. The earliest Zanj were considered. The word comes from Persian word for the people that were in their country before them, or the darker skinned Medes, original Persian people that were in their country, and they were known or considered to be related to the Arabs. So they were the Zanj, the people that moved in prehistoric times, or pre-Christian, pre-Judean, not Judean, pre-Christian times further east that were Arabs. The word Zanj referred to Arabs, not just, and the Zanj were considered descendants of, like I said, Dahak, or al-Dahak, Zohak. And so that whole narrative of the Zanj rebellion apparently didn't happen, or it was like not, even though it was a black against against red, it wasn't about Africans, being slaves and stuff. That didn't start till much later. The majority of early slaves in the Muslim world were not Africans. They were, basically, a number of European peoples, Greeks, Slavs, and also Eurasiatic people, Syrians, those kind of people. So.
Yeah, so I can see where our concept of slavery, just thinking the older we got to get cleared up just altogether, just get a wider range and scope on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So when you're saying that our kids are not interested to learn this history and whatnot, being that you're on the front lines of the whole situation, what do you feel is this interesting to them, and what do you feel is catching their interest?
Well, first of all, they were always on their cell phones when I was there, even though you would tell them to put it away. Cell phones and Chromebooks. So I don't know why they started letting the kids, with cell phones in their schools and stuff, always looking and creating, emails and YouTube things. But rap is all I saw. Rap or rap music, and I don't know why there seems to be a lot of homosexual stuff going on in the school. That's a new interest of theirs. Flirting, and I don't see what's their interest. Let me see. Now, military, they did have certain kids in the military, ROTC, that were doing very well, and knew how to, resist temptation and peer pressure and stuff like that. But,
that's interesting, because so basically that's almost referring back to what you were talking about in terms of like at home our kids aren't getting a certain level of discipline, education, and whatnot. Mm-hmm. So like you're saying right there, like where people are getting supplemented discipline, it's also reflecting in their education. Interesting. That's a lesson. That's a big lesson for my generation and whatnot, because I'll say this right now, like I've never seen a more hands-off generation of parents in my life than my generation.
Yeah, because they think they can just leave in front of the computers and the
right.
Yeah.
Or in front of grandma and grandpa and whatnot, right? Like I've never seen more grandparents babysitting kids full time than I have in my generation.
Yeah, that's true. And but I did have a hard time getting my son off the computer. I gotta admit that, because and I don't even think he really got off, but he happened to be a very smart kid. He never really had to study much. But
so maybe that's it right there. Like, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I think it's harder if you're like, I got divorced from my ex. I came home with my parents. So I think it's harder if you're not with a significant, the father. Then there's another thing. I do think they need a lot more men teachers in the schools to handle, because these the women teachers, there's only so much you could do, when the guys get into fights and stuff. But usually it's the girls fighting anyway. So, yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. The Moors have it going on when it comes to staying. They should stay with the institutions, value the institutions of the Moors, which is whatever, marriage and other things, not drinking, not wait until marriage to have kids and stuff like that.
Right, proper courtship.
Yeah. So, and my ex was a very good provider for his kids. Just he was a little too dominating for me to stay with, and that's because his culture, which I thought was just stereotype, but it's not. So, and it's different than it was different. It's the most Kabyle culture was the most patriarchal, paternalistic community in Africa. I have that in a book.
Wow.
Yeah.
That.
So it's funny because they don't think the women can do anything by themselves, that kind of thing. Very, very, And then, yeah. So I'm not saying all the North Africa is like that or all Muslim communities. And even though I did see some strange things happening with the Jordanian and Arab people I met too, because I was with the Yemenite, and that's the problem. That's the thing about modern Near Eastern culture. It's completely different than the early even during early Islam, the Arabs women often had the social power, if not the military power, whatever. But no, I was just saying. What was I saying? Talking about North Africa.
Yeah, you went into Jordan. You went into.
Oh no, yeah. When I was living in New York with my ex, and I would see all these different. There's a lot of. I was living near Atlantic Avenue where there was a lot of Arab people settled, and I went up to one of my neighbors who owned the apartment we were living in, a Yemenite family, and the lady was sitting on the floor, and I was a guest, so he had me eating with him, but the mother had to sit on the floor. And I thought, this is too, this is a shame. And her daughter actually looked a lot like me, and she would say, you look like my sister. She would have to say that to her daughter to tell me because she couldn't speak English. And then she would be sitting in the back of the car and instead of, front. So a lot of that stuff still happens in the Near East, in the traditional cultures. The women have to walk behind the men, or sit in the back seat, that kind of thing.
In comparison, do you know? In talks we're having about the Berbers, etc. In North and West Africa, do you know of any? I know I've heard you talk about certain people who like where the women would go send the men off to fight. It's almost like the women called the shots more.
Yeah, a lot of, and especially the Tuareg society, which is like probably the toughest people in Africa, if not, the world at the time. Yeah, the women still hold a lot of the social power. Like you have to pass property, I think, certain among the women, and then the men in certain communities have to speak in soft tone among the when they come near women, that kind of thing. And then I even read something about the men getting sexually harassed or something,
Wow.
which I found funny. That kind of thing, because if you don't have power, that's
That's extremely interesting. So, I definitely would have lost money on that, but
yeah. In the Beja culture too, which is Asiatic further east, very, very dominant women, women-minded, women-centered culture in the sense that I had read in about the book. What was the book? Sons of Ishmael by George Murray talks about how if a Beja by accident touched his mother-in-law, he was banished from the whole country forever. And then also the same thing with the early Arabs. The Arabs, if a woman wanted to get the divorce, all she had to do was turn her chin around a certain way. So I think women are sometimes getting back what they gave out to. But yeah, and still in the places where they still speak the early South Arabian dialects, like the Mahra, Mahra, and the Qara, and all those cultures further, Hadramaut to Oman, they still have a culture. Culturally, they haven't acculturated this paternalistic thing, and apparently there's oppression in certain areas of women oppressing men. And I know in Assyrian texts they mention a lot of times when they were fighting against the Arab leaders, they were usually mentioning women and not men. So it was like the women that were leading the charges against the Assyrians. But so it's never good to be extreme in one sense and stuff. But that's definitely in some African or Afro-Asiatic cultures, that's the way it was. That the women were getting too much exploiting the men.
Yeah, I promise you that the female Moors and Israelites out there won't have any issues with you putting out any articles on the women subjugating the men.
Well, yeah, the Jewish women too, especially, were known for that. Yeah, for being the man was like an appendage. They said. I just saw that on even a European woman saying that recently.
Oh wow!
In society. So what happened? What happened when the Greeks and other people started writing the Bible? Things changed in the Bible. Were changed around. And the names of women, became, some of them became those of men. But that's another. Like I know the word Levi also comes from Leah or something of that sort. There's a book called The Arabian Matriarchate by Williamson. But he talks about that, how originally the Arabs are totemic, and the women, pass the property and lineages, and that's why, and they claim descent. That's why Muhammad, sometimes he's talked about his background coming through the line of Sulaim, the women he came from, because his tribe was made out of Sulaim maternally, and Kenana on the other side, Canaanites on the other side.
Interesting.
Yeah. Completely.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Completely opposite of what we've been taught.
So in that vein, like, so I look at Ethiopia, for instance. I look at their Christianity and whatnot, and I get really confused when I look at modern Ethiopian Christianity, because these are the people of Sheba, but at the same point in time, like, the women can't be priests there in modern times, and I find that extremely perplexing.
Yeah, but see, that's why I told people you have to understand they've been influenced by the Armenian and Parthian, well, mainly Armenian Christian and Greek Christian culture. They've been very highly influenced by those other there's other non-African and non-Afro-Asiatic cultures. In I don't know if it was early Christian then, but by late Christian times, all of Christianity was like that, because the people that were in control of that were mainly, Byzantines and Armenian Greeks, people in the north. So a lot of the traditional ways of Ethiopia have changed. Probably not even the earliest Christianity. Probably not. Not the earliest representation of Christianity.
Yeah, so we have someone in the chat saying they're trying to figure out all the different citations and references you're citing and whatnot. And I will definitely tell you this, family. Go check out our blog spot and go check. And when our book comes out, I promise you, there's going to be There'll probably be a chapter of references in that joint.
Well, probably a couple chapters because it's over. Well, the book itself is 400 pages, and I have like 10. It's probably over 1,000 citations.
Oh, you just made me happy. You said 400 pages. I thought it was gonna be like 200 or something. Like, oh yeah, boy. She said 400 on them. It's about to. Yes, sir. Okay, so you're about to make a lot of people mad, is what you're saying.
Yes. Yeah, and I was gonna say the book is actually, it's like 4 inches by 7 page length. So it's like I have a book here that he sent to me, but it's not they're not really big books, a little smaller than this one. It's my GRE book. Oh, this would be the size on it, but it's much thicker than this one.
Yeah, 400 pages.
But that yeah.
Heavyweight on them. I like that.
Yeah. Well, the publisher is very happy, extremely happy, and he was like mad at me because he wanted to get it out earlier, and he didn't like the pictures though. So I'm sure he's going to be happy this week, and able to put it forward and out there in the next couple of weeks.
So when it's out,
I don't know.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I think it's going to be put out in universities first. His book's go to like thousands of universities, a few thousand universities, and he also gives me, I think he said, 50 copies. 50 copies first.
So when it's out and available for sale, where will people be able to find it?
Oh, it'll be everywhere in the regular stores, like usual, in the regular stores, but black bookstores, of course, will have it, and online, Amazon, that kind of thing.
Fantastic.
Yeah. I have no idea what it's going to cost because, like I said, some of his books are very expensive. Hopefully it'll be in the $50 or less range, but it might be over 100. I don't know. Actually, for that size book, I don't know.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see what the price is when it comes out. Particularly the information inside, because I can tell. Again, family, when you see how many citations are just in the snippet. She didn't even give a chapter. It's a snippet of a snippet, really.
I think it's just 2 pages.
When you see the amount of citations just in that, you're like, okay, like you might mess around and get a doctorate just off reading this book. Well, you might have to send her extra money for the course you just got. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, if there people are able to read it, they'll definitely have more than enough for probably teaching about it. I don't know.
I can tell you right now, I'm gonna be working on trying to take the information from that book and like you said, like the children from the generation you teach, they're not interested in whatnot, and I agree with you in the sense to where it seems like with the cell phones and the laptops, etc., whatnot, and all that type of stuff, like it's all about instant gratification and whatnot. And so a lot of the information you have to teach is corrective and whatnot. So when you got to correct information, you got to be like, here's the wrong lesson and here's the right lesson. So it's almost like double long for people and whatnot. So I think in you doing your job, it becomes behooving upon people, the parents and whatnot, my generation whatnot, to take that information and do what we can to condense it or not even condense it. Let me ask you this: what would be your advice in condensing information as dense as yours to a generation that's all about instant gratification? So if I want to get through your work, but not service, go ahead.
Yeah, I would say making a group of if you're talking specifically about the book, you can make a group of kind of like summaries about the chapter, each chapter. Like I have a chapter on the connection between the Ghassan and the birth of the Medianites. chapter on the Exodus, that kind of thing, and show a chapter on the connection between the Judeans and the Sulaim and the or Mansur. How is his name? But it would be hard because, like I say, unless you know the names of the biblical peoples, and I do put, but this is more for academics, people who already know biblical peoples. But that's why I tried to make the blog too, and people are having problem understanding a lot of that. And so I'm also putting up the Facebook page and putting little snippets of information and with pictures so people can, grasp some of it. I'm thinking of making booklets up for kids too.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, now I have more time. I'll have more time, so
that'd be fantastic. Like I said, I'm looking forward to making some illustrations based upon the information. So I believe you said that your book's going to cover around like 60% of the people mentioned in Genesis, etc., whatnot, like in terms of the tribes mentioned, or whatever.
Mainly 60%, only because there's like thousands and thousands of people, 1,000 people mentioned in the Genesis, really. But I mean, I do talk about I do go over the totality of the direct sons of Shem, like the Aram and the Salah and all those people, and where their names come from and where they were and why they're where they were and when they moved from Yemen and stuff like that. Like the Edomites and why they're not, in the north, and what their names are now, or the Arabic names are, what their Musnad names were, and then I talk about Israel, tribes of Israel, and where they were in Yemen, and where they are in Yemen, and how some of those people are also found in the Horn of Africa today. I don't go into the West African or the African component of, in this book so much, because that's a whole other, like I said, the fear of blackness does cover some of that. The movement of Berry, and who consider themselves Berry, and stuff like that. And the fact that, that the Arabs never considered Berbers anything other than black. So I don't know why people are trying to pretend that, that anybody and their mother now is Berber, is representative of the ancient Berbers. I mean, you want to call yourself Berber, fine. You want to call yourself Amazigh, fine, but that doesn't mean that the original Amazighs were described as Ethiopians. They were javelin using Ethiopians with riding camels. They were related to certain Tuareg, not everybody. So people in North Africa, if they don't want to recognize all their ancestors, don't try to take, don't take Africans' ancestors or black Africans' ancestors because you don't want to recognize your other ones. The same thing for the Middle East people. Don't say these people are descendants of slaves and you're the true Arab, when the Arabs didn't even like people with fair skin. They looked down on that. So the earliest ones, they did like themselves some blonde women, but there was I read something about that the fair-skinned Arabs, after a while, were called the children of the clitoris, because at that time, of course, the Byzantine and other European, Eurasia women did not get circumcised. And at that time, all Muslim and original Jewish women were all circumcised, like the African people they came from. So, I found that interesting. And that was kind of like telling that the early Arabs were African-related people.
So the women got circumcised too, you said? Did you say that the women got circumcised too?
Oh, yeah. Excise. It's called excision.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't know that? In Islam
Well,
and
when you're
in
talking about
Africa,
in
they have.
that particular area, I was like, that was knowledge to me. Like, I didn't know that. I knew about in other spots, but I was like, oh. When you said the Jewish people, I was like,
Oh,
oh,
yeah.
I didn't know that there.
Oh, yeah, and I have a part in my book where it talks about how the certain groups in Africa, according to was Strabo or Diodorus, or one of them said they were the women were excised in the Jewish fashion, meaning like the Africans took it from the Jews, but when in reality, of course, the Jews and the Africans were the same people basically, and unless at that time, the early time, they had already gone into Africa. I don't know, but they're talking about the black, East African in East Africa in the Jewish fashion.
Okay.
So,
So this will be my last question. I gotta get off and get something to eat right quick. But so in your earlier blogs and whatnot, I know that there's references to Moabite stuff I can find in terms of like maybe writers in Spain and other places like that. But in this upcoming book, is there any information about, like, for instance, Moab and Arabia, etc.?
yes,
Okay.
yes, in the Yemen, yeah, and also, like I said, the Moabite people who were basically related to the Hameda tribes also were moved up into the Gore area, and that's why these people were called, even in medieval times, sons of Lut or Lot.
Mm-hmm. Is there any information in terms of like the Moabites being, or people related to them being, in the Hijaz anywhere?
Yeah.
Yeah. So just off that point alone, I'm sure like a lot of Moors are gonna go grab your book if they hear this on that one, because that's gonna be mad intriguing to them.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, they were, like I said, they were in the Yemen, in the Asir, in the Hijaz, in the Central Arabia, in the Jordan Valley. Basically, that was the northern expansion up into the Jordan Valley, and Babylonia, of course, was even earlier. Some of those people had arrived, but yeah, the Hijaz had all these people, especially in the people called Musra and Harb. The Musra, Harb, and the uh, another group of Harb tribes, and all those people also are found in the Gore Valley, or a lot of them, and then some of them moved in Sinai as well. And they had, like I said, the plural Moahib, but
Moab is the plural, you said?
yeah, I like the way you said it. Yeah,
Did I say it right?
yeah, I think so.
Okay.
It sounded right, because that's a plural for Moab. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I lied. I do have one more question. So when I read your work, something that stands out to me is that, historically speaking, I had like, when it seems like the Midianites are a lot bigger than what I ever understood them to be. Like, so that's one thing that stands out to me. It's like, wow, like,
Well, like I say, there were tribes of the upper class Shem, whatever they call themselves, were often pastoral groups that were, for some reason, they're a lot taller. And then there used to be other, different castes of people these are all included under the Midianite. I mean, even today, you see the Tuareg and the Sonic Smiths class or vassal class of among the Tuareg even. So these people stayed together throughout their history, through thousands of years.
Do they wear the black veil, or is that another group?
They sometimes wear the veil, but yeah, they also wear the veil. The lower caste Tuareg will wear the veil. Yeah.
Is that a Midianite thing, or is that a Tuareg thing?
I think that from what I read in Bornu, Sahara, and Sudan, that it began with that Magianism after the who are these people? The Mazdians. Because you find like fire cult throughout Arabia and the Beja until late times, and they worshipped fire and the polar principle of polarity, duality. So and this guy, Sir Richmond Palmer, said that they use the lithium so that they don't blow on the smoke, and that's why it was found both in the Mazdian culture and the Tauric, who were Medians.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Or fire. I don't know. They did something with fire. Celebrated fire. The fire cult.
Would I be correct in assuming that am I reading your work correctly in assuming that the Midianites would be bigger than what I would normally have assumed them to be? Like, because typically,
No.
Okay.
No. Like I said, there were different groups of people. Like today's groups, the Ifrin.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe you meant the Amalekites, because there was Amalekite people among the Midianites. Sometimes they are considered, in the Bible, sometimes this says the Kenites need to get up from under the Amalekites so I can destroy them. And then it says the same thing about the Midianites. The Kenites need to get out from under the Midianites. So, the ruling people were, they had said, often these taller groups of Amalekites, the first of all nations. That's what that meant, probably. They also may have had something to do with the Hyksos. I'm not sure though.
When I was saying bigger, I didn't mean in size. In height, I meant more so like in population.
No. What Midianites? You mean in Arabia?
Just period. Because I'll say like this, like so when people read the Bible, typically they don't see like they would see like the Midianites as like a real small group of people. And I noticed that when I read your work that they're mentioned more than I would think than what they're mentioned more than what.
That's because they were basically the early. They were the earliest people of the Israelites. That's where Moses and his people came out of, Amalekite and Midianite people, and the Kenites came to form the Judeans and stuff. They were the Kenites worshipped Yahweh. That's where that they were the ones that worshipped Yahweh and brought it to the world.
So in your research, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, there's places in the Bible talks about the tribes of Israel, and there's tens of thousands of tribes of people mentioned as children of, Bahila and Naphtali and all these people, and they were never in Syria. They can't find a trace of these large groups of people, especially during the time they say this happened. Now, in Central Arabia and Southern Arabia, you did find these people named Bahila and Jazira and Guni and all these tribes of Dan, because Dan married, I think, Bahila, and then another one was Zilpah, or wait, I forget. Anyway, you do find a lot of these people in the area of Central Arabia, sending up to the Sawad later on in southern Mesopotamia or southern Babylonia. And there's no reason why, there couldn't have been those tens of thousands of people in a place like Saba, which was flourishing, a flourishing nation, but they haven't really done the archaeology of Central Arabia and that Yemen yet. And, but they definitely haven't found it in Syria. And you do find, like I said, the names of these people who are still there. There's probably more proof of modern people under those names in Yemen, even though they're being exterminated, than there was in the archaeology of Syria. I don't think that some of them even made it up there. Some of the Israelite tribes never even made it up there, Bahila being one of them.
Wow. Okay, I do have one more question still, and then I will have to go. So you were talking about earlier. You were talking about Assyrians and the Kasdim and the Chaldeans, etc., whatnot. And we briefly touched on that, but I forgot I wanted to touch on that a little bit more, because they're a significant group in the Bible. And when people hear, well, when I hear your information that you said on the so far, I don't think people look at them as the people that you put them out to be. Like they typically would think like a modern concept of like what Syria looks like or something like that, right? No,
the Assyrians, like I said, they were not Afro-Asiatic people in the sense that I'm talking about now. They were Kurdish people related to those Kurdish as well as the original Babylonian people. They were not black. They were some kind of they look a lot like the modern day Syrians. They wear their hair the same way. And they act the same way. Some of them act the same way. Slaughtering people. But no, I shouldn't have said that. To me, the Assyrians of the period of the 7th century, 6th century BC, 5th century BC was not, that whole area was not occupied by Afro-Asiatic people. But they named that area because they were there, Assyria, just like they named Aramaic. Yeah. Most other places in the Middle East were named by them. The Semitic names come from the Semitic people. But, the Assyrians were not, in Babylon, were not Afro-Asiatics predominantly. They invaded Yemen, where the people, the original name of the original Assyrians, is also found in the Yemen, the Assur. But like I say, because people don't understand it, near the Dead Sea, which is called the Assyrian Lake, you have all these black people still living. It's only me, and they're the ones that brought that name to the area. But the Assyrians and the Arameans, that the original people were in the Yemen, but the Assyrian of the Bible were not. You can see from their, unless those are again like sculptures coming from later times, they don't look black to me. They don't look African, Afro-Asiatic even. They could have some, they were mulatto or something, but they weren't black. They weren't Arab. They weren't like the Arabs.
Yeah, and I wanted to make sure I touched on the Chaldeans and the Kasdim again, just because of
Yemenite people, the Banu, the Kasdim, or Qasid are still there. They're black Yemenite people. Kasdim, and they're also in close relationship with the Banu Khalid, or Chaldeans, and that's why. See, these people used to live also in the area of Oman, extended to the area of Oman in the Persian Gulf. That's why the Greeks said that the Garaeans that lived in the area of Oman were originally Chaldeans.
I remember you were saying something about them. They still practice their astrology.
In Ethiopia or the Somalia or the Horn of Africa, yes, they're known for, and they give out magic charms when babies are born and stuff like that. They're the people that are, known for that, telling fortunes and all that kind of thing.
So even in the Bible, they kind of have the connotation to be like the smartest people in the land or very wise people and whatnot. So even in today, they're almost seen in a similar fashion.
Well, as the people that see nowadays, of course, that kind of stuff is not considered. It's haram. It's considered taboo, among Christians and stuff like that. Astrology, of course, is not a Christian practice, but in ancient times, of course, it's Nabateans and the Chaldeans practiced astrology. Yeah, Sabians practiced astrology or reading the stars. Like Benjamin Tudela said, the Dravidians, the Cushites who read the stars and planets. So yes, they still can do that.
Okay.
Not modern Muslims and stuff. No.
So the Chaldeans, Afro-Asiatic, the Assyrians, you're saying maybe mulatto people, not so much.
No,
Not
I didn't say a single word about the Kasdim in Ethiopia being mulatto people. I said Assyrians in Babylonia.
Did I say that backwards? I'm sorry. I can be dyslexic sometimes. So if I said that backwards, in my head I thought I said Assyrians. You said linked to mulatto or Babylon.
The Assyrians were mulatto. That had nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with the Ethiopians or Chaldeans and Kasdim.
Right. So I was right. So what my point was that so let me be clear real quick. So in the Bible, they're linked a lot of times, the Assyrians and the Chaldeans. And so what I was trying to clarify is that you were saying one was one group and
wait. Where did you see in the Bible that Chaldeans are linked to Assyrians? Maybe you're saying the Babylonians?
It literally says in the Bible that the Chaldeans were started by Asher, by the Assyrians.
Yeah. Okay. So Ashur, like I said, is a tribe in the Yemen. Yes, Ashur. Now, if you're talking about Assyria, the place, like I said, that these people settled and conquered, that's different. These people, the people that arose in Babylon were first they were Semitic, and then, like I said, these other people from the Zagros and other places came down, Kurdish-related people, or whatever were white Eurasia people settled in the area, just like they settled in Turkey.
Right, and that's what I wanted to clarify for the people real quick, is because you said it real fast, and I want to make sure they caught it because there's a lot of names coming out. So when you said that the original name was found in Yemen, the Ashur people, right? And so I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, they were definitely not. Yeah, they were definitely connected, but in the Yemen, yes.
Right, but like I was just talking about that you were saying that they weren't necessarily.
Even are you saying ASSUR or ASHUR?
So for the people in Yemen?
No, for what were you talking? The Bible. In the Old Testament, you said the Chaldeans and Assur or Ashur. I don't know which one you were saying.
So in Hebrew, I think it's a sword, but again in the English, it just says the Assyrian, and so that's why I was trying to clarify something real quick where people might get something confused.
Oh, okay.
Because
no, yeah, the Assur people, like even that's why I'm trying to see what you're saying, because Josephus talks about the Assur being Midianites, and so those people were not related to the people in Babylon later called Assyrian. You know, by the 7th century BC, whatever, I don't know if Shalmaneser himself was, Haitian or what, but
okay, then let me ask this. So
in general, Assyrians were different people. Ethnically, they look different, whatever.
Yeah, now something I was trying to clarify. So the follow-up question would be this. So when the Bible is saying that the Assyrian or that Ashur started the Chaldeans, how would you interpret that? Would you interpret that is it really meaning the Assur people of Yemen, or is that?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's the problem with modern translation and interpretation of Hebrew. Yeah.
100%.
However, like I said, these people also lived in the Persian Gulf and settled in Assyria, and they named Assyria in ancient times. And what's this coming on by itself? Oh, no. What I was saying is that Assur, according to the Bible, there were Midianites, and the Chaldeans and the Kasdim also settled in Babylonia. In fact, the Chaldeans and the Batians are sometimes, considered to be the same people.
That's what I appreciate so much about your work and people like Kamal Salibi, et cetera, whatnot, in the sense to where when you really look at the situation, you can see to where like the older people move into new areas and almost rename them after the old areas to where, and it's almost like you can see to where there's a confusion to where like the areas that got newly named are being seen as the ancient places and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what I appreciate almost the most about your work, is it rights the ship in a sense to where like I was going in reverse, but now I'm going forward. And I was like, oh, I can see where this thing's going. Okay. I was facing the wrong direction to begin with. You know what I'm saying? And that's where that's where I think a lot of our people are missing out, is they assume that when people like when they're educators or someone else is telling them, yeah, these are the original people of the area. They're not doing the extra research that you're doing and you're showing us, which like no. When you go back far enough, no, that's not the case. There's different migrations, there's wars, there's this, there's that, all that.
Right. Yep.
So with that, I want to say one more time, thank you very, very, very much for what you do. My apologies that if any way, shape, or form I had anything negative to the conversation. Again, everyone, please check out her book. Let me get this title right one more time: The African and Arabian Origin of the Hebrew Bible, Exegesis and Light of Inscriptions, Folkloric History and Early Ethnography of the Arabian Peninsula. Again, I will link a book excerpt down below when this interview is over with. And there's also a link to a Afro-Asiatic blog spot, so you can check out her blog. There's books worth of information on that blog in and of itself. It's worth it just in and of itself.
Yep. And like I said, if other Western scholars are applauding it, and I forgot to tell you the fear of blackness, that when they told me they were going to make it into a book, they asked Dr. Goldenberg, I was talking about, to write what do you call it? Not the forward, the on the back cover where they write the support endorsement. Mm-hmm. So he wrote an endorsement for that book, which deals with Africans and the African Jews and that kind of thing. So I think people would like it if they read it. But this book is much better than that, and much more sound, because there's a lot more information. The one that's coming up.
Fantastic. So with that, I say thank you for your time, thank you for your energy, thank you for your spirit, thank you for your.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry if you experienced my righteous side for a minute there, but
and make no apologies. You have nothing to be sorry for.
But you're not, like I say, you're a very nice guy, and I wish a black woman. Are you married?
No, not currently. I was before, but not now.
I wish you find, a nice woman your age that will make you happy, because it's very hard to find, I think, either a black man or a black woman that's, balanced and not, well, I could say that so much. I mean, I don't know if it's just me or, but, I think the black women that meet a black man, I think you're perfect for them, and they should write you, whatever. And
I appreciate that very much. You're way too kind. And again, my apology for my poor choice of words, and I appreciate your righteous indignation and correction.
Okay, thank you very much, Tyvon, and I'll stay. Keep in touch on the Facebook.
Oh, most certainly, because I'm waiting for that book to come out. You're definitely gonna get the call back so I can get this review in, because okay. I'm looking forward to burning through those 400 pages real quick.
Okay, I'm glad. So am I.
So you take care and you have a good night.
You too. Thank you so much, and to everybody out there.
Peace to the chat. Thank you to South Showtime and the Debatography platform for letting us have this conversation. Y'all have a good night. Peace and love.
Thank you.